saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make it roll. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus.
The road to Ascension starts here. This is the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines Split 2 presented by PPGL. Brace yourselves for the ultimate showdown as the most ruthless teams in the Philippines battle it out for the lion's share of the 1.2 million pesos prize pool and seize the most confident spot to VCT Ascension Pacific Tokyo. A total of 10 teams will go head-to-head in the regular season. These are the top 4 teams from the Split 1 playoffs. And 6 teams who went through the grueling phase of the promotion relegation, 2 other teams from the Split 1 crossover matches, and 4 new teams who qualified through the Premier mode. From here on, teams will go through a similar single round robin format where every game is a best of 3 matchup and every round counts. The regular season concludes with the top 2 teams advancing to the knockouts, while the 3rd to 6th place teams proceed to the crossover matches. Teams will need to give it their all as they defend their slot in a single elimination bracket where only the last 2 survivors will advance to the knockouts. The higher the stakes, the fiercer the competition gets, as the remaining teams in the knockouts test their might in a grueling double elimination bracket, all leading up to an intense best of 5 lower bracket finals. Witness history unfolds as the last 2 contenders take center stage in an unforgettable best of 5 series, where we will crown the champion of VCT Challengers Philippines 2024 and our country's representative to VCT Ascension Pacific Tokyo. All these will happen at our much anticipated Land Grand Finals event this July. This 2024, it's time for you to take over. Resurgence is here. Welcome to VALORANT Challengers League Philippines.
Ako ba siya? Mapapansin mo. Kung ako ba siya? Di ko alam kung ano yung sunod sa lyrics na yun. Pero anyway, good morning sa inyong lahat. It's a beautiful Thursday here. And my name is Juicy Bruce. At kasama ko yun si Honey Glaze, tsaka si Fluffy. And oras na para sa isang malupitang Valorant on a beautiful Thursday. Hi guys! Kumusta?
Good. Si Fluffy, okay ba?
Okay ba si Fluffy? Okay na!
Ayan.
Ayan.
Hello.
Okay, ready na. Parang
Ayun.
medyo ano pa tayo ngayon para nasa barko. Feeling out the waves. Kasi Pacific. Anyway, HG, ikaw na. Kumusta?
Tama. All good dahil nakapagpahinga na tayo after ng mga nangyari na kahapon. We went all out. Tapos ang tagal nang natapos ang series natin yesterday. So let's see kung this time mas tatagal nga ba dahil nga ibang panibagong teams naman ngayon ang pwedeng magkaroon ng mga comeback.
No, speaking sa mga teams natin, especially for the first series, sobrang excited kasi maraming potential. Yun lang masasabi ko sa isa sa mga teams dito. And the other one a bit more consistent. But still, dito tayo sa week and yung point in time na kailangan talaga lahat ng teams mag-step up kasi yung mga points ng VCT napaka-importante as we move on to playoffs soon.
Yep, that's true. It's about to go all in for all these teams kasi wala eh. It's we're nearly approaching like week number 5 na parang konti na lang at magkakaalaman na sino ba talaga yung secured for playoffs. And eto lang masasabi ko for Subversive, after silang quick 2-0 last night, sila yung sasalang sa umaga ngayon. So I'm pretty sure they're kind of warmed up. But before anything else, I would like to thank the people who made all this possible, starting with Mineski Global, the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
Also, special thanks to our official super app partner na si Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on GrabCar Saver delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with GrabFood Saver delivery and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with GrabFood Saver meals. We have our promo code right now na pwede nyo gamitin simula 11 a.m. onwards. It's 60% or 60 pesos off your order with a minimum spend of 550 on your order.
Ayun. And last but not the least, this tournament is sponsored by the Games and Amusement Board.
Ayun, maraming salamat sa kanilang lahat. And of course, maraming salamat sa inyo guys na hindi nyo ako hinayaan mag-isa lang sabihin yung lahat ng haba eh. Pero, before we proceed to today's series or like the 3 games for today, pag-usapan muna natin yung sa kahapon. Kung how was yesterday? I mean, there were matches that were super long. Let's start it off, HG, from yesterday's matches. What's your take from yesterday?
Gustong-gusto kong balikan kung ano nangyari sa laban between Oasis and Tyrant. Pero syempre, ito muna yung series na ito between Meow and Naos. There were always moment of highlight para sa OSC, para sana magkaroon sana ng, alam mo yun, may lamang sana laban sa Naos Esports.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, they are facing one of the OG teams, one of the OG players na laging nakaka-clutch in a in a 1v4, 1v3 situations. Kaya naman, alam mo yun, kahit nakakasabay na yung OSC, hindi pa rin talaga nila kayang apihin pabalik yung Naos Esports.
Last player standing.
Yep, that's true. And if you're gonna talk about yesterday's matches, OSC though, sobrang konti na lang makahabol na sana sila with with Naos, especially on game 2 over at Icebox. So parang But kulang pa. I thought we were going to game number 3. I think this is one of the reason why the series yesterday, this series yesterday felt super long kasi parang there's like these two teams, OSC and Naos, true to them being one of the best teams from Split 1, ang ginagawa kasi ng dalawang teams na to, kahit down to the last second, kahit matapos na yung round, may barilan pa nangyayari HG eh. Kaya it was really amazing on series number 1. How about series number 2?
Ibang klase rin yung nangyari sa series number 2, It was a map stolen from the hands of Oasis Gaming by Tyrant Esports, and that has to prove a point para sa mga susunod pang series dito ng Tyrant. But it just really goes to show, nandun pa rin naman yung consistency coming in from the Oasis Gaming, at ito rin yung pagkakataon nila na ipatunayan sa atin na sasabay pa rin naman sila dito coming up against the head dogs or ating mga top dogs ngayon here into our Split 2.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, in last game, see Avernus and Subversive, a lot of potential there, but we're gonna see kind of a repeat as we move on to the first series of today.
Yep, that's true. Kasi, I mean, with Subversive, Fluffy, I know they're the team who really badly needs this win. Again, just to do like a quick recap of this team, they were the ones who sort of replaced AIM-PH from Split 1 na parang sila yung nakatalo ng AIM-PH din from promo relegations. And I don't know, with Subversive, masyadong madami pang things to talk about in this team, but from yesterday's matches, it just didn't feel quite right, especially in their match against Avernus Esports.
Exactly. I mean, so far, it's not the best track record, so they really need to step up, especially sa mga key moments kagaya ngayon. And like you mentioned, they started out strong, but as we move on to the tournament, it seems like yung mga flaws nila, that a bit of inexperience here and there. And it's very surprising considering the roster of experience as well, with some players like Youngpoy, etc. But this team overall is just really struggling to find their groove and really improving, because that potential does nothing if you don't get that ball rolling.
Yeah, that's true. Well, anyway, there's just much to talk about, so we're gonna be proceeding with our first series for today. At makikita na natin kung parang, is it gonna be a quick one like what happened to Subversive last night being the last series, or kaya ba nilang bawiin to? So talking about that, let's look at our first team to go into the fray on game number 1 and series number 1. It's Subversive.
And here we have our first team of today, Subversive. It's a roster comprised with a lot of players that we've seen so far on VCT over the years, if anything. Young Pork, CMS, veterans of the scene. But now they're joined by these three new bloods, Foods, Hiren, as well as Minori. And they're really trying and struggling, to be honest, to really make their mark. They start out strong, but like I mentioned earlier, that potential energy not really pulling that kinetic burst that they need to push out. Because so far, the only thing consistent about this team is that the games are pretty quick. There are some times, to be honest, where they do strike back, but it's just a hard mountain to climb out of this one.
Feeling ko may pagkakataon pa rin naman sa side ng sa Subversive, They have to just find their footing kung ano bang mapa ang magwo-work out for them dahil yun yung usually nating nakikita when it comes to their map dito na parang hindi pa nila alam kung ano ba talaga yung magiging priority ban nila, priority na ipipick pa nila, and also, again, there's still something yet to prove para sa side ng Subversive.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you look at the previous matches that this team had, meron naman sila mga super close calls. I think on week 1 against OSC, nadala pa nila ng overtime. So, konting push na lang on the side of Subversive kasi, it's still a team who's gunning to work in a way para makapanalo man lang here in our split. Pero, going up against them on the first series is going to be a team na parang comprised of a lot of people from different aspects. So, here they are. Let's look at Carti World.
Throughout the weeks, it has been really amazing to see that Carti World has been proving to us na kakayanin nila lang pumalag laban sa OSC, laban sa Naos, and even sa side ng Oasis. But then again, it hasn't been pretty. Yesterday nga sa naging series sila. But looking on back sa mga nangyari nga nung nakalaban nila yung Zol Esports, they were able to force an overtime and it was close to a 3-game series. We still cannot just forget about how they were able to just prove to us na nandito pa rin sila Chani Boy na magkaroon ng initiating tactics laban sa ating mga teams na makikita natin every single time na may pagkakataon talaga sila kahit paano makapag-frag out ng mga multi-kills, especially if they have their momentum.
Ayun, tapos aside from what HG mentioned, also, ang galing talaga nila against a lot of these mid and bottom tier teams sa ating standings ngayon. They're really only faltering to the top end of things. So Esports, of course, magaling sila. Sila yung nanalo ng first split. And now, always very strong. But other than maybe yung mga top dogs, it seems like this team has always found a way to go through the middle of the pack and rise above. And that's their goal today sa match nila. Because if they're able to take out Subversive, it's another point in their roster. It's another pin in their chest. And it really helps them as we move on to playoffs.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, this win on the side of Carti World really means a lot for them to get into playoffs, get a better seeding. So, parang yun na nga, Carti World looking kinda good in a sense. Sinabi pa nga ni Fluffy, just the mid teams, they can really do it. But we've talked about these teams so far. Now let's look at two highlight players from both teams. So parang, sino nga ba who kind of delivers well for both these teams? So let's look at our head-to-head from Uyen and Young Pork.
Oh, gotta give it to Uyen, kahit
I
may
love you.
kahit may big of a difference sa kanilang ACS at the moment, I just gotta give it to him and his utility usage, yung mga timings and everything to create a lot of space and an opportunity para sa kanyang duelist na pwede mong sabihin na lagi siya nakapundot sa duelist na ito para nga magkaroon sila ng better fragging potential. Tapos, dito naman din halos sumasabay si Young Pork
Exactly. I mean, si Uyen in his game yesterday, kahit naman nahirapan sila against all Esports, he still managed to get overall 34 frags and really shows the statistics nila. The biggest change for me though is kitang-kita na medyo pantay-pantay sila sa stats, pero yung round win rate really is the biggest difference. Nahihirapan yung Subversive when they're trying to convert a lot of rounds, and Uyen is always able to enable his team with that initiator role, giving them a higher chance of winning each round, which is why they're pretty consistent against a lot of those middle of the pack and upper end teams.
Yep. All right. So parang if we are to summarize both of them, it's just that Uyen, in a way, as a player, could close out the rounds for Carti World. On the side of Young Port naman, medyo may hirapan pa, pero those are the two teams na parang nakikita natin so far na who's going to be going into the first match. Pero if we are going into the series, if we look back, ano ba yung mga maps na dapat pag-isipan from both teams? What should Carti World play against Subversive against Carti World as we are heading over to map Vito? Start off muna natin on the side of Subversive HG kasi they're the team who really needs this win as well just to boost up their confidence. What map should they be playing against like the likes of Carti World into the series?
I mentioned earlier na ang hirap makita ng footing nila, yung kumbaga yung pattern nila all throughout the map Vitos. Kaya naman usually nakikita ko is, yeah, we have the usual bans for them na i-take out nga yung Breeze, but I really do think that they have to work on to Ascent na pwede rin nila itong i-ban sa darating nating map Vito.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Which,
exactly.
speaking of, we're actually going here. Pero bago si Fluffy, eto pupunta muna tayo sa map Vito. Then we're gonna be heading over. We'll talk about that more. Yes, Fluffy, go ahead.
I mean, when you look at the other side then for Carti World, we can really see that there are a couple of maps that they are kind of 50-50 with. Ascent is a map that they've played a lot of, pero yun nga, yung problema lang is every time they've lost, it's always been against these really good teams like Zol Esports and Naos. You can say the same for Icebox, where they've lost against both of those teams as well. Against, it's really, I feel like a playstyle difference and an individual skill difference over a map pick. So as long as they get a pretty decent map pool, they should be able to take this game if we're looking at only the statistics.
Yeah. So, you know, Bind is going to be banned out by Carti World this time. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I think they're banning Bind on the end. It's one of the maps that they haven't played with so far into this composition. So I think this is like more of a comfort ban on the side of Carti World. And now we're heading over to Subversive with their first pick, which is going to be Lotus. And, you know, good memories on the side of Lotus para kay Subversive.
Actually, pero going back to that bans, masasabi natin talagang apat lang all throughout the weeks na nakapaglaro na ngayong Carti World here on VCT, here in the regular season, is apat pa lang yung mapang nalalaro na nga ng Carti World. So just by that, masasabi natin talaga, they're going in with the usual setups na alam nilang controlled na nila yung footing nila, alam nilang kakayanin nila itong series na ito. Especially that Lotus pa ang kinuha na nga ngayon ng Subversive at pwede pa itong panimulan nga ng Carti World na good pacing dahil sila ang magsisimula on the attacking side.
Ayun lang, ang tama yung sinabi ni HG, yung Lotus, a bit concerning there for Carti World. That's where they lost against Avernus and they go and pick up Ascent agad. I think HG also brought up na this is a map that they can slightly work on a bit better. So we're gonna have to see kung pumasok talaga yung mga improvements sila as we move on to our final map of the series, the Decider Sunset.
Ooh, it's amazing though na parang Subversive still very confident over at Lotus even if kahapon na 2-13 sila ng Avernus dito from yesterday's match eh. Pero I don't know, maybe Subversive, they really are trying to hang on to that idea na parang, you know what, we've gone the mile against Old Stinky Cats before on week 1 on this map. So parang it's still a comfort pick on the side of Subversive. So parang how is Subversive game number 1 with Lotus? How is it looking for both teams? Do you think may lamang na si Subversive dito against Carti World, or is there another factor that would say otherwise on the end of Carti World?
Initiators are just too crazy here on Lotus so might as well na parang Carti World pa rin talaga patungo itong first map na ito dahil nga they went on with the attacking side first. So laking bagay na nun kaagad laban sa Subversive.
Yeah, I'd have to agree there, especially sa mga malawak na map na ganito, yung information na makakuha nila. But aside from that also, kita namin that the playstyle of their players are a bit less aggressive and they want to play that more team-oriented instead of being that individual, which really helps dito sa 3-side map.
All right. So there you have it. We got our thoughts out. We got our parang discussions on the side of players, who to look out for, what kind of strategies they should do. Now, I'm going to ask you the harder question this time. Well, host ako. Tinatanong ko to almost araw-araw. Yung predictions niyo para into the series. Wala naman akong choice kundi tanungin to. HG, we do have Carti World and Subversive series number 1. Oras naman ang Subversive, or will Carti World really deserve this win? Anong paningin mo, HG?
Carti World really deserved this win dahil ito series na ito, especially sa map Vito, talagang mapupunta tayo kahit even in map 3, gamay na gamay ito na Chani Boy at na Uyen. So I really am going to the side of Carti World.
Ako naman, in terms of deserve, I don't know if they deserve it. Honestly, I really want Subversive to get back and really parang bounce back and prove that they can really subvert their expectations with this one. But since I'm a nerd, I have to go with the stats, and that for me is going to be Carti World.
Ayos yung subvert na subversive ni Fluffy, pero he's still in for Carti World. And, you know,
subvert.
it's true. Stats don't lie, man. I mean, so far, Subversive just unable to pick up their footing. Pero yesterday, sinabi ko against Avernus Esports, this might be their first win. I was wrong. So baka ako mag-Carti World ako. Maybe Subversive will win. We'll never know. But for this prediction, I'll be going with Carti World. And ayun na nga, we have locked in over the side of the panel. We do have Carti World. Pero, bago ang lahat, HG2021, paningin mo mabilisan.
I think this is still 2-0 clean.
Oh, Fluffy.
I have to agree with that one, sadly. But I believe
Baka
in
naman
you.
mag-2-1. Well, we'll never know. We'll never know. Good luck. Godspeed to Subversive. And for Carti World, let's see if they could do a clean sweep as our casters are getting ready. Yes, direct. Actually, ready na pala sila. Ito na nga yung casters natin. They're super ready for game number 1, series number 1. Let's go Carti World versus Subversive.
Welcome everybody over here at the first series of the day, and it is going to be between Carti World versus Subversive Esports. My name is Riku, joined by Raf, and we're slowly closing in on towards the regular season of stage number 2, and it is going to be absolutely exciting to see how it concludes later on.
Oh man, it feels
man.
like we just started yesterday, you know.
I
It didn't dawn
know.
upon me when you said we're about to conclude the regular season.
Yeah.
Times it flying, you know, and hopefully some of these teams, even up to this point, are still improving. Obviously, we've seen a lot of the slumps, and I think the panel did talk about it quite a bit. Subversive still hunting for that first win, Rico. Even this late, you know, I'm sure none of these teams have given up on the hope on getting that W.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of one of the struggles that you mentioned, right? Where after this week, we're only down to 2 more weeks, and that's really crazy to think about. You mentioned time flies, so just as you said, Subversive is yet to find a win. But when we look back at their games, when they went up against the teams that are newcomers to VCT Challengers PH, it does feel like they really have what it takes. They have the mechanics, they have some highlights. It's just that they really can't convert it into a map win at all.
That's right. Subversive, a name that's really familiar to the scene, especially back in the 2020, early 21 days, where they would consistently make top 8 under so many different rosters.
Yep.
I'm sure they're still soul searching, looking for that stride, you know, trying to find that type of success again. You did mention we still see flashes of brilliance from everybody. It's just that converting into a map win just hasn't been there, at least not yet.
Exactly, so, which is why I'm really excited to see this this matchup, because it does feel like they're going to be pushed to their limits a little bit, because Carti World as a team, they're very aggressive, they're very flashy, they're very confident when it comes to any sort of execute, any sort of retake, so they really need to hold their ground, because we keep talking about the name Patrick Watson just because he is just so consistently explosive every single week.
That's true. And I think I brought this up a few weeks ago too, or was it a few days ago, where there seems to be a trend, right, with insane Jet players. Again, throwing it back to, was it 21 or 22 or somewhere around that, when John Olsen was still running around doing damage with his Jet. We haven't seen his name pop up in recent events, but hopefully he gets the same shine as our boy Patrick Watson, who's been, like you mentioned, insane all throughout the, 4 weeks now? 3 weeks?
Yeah. Absolutely, just really consistent every single time. Imagine once the panel starts and they play the highlights, you always see his name on the top right corner of your screen, either on a Raze or even on a Jet, which is going to be very interesting, as I believe our first map, we're heading on over to Lotus first, which, you know, has been a roller coaster for a lot of these teams, but at the same time, we saw Oasis build like an absolute fortress when they're on defense. We've seen really scary attacks onto the constant seas. But now I feel like this might be a challenge for Subversive Esports, because again, three-side map, and usually Carti World just really goes in really fast.
That's the thing too. Carti likes to walk in with a lot of confidence, and you know, this has been warranted. They have been winning most of their matches, and they've been doing it in dominant fashion. Like you mentioned, the highlights that we've been getting all throughout from this team have been wonderful. Lotus has been, I would say, pretty good to them in general. I think this is the first map where we saw that, I guess, Carti World special, where on the pistol round they go for a full send, really not looking back, and just kind of, you know, letting their mechanics do the talking. I find it so interesting too that this is our opener, because some teams really avoid this map a lot, and Subversive, again, no map wins yet on this, unfortunately. Interesting.
I know, this will be a test of having to get that read. Either you play for time, you get control onto Mount or Rubble, and let's see what they decide to pick up, as there is not a lot of differences. Actually, there's none.
Yeah, mirror matchup makes a lot of sense, but again, Carti World, they've been that much more dangerous in comparison to Subversive. I feel like the player that we have to talk about is Young Pork. He's had so many moments and just been super consistent for this team that it's a little bit of a shame, really, that they're not winning as much as they should, question mark. But at the end of the day, when two superstars butt heads, only one really comes out. In Carti World, they look to at least try and bounce back.
Exactly, and I do feel like it'll definitely be on the initiators trying to make sure that they are able to, just as you said, send the duelist Patrick Watson, or on the other hand as well, it's Foods, which we talked about having to have a lot of shining moments. It's just that the conversion after that multi-frag, after the multi-kills, what happens after for you to secure? Because I feel like Carti World, they will not allow any sort of opportunity for that to even happen to begin with. They're going to start it off and they want to secure that. How do you slow the pace down? Or do you want to match that speed up against Carti World?
That's tricky. Carti World, again, breakneck speeds, just very committed plays. Meanwhile, Subversive, they're a little shaky on the foundation. Once again, those flashes might just not be enough for the blinding lights that Carti World can bring to the stage and can bring to the map. It does look like we will be starting on Subversive's defensive side, which arguably is their slightly weaker side.
That's true. Maybe that's probably the reason why they decided to put the usual setup of having the Viper.
Spike
But
down,
first
attacker
blood
spawn.
goes to Foods actually here on the spawn.
And it looks like Carti World, they go for a different approach here. Now they want to dissect the map, and well read on the aggression. They do lose Chatney Boy, but it doesn't seem to deter the rest of the squad here. Ooh, Astro so close to taking a member down.
I know. It's really scary to think about, especially there's another member waiting as the smoke dissipates. But yeah, playing time.
A lot of it too. Astro still has a smoke coming alive, but he might be walking into a trap here. Yes, the damage has been done. But wait a minute. Can he actually find the frag for his team?
That's the question. Astro does find the kill. Hiden, 22 HP. Doesn't have paranoia anymore. Food still onto Rubble, pushing forward through the Viper smoke, but with 40 seconds on the clock, of course you want to go to C, which is now open as they removed both the members that were guarding that.
It's really interesting to see how Subversive, or at least Carti World, have developed their systems across the weeks, because Carti World would be a bit more... So, but look at this, a crossfire.
Exactly, and there you go. Win finishes the round, and you're right. They played that slowly in comparison to the way that they usually play, Raph.
Yeah, we talked about it too. Carti World really aggressive on the pistol, just kind of want to go for that mechanical bailout per se. But going up against teams like Oasis and very recently Zol have maybe broadened their view on how to approach the game, because those teams that we mentioned, you know, you said Oasis, Zol, and Naos, you can't really run them down. You might do it once or twice, but it's really not a reliable strategy against these teams that are well seasoned.
That's true. And I feel like it's some of the teams, even the top teams, could fall into that trap about, okay, we'll take you on to the fight, we'll try to peek you, we'll try to win that 50-50. But the way Carti World is approaching it right now, they realize that we don't have to do that. Even though, let's just say we have the aim, we can win through that. Never mind.
And what's crazy to me is that they hung on to that paranoia for so long, right? Again, just a tell that they've wisened up. They don't really want to try and strong arm everything unless they can help it. But now they have the stronger weapon, so that would usually be the sign that, hey, we can full send this. But look how careful they are. They're still respecting the pistols.
Exactly. Even the crossfire was not even enough. You take one out, you take the second after, and now Foods will catch Ichi solo off of the utility, but he will fall.
Like a Hydra trying to regenerate its lost heads. Fortunately for Subversive, Carti World is just way too quick on finding their targets. Minori and Young Pork, the best that they can hope for in this situation is to maybe pick up a Spectre if there was ever a lost one, which is, in this case, Ichi Solo's body. But this is not something that Carti World would want to give up anyway. They want to keep as many economic advantages as possible and minimize the losses. So that's why they're playing so safe right now. They're already looking for an exit route too, as Young Pork and maybe Minori, to this extent, are just waiting for the spike to pop.
Well, exactly.
One enemy remaining.
Having to pick up a weapon, that's why they're playing very far, or rather close to the bodies. Young Pork, though, unable to get one more as Channy Boy finishes the round, and clean round coming from a CW.
Trying to remember my history here.
Okay, Professor.
Yeah, who felled the Hydra?
Player standing.
It was... Wait, was it Hercules who played the Hydra?
I don't know. I wish I knew. I would assume it's Hercules.
Oh, that's right, because it was part of his labors. The main was one of them, and then the Hydra. Yeah, that's right. Anyway,
Yes,
not to get distracted. We are
A little bit of
gonna jump
history.
into
There.
one of the earlier gun rounds here in Carti World again. Now on the opposite spectrum of things, they want to do as much damage as they can. Maybe they've already written this off as a potential round loss, as again, weapons would dictate. But Subversive, look at this. Now they've been dissuaded from doing that early push. They've lost too many bodies on those choke fights. And they're trying to triple up on one side, but maybe this time around their guess is as good as ours.
Yeah, really nicely done. I think they're just keeping Subversive on their toes constantly, even though you think that you've read them, their movements. It's like, no, not just yet. The door is open. Patrick Watson deals first blood. The sheriff shots and a lot of reds on your screen as CW continues with their lead. But look at the HP. Most of them are pretty low.
Removed.
Oh, Young Pork capitalizing on a stray peek by Ichi Solo, who's been getting caught out these past few rounds, but again, a very similar situation, Rico. Subversive, all they really want to do now is to cut their losses and get whatever they can.
Yeah, nothing to convert afterwards, and the crouch is gonna work out. 3K already for Young Pork. 1v1, Minori, 5 HP. He doesn't know where the last member is. Now he has an idea. Onto Link, and actually gets destroyed by the snake bite. Uyen, nicely done.
Carti World, again, converting their bonus to the best of their ability. Subversive, if they don't change something in this defense, then Carti World might just steamroll. Again, we know that this is a very offense-oriented map. Doesn't necessarily mean the defense is completely helpless. Beautiful exchange by most of the players here. Maybe Ichi Solo getting a little too overzealous. But other than that, gigantic net positive for Carti World.
True. I mean, they played it so well, right? They got the crossfire from Link. But hold on, I thought this might be a rush that we haven't really seen from Carti World in the past 3 rounds. They're immediately stopped.
Are they immediately stopped as Astro does get one? But look, they're still flooding onto the site.
Exactly. They're not stopping here. Trying to get one from Waterfall as well, and the headshots are still working out for Carti World. And Minori is gone. Kiran the only one left, and they just sweep the area so cleanly.
They're going to scatter from my stuff. Super easy to pick off.
If this was a crime scene, we'd have to look into if there was any resistance whatsoever.
Yeah.
But Subversive, they are just outright getting flattened. Carti World, they were once again measuring, hitting them with a litmus test to see how much this defense can fare against, obviously, a team like Carti World. And now they've done the research. They've found the weaknesses, and if Subversive doesn't react or adjust to this, it's gonna be problematic all the way through.
I know. Maybe this is the key. Try to push a little bit more of a space here. But still, I don't think Carti World's been taking the bait at all. 70 HP. Holding on to the paranoia, decides to back away.
Not at all. None of it has been taken. They have to reel back the line a little bit. Maybe change the bait, as you mentioned, make it look a bit more attractive to Carti World. But Patrick Watson, undeterred.
Oh, but the paranoia doesn't even hit Patrick Watson. 40 HP on him, though. Just trying to clear as many quarters as he can. Do they proceed with this? The 60 seconds on the clock is left.
Oh, there's still a lot of rounds to play. And now they do scout one out, but the numbers have been divided on both. Well, not really on both sides of the map here. But Subversive, they did lose one of their smokers, so that paranoia, which I feel like is something they're going to be sorely missing, is going to be, or should have been, super impactful for them. But Carti World prepping the hit, perhaps.
Exactly, the Nightfall, the Nightfall even activated as well, as they used it to just try to bait it out and go elsewhere.
What they do, now we see a little bit of movement. They've kind of opened this up. They have no idea. They might be shoulder to shoulder here unless
My
they
God,
chance.
the way this is happening! CMS! Able to 180, hit Uyen. The panic has been seen, but HE Solo trying to even out the numbers. 10 seconds on the clock.
10
Patrick
seconds
Watson
left.
is super low, still able to maximize his health foods with the operator as well on his Eternal. And now it's on him, an expensive buy. Does he want to push through with this, as he's already pretty much strapped onto the site itself? He has the element of surprise on his side, at least, but will be seen by most likely Channy Boy on top of heaven. What's Channy Boy doing? I know he's seen it. Is he trying to knife him? Yep, that's the one. Yeah, that's, yeah.
It looks like Channy Boy is a fan of stealth games here in Subversive. They could have had that round there. CMS with, like I said, a potentially round-ending kill, but the rest of Carti World, especially in the backs of Patrick Watson, salvaging this. Bonk. Well, not really a bonk, but that's an axe.
Painful.
It's too much to handle. Subversive, it feels like eye test alone, they're lacking a flash. They need that conversion. They need that something to make these fights easier for them.
Exactly. The setup, it feels like Carti World is playing slow, playing fast. The setup isn't there for a Subversive.
Subversive, it doesn't look like the lifeline is completely there yet, especially with the weaker weapons, but they do get a bonus. 3v4 now.
Player standing. Okay.
Really, really maximizing the round, the economy, everything. And it does feel like, just as you said, right, Raph? The litmus test. For the first 3 rounds, he tried to play a little bit slow. Hidan Yaku, some nice shots. But at the end of the day, after they maybe tested like maybe 3 rounds, they decided, okay, we're just gonna walk into the site, no problem, and shoot some heads.
We were talking about how they would set up that defense, right? We talked about setting up the bait, but it seems like Carti World, they're not interested in the relaxation part of fishing. They straight up went for spearfishing. It's a little bit more intense, it's faster, but Subversive, they're not using, again, the cover and the positional advantage they could have early on to efficiency, I guess. I mean, it's 0-6.
It has been another try for the aggression. Maybe this is the key, but Astro is there immediately. The trades for trades on your screen. And Hidan Yaku has to run all the way onto A. They have the lockdown, Raph.
Again, the lure has been set in the water. Now Subversive avoiding the hook. Carti World looking to get that big catch. Maybe get lucky number 7. Smoke dissipates.
Exactly. There it is, lockdown activated. Has spotted Itchy Solo. A very important kill there. But the paranoia is going to do a lot of damage here. Where is the Shroud? No! There we go. Hidan Yaku. Really nice job. The prediction. He knew where he was going to teleport.
Again, those flashes of brilliance on the side of Subversive showing. But it's just unfortunately not converting into more rounds. Carti World perhaps a little too excited to get an extra round on the board there. Maybe going for something a little too fancy. But hey, the game's not over yet, and Subversive realistically could still catch up.
Really? Yeah, that's true. I think that's a round that they will happily take, especially having to invest a lockdown and convert that to a victory. Now they have 4 more ults that they could use for this round, especially or close to the next half.
Subversive, shooter their name, sneaking around in, but they have to make some noise to set up this comeback. You did mention the ult economy here, and that Nightfall by Channy Boy could be doing some real damage. But Carti World, again, going for that measured approach. They know that their plan got stuffed, so they're back on the drawing board.
That's true. I really like this from Subversive. Paranoia is gonna hit pretty much everybody as they retreat onto A main instead. But they want to try again. They peek. Foods finds them. Gets a double. Channy Boy tries to get the trade down. Minori's still
Spike
there.
down A.
And Patrick Watson and Ichi solo evening out the numbers.
I love swinging into choke points with one angle with no flash. Surely nothing can go wrong, right?
True. True.
Subversive had a numbers advantage, but now it's an even playing field. Ichi Solo's time to shine does have a lockdown in place or in his pocket or the potential post plan.
Exactly. Do they either stay here on a tree with a lockdown on board? 100 HP for most of them. SVR, Ichi Solo half. Now they are trapped here. The spray is enough from Hiren. He's on fire right now and he gets the defuse down.
They lined up too.
Yeah.
Carti World again getting around stolen away from them. Bit of a roadblock, but they're still in a very good spot. Commanding lead, perhaps. Subversive doing a sturdy job of trying to get themselves together here. Here in Kyaku, essentially winning these rounds out.
True. He has been so effective, especially if his life gets extended. Like the moment that they go A and he's still alive after the fights, the potential retake increases to about, I'm gonna make up numbers, 80%. That's how it feels, okay?
80 because
80%.
if we take into account, look what you've done.
Like, I'm sorry.
Look what you have done.
Well, I said if Hiranyaku's still alive, so he's still pretty much alive.
80%, huh?
80%.
But
30%.
We'll see if we can. Oh well, they do leave a controller down here. That's gonna delay them a little bit. Subversive, they could potentially just plant their feet here and maybe settle down, but that paranoia is gonna give away where Minori is. Manages to escape.
That's good. Look at the discipline. Look at this though. They're already fighting over here onto A. And it's all clear.
80%.
80%.
80%.
80%.
Do not hit me with the numbers because I will keep this in mind.
I take it back. Okay, I'll just say a higher chance. And now they're just gonna opt for the save. Save, not safe. Save.
Alright, so I'm trying to crunch the numbers here. With Hirin Hyaku being last alive, he's won 2 clutches in a row. This could potentially count into the clutch, so now it's not 80%. Wait, no, if it's 2 out of 3, then wouldn't that mean it's 66% now?
Oh wow. I love that you're nerding out with the numbers here.
It wasn't 80% to begin with because here in Kyaku in the clutch so far was 100, right? If I'm not mistaken, because Carti World in the rounds that they won didn't even get to the point of just a straight 1v1 or a 1v2. Okay.
So
let's
does
figure it
that
out.
mean it's 70%?
No, it's 66 now because here in Kyaku last alive.
Okay, got it. Well, let's check out if the numbers still continue to be right.
That's probably like way off the mark.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
But that's just the closest correct answer.
Yeah.
And this is why I will just say, if Hiranyaku is the only one left, usually they will get a higher chance at winning the round. Isn't that
What
better?
does here in Kyaku mean?
That I don't know. I'm just trying to see Hiranyaku. I'm not sure actually. Maybe I'll Google it later.
Alright, well, it does look like Carti World have a good read here. If Here in Kyaku is a problem later in the round, then perhaps we deal with him early. They could be running into the proper side here, quote-unquote, the weaker side. The lone Vandal on C. Subversive, they're playing the numbers game towards A. This is so well read by Carti World.
Very. They knew that the last player, usually it's Hiren, always over here onto C, trying to clutch, walk towards A constantly. They switch it up. Now, Hiren taking care of his life this time around. Oh, he gets the peek! The numbers. The numbers, Raph.
No, this is Patrick Watson. He finds that pick, and now there's no more Vandal on the side of Subversive. They're gonna get slaughtered.
Exactly, that's exactly what's happening right now. And that is it, the round. Young Pork, the only one left, though, gets a kill on the Patrick Watson. But no, second kill after that as Astro finishes the round, and it's 8-2, Raph. I got it, what Hidden Yaku means.
What does it mean?
It means pure flying step or flying bamboo blindside. It's a move from Bleach, I think. Yeah. It's a move from Bleach.
You know, I'm pretty sure half our audience doesn't know what Bleach is at this
Are
point.
you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure our audience is really young.
Okay, guys. Okay, please explain Bleach in one
Dude,
sentence.
my dad used to watch Bleach. Come on.
Wow! Wait, Hiren is doing it again! Decides to switch targets! I thought it was gonna be a triple kill, but here comes Foos to finish the job. And now it's -3 on the side of Carti World.
Off the back of here in Kyaku again. This man has been doing it all for Subversive. Now Carti World, they're hobbling towards whatever site that they want to find. And look at all this space that Subversive can work with. Frozen is everybody. Astro, not too keen on giving his position away, but once again, well read. Uyen, does he check? Uyen, does he check?
He doesn't. The Viper wall up there for the distraction. And nicely done, Hiren Kyaku. That was a big round for Subversive.
Before the switch.
I have to say, whoever is making the calls on the side of Carti World, they are doing a great job of reading the macros. And it's just not against like these newer teams. It's also prevalent in some of the more seasoned veterans, I would say. Or seasoned teams.
Yeah. I agree. It feels like...
No, it's not real. You said it's real. No, I love spreading misinformation on the internet, guys.
Hold that thought, though. Oh, Patrick Watson's stuck! Is there a punish? No, nothing.
What? Oh dear, maybe a missed opportunity, but he swings!
Exactly.
Gets his head taken away.
Really nicely done. I mean, if the first opportunity doesn't work out, the second, as the door opens.
Kyaku again up to no good, looking to steal away another round from Carti World as Carti World a little bit more patient, look as they try to crawl up, but a brawl could erupt at any given moment.
That's true. Last round in the half, they could press all their ultimates at the same time, and that is exactly what would break the silence that is happening right now. A lot of your trades of utility as Foods gets a kill onto Uyen. Young Park follows through as well. Even another Prowler to send for information as the spike is stuck in the middle of rubble. Ichi Solo with another kill. Oh no, this is not what they want. They've got ults, but if they're dead, how can you use them all? And there it is, a 1v1 situation. Viper Spit, the only one left. I don't know if how is gonna be helpful in this situation.
CMS hot on the tail. Astro could make a fatal mistake by playing tree. Don't do it! He
Okay.
could pop. He could pop. Realistically, if they don't know, or rather, if Astro doesn't know, CMS could pop the pit, but no, there is no pit. It was used for C.
That's true.
Now he's gonna be walking onto the side blind. It changes the variables to everything.
Now that it's planted not for tree, will CMS think that no one is there and possibly behind him? But no, he has angle, he has the head, the crosshair! And there we go, we're finishing the first round of the half, 4-8.
I have to say, if you're not looking at the scoreboard, Subversive's clutches have been way more impressive.
True.
In terms of just how flashy and how well read they've been. Carti World, good job at not pushing it to that point. At the same time, they have to worry. They know that Subversive is a team that can potentially take rounds the way that they have been. So being clumsy is definitely something to look out for.
True. This was a really good read, just as you said. It was It could have been, you know, backside. It could have been tree. But the way it's planted, since CMS already pretty much went throughout that area, you can, like, narrow down the possibilities with that situation.
The Atlas Stone on the side of Subversive yet again. Every time it feels like they get a grip, Carti World just, well, acts like the stone, pushes them back down onto that hill, especially with this lead. Again, Subversive, everybody's hopeful. Everybody wants this team to get that W. But Carti World, they're looking to play the villains of this story.
Very true. I mean, now that they're on defense, let's see how they're able to defend this one. Nicely done. But the job isn't finished. 20 HP! And still CMS able to get a number on Astro again after that previous round. Patrick Watson with a headshot from drop. Nicely done. They still haven't cleared that area, by the way, but surprise! There's another player over here, and they haven't cleared. 8 HP onto Minori, and he can't die to utility. Channy Boy still doing a lot of numbers as Minori has to battle a 1v2 situation with 5 pounds. Is gonna get munched on by the Prowler, but joke. It is Uyen finishing the job.
The Uncle Aaron in the way to ruin a potential multiverse. Carti World, eye test alone, I think they're one of the best teams in terms of proficiency on the pistol rounds. I think they've stolen away, what, against from Oasis, against Naos, and virtually every other team. And that's a really big cornerstone.
That is something that will really help, especially when it comes to the second round and a half, where they're already 1 round away from being entering the double digits, which means the pressure will be building onto Subversive. Tall hill to climb to come back from this one.
Indeed it is. Hopefully they have their climbing gear, they have their shoes, they have their trail mix, they have everything to work for and work with.
Trail mix?
Yeah, what about trail mix?
Is that the package with nuts in it?
And fruits.
And fruit.
Everything.
And everything. And I mean, Carti World does have everything right now to take it to 10-4. Foods have HP. Now they're Russian.
Well, there has to be an LMG somewhere in one of these rooms because Carti World, they're looking to not allow anything. Remember, no Russian. As Subversive with the pistols, what can they really do in this situation? Maybe they can take the weapon away again, but Patrick Watson is not someone you want to run into.
Exactly. He's even trying to push Young Pork here, and that's a clean round for Carti World. And now they're on the double digits. Haven't really seen a timeout just yet on this game.
You're right. That's a good call out. You know, sometimes you just kind of need that extra space to breathe and maybe reconsider the plan. But no timeouts have been spent on either side. Understandable on Carti. They're winning really hard. Subversive on the other hand, I feel like they could have done well if they just had that extra breathing room, that time to maybe conceptualize a plan.
And I mean, perhaps that some of these rounds felt like it was close. Maybe didn't require or net a timeout. It has been boiling down to a 1v2. You didn't know. Very aggressive with the positioning. And Astro and the rest are aggressive themselves.
They try to set up a lurk there, but again, the security systems of Carti World a little bit too advanced for Subversive's liking. They do manage to get onto the site and engage in a post plant, but the numbers could flood onto Minori. He does have a paranoia.
Do they check? Do they check? That's the question. They do check. Gets a kill still. The distraction from someone onto the site to help peek this out. Uyen with a double. Young Pork, the only one left. And Carti World, still a dominating round for them.
Why don't you just throw the paranoia, dude? Like, your teammate was there to swing off of it.
True.
I feel like they could have gotten so much more out of that. It would have given them enough time, but
Where
you know,
going this time? Remember
that's-
what worked in the past.
oh my gosh, I can't believe this commentator is pointing out something that could have done. I bet he's like silver in Valorant or something. Wow. That's probably someone out there in the world saying, you know, nonsense like that. But anyway, back to the game.
Yes,
Carti
back to the
World.
game. Back to the game. Just as you said, Carti World, with one off of this showstopper, and Patrick Watson has been building onto that constantly. It's just a lot. Oh,
It is a lot.
it's painful. Kiran Yaku constantly the first one down from the lurk, just because they keep pushing. Carti World keeps pushing.
Toxins going up.
It's so hard to tell if that's a good call, you know, if they really want to take this, but they have no idea where CMS is. Could get damage here.
Oh, nice headshot though, but Astra is ready for the trade. 4v3 right now, but they have the plant down. Oh, Minori, no! She's Carti World checking every single corner here. And the SVR, they got a kill onto Uyen, but Astronichi Solo says, nope, we're heading to match point right now.
Due diligence on the side of Carti World, lovely to see despite, you know, the gigantic lead that they have. And Subversive, in a bit of a scramble. Like you mentioned, there's a bit of a problem trying to get that lurk. But Carti World, they're in high alert. They don't want any gaps that could potentially be abused on the side of Subversive. And Subversive, quite frankly, not adjusting to this. It's been, what, 3 rounds in a row here, and Kyaku is the first to fall. And Carti World, they've been doing such a good job of rotating the strong side, too.
True. I think they identified, okay, one of the biggest threats that we have to deal with is Hiren Kyaku. He has been amazing on the first round of the half. And so, let's just keep pushing. And this is, I like this from Subversive. They're very aggressive this time around. They got paranoid though, and they check every single corner. 4K for Astro. He wants that kill onto CMS, and there we go. 13-4. It is Carti World winning Lotus. A lot of smiles on their faces.
Did Chani get a haircut? I think he did.
Oh,
But
yeah.
that's completely game related apparently. But like you mentioned, quick work by Carti World on a map that they have done so well on. This doesn't really surprise anyone. But again, the current theme continues. Carti World doing the best they can and finding all the weak spots on the teams that aren't in the top 4 just yet. On the side of Subversive, we saw those flashes of brilliance.
I'm so sorry. I'm just confused with my directional abilities. Okay, there.
Your
I'm good now.
misinputs.
My
Let's
misinputs.
see if we can get Rico to move to the right, you know.
Yeah.
But
Aw, man, I was about to bring up my own stick, but you know what? I'll do that later. But as we check out the scoreboard, again, you cannot deny Hiren Kyaku's presence, especially in the first round of the half. And therefore, after the switch, it felt like, okay, let's just keep pushing and just eliminate him right off the bat.
right, it's a solution that's pretty apt, you know. Oh, hey, this dude is causing us problems. Let's get rid of the problem causer. And now Carti World, if you really delve into the stats, wow, Patrick Watson again pushing a 350 plus ACS. That's really, really silly. There's a lot of times where Patrick Watson likes to float as the second in, using the utility of his teammates to just kind of clear the space. And it's completely understood why he does have this little pocket, because he's just such a terrible player to go against. You know, it just feels like when you're dueling with Patrick Watson, he's too fast, he's too quick, he reacts to everything. And what's interesting to me is that both sides actually played really well in terms of not getting those eco rounds stolen away. Or those anti-eco rounds, sorry.
Yeah, that's true. It started off really dominant on the side of Carti World, right? They played a bit slow, which was not what we're used to, but it was a sort of a requirement or a strategy to sort of read what Subversive was about to do. And they started off, what, 4-0? 5-0?
Yep, call the police again. They've been looking to clean up the streets of Lotus, and Subversive just couldn't get any hooliganism out to cause trouble. Carti World, but you did say strong start, even stronger adjustments. Subversive, it feels like it just takes so long for them to gather the data they need.
That's true. And I think the only time that they actually were able to take off rounds was whenever Carti World was going for A, and then that's it. You've never seen them win C at all.
That's true. I feel like Subversive, yes, there might be a sense of urgency to what they want to do, but I guess the system of how they want to approach the problem isn't necessarily there yet. They know what they want to do for step 5, but for step 1 to 4, it's a little muddy. They don't have the clarity to just reassess, oh, hey, we need to do this at this point in time to stop from, Y happening, and we have to do with X solution, so on and so forth. All that nerdy stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like it's really good for them to see that, fighting spirit. But of course, that's just map number 1. We're still heading on over to map number 2. So we're going to go over first to a short break.
Food Saver Meals 99 plus. Food Saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver Meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab Cost Saver. The grab Cost Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Cost Saver. Grab Cost Saver won't make you broke, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab Food Saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab Food Saver won't make you broke, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab Food Saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab Food Saver Meals 99 plus. Food Saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver Meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab Cost Saver. The grab Cost Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Cost Saver. Grab Cost Saver won't make you broke, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab Food Saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab Food Saver won't make you broke, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab Food Saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab Food Saver Meals 99 plus. Food Saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver Meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab Cost Saver. The grab Cost Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Cost Saver. Grab Cost Saver won't make you broke, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab Food Saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab Food Saver won't make you broke, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab Food Saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab Food Saver Meals 99 plus. Food Saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver Meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab Cost Saver. The grab Cost Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Cost Saver. Grab Cost Saver won't make you broke, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab Food Saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab Food Saver won't make you broke, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab Food Saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food, savor meals, 99 plus.
Hello, everybody, and hello to the frog on Raf's microphone, and as well as another guest, I suppose. Who are you bringing up? Oh, I thought you were gonna bring up another guest because I know you had Wingman with you.
It's
Okay,
shoes. Oh,
shoes, a pair of frog and a pair of shoes. Raf, Rico here on the broadcast, by the way, on the English broadcast, and we're still in the middle of the series between Carti World and Subversive Esports. A little recap: we just finished Lotus, and it ended with a 13-04 victory on Carti World's favor. Now we're heading on over to Ascent, which is, again, we keep talking about this test of your fundamentals. And Raf, I know this is one of your favorite maps of all time.
oh, this map sucks. We're just gonna get like right into it. I know it's been like 2 years since I've been talking about how awful this map is in pro play, but now we see creativity. We see foods on that Yoru could potentially be really annoying, honestly, because this is not something people would scrim against on a regular basis.
Yeah.
And maybe this is what Subversive need. They need that surprise factor to potentially throw a sneaky right hook into the face of Carti World.
Oh yeah, very true. I mean, this is definitely could be the X factor on the side of Subversive Esports, just as you said. But one thing to point out, though, it's not gonna be. It's Hiren Kyaku actually on the jet as well, alongside with the double duelist combo that they're doing here for Subversive, which again we could feel the aim, we could feel the heat already on Lotus. So it does feel like, you know, the confidence is there for Hiren Kyaku to set up for himself and find these picks.
I really like the Yoru pick on Ascent because there's so many things you could potentially do with him. Granted, there are ways where like you could do. Let's say you're trying to hit A, right? You can potentially go for an instant hell teleport in the midst of all that utility. The only real danger is if there's a player that's specifically hard marking hell, then maybe the hit could get dampened. But again, that's another layer to how Yoru can operate. Yes, he has flashes. Yes, he can, you know, lurk as well as maybe any other lurker in the game. But when he goes with a hit with all these really strange and uncommon angles, it really throws the defense into a bit of a mix-up, into a bit of a vortex.
That's true. Could set up easy flanks, but here comes a fast execute from Patrick Watson with a frenzy. Headshot onto CMS. They're still not stopping here, and he's flying across lane as well. Gets the backstab as Youngport tries to even out the numbers. 3v4 right now. They have control of the site. Let's see how the Yoru will work out with a flash here. And to the side by stairs, Patrick Watson is positioned. And Hiren Kyaku here with the ghost gets the dink, dashes out. But against 3, actually, still a possibility. Ichisola and Patrick Watson are quite low right now, and they will try to push him down. But the problem is, he peaks onto 2, actually onto 3. My math is incorrect.
Numbers game definitely being played by Carti World, doing a great job of just playing the death ball.
The death ball indeed is very worth as they win that pistol.
Does get one more, but this is a different layer of Patrick Watson that Subversive have to deal with. Granted, here in Kyaku has already gotten few kills to himself. Patrick Watson on the jet has proven to be the bane of many teams. And we see the first timeout of the entire season.
Oh!
It's because Ray Ray said the games were going so fast today.
Ray Ray!
I knew it. I knew it. I knew something was gonna happen. This is it.
Yeah.
Oh my.
I mean, it's
Alright,
okay.
we're good.
Remember when we were, you know, talking about anime during the technical pause? I think, you know, I'm not
Is
gonna
it
say
time
anything.
again?
is
You're just
it
so
time
excited
again?
to talk about anime, aren't you? I would never do that because I am not an indulger of the cartoons.
Excuse me? Excuse me, what did you call anime?
It is cartoons.
Cartoons. I mean, animation.
Oh yeah, still. Yeah, but you know, it's. Is anime actually still? I'm pretty sure it is. By a technicality, it's still the same thing, you know.
Actually, yes, it's still
Actually, chat.
cartoons. Going back on Hiren Kyaku. So apparently it is from Bleach, but for those of you who don't know what Bleach is,
an
It
anime.
used to be. It's an anime, but it used to be a part of the big three, right? What are the big three?
Dare I say the worst one out of the big three? Well,
What?
no, I don't think so. Actually,
Was Bleach not part of the big three? I thought it was.
I don't think so.
At
Isn't
some
big
point it
three
was.
Shonen.
Yeah, Naruto, Bleach,
Dragon Ball.
and One Piece.
What?
In that generation. In that generation,
I
for
was
sure.
about to flip out.
What are you talking about? No. In
can't-
that generation. That part when
Wait,
the big
so what,
three.
what generation is Dragon Ball?
Whatever.
Huh?
Maybe it was like Gen 0, maybe.
No, not like the first Dragon Ball. Talk about like Dragon Ball Z, you know, where
Oh.
Piccolo becomes the adoptive father of Gohan because Goku can't, do dad stuff.
I mean, to be fair, I think it's the same gen as Hunter, right?
Is it
like,
really?
It is, I feel. It is. I think.
Yeah, well-
Yeah. And like Yu Yu Hakusho, I feel, as well. So the same gen
So I
as
guess
that.
Dragon Ball's the clear winner of that generation.
For
'cause
sure!
There's no like.
Hands down.
I feel like I am defending Dragon Ball. Like every time anime is brought up, I just love the instant transmissions, the silver hair,
Oh,
ultra
yeah.
instinct. That could happen right now.
That's
Actually,
true.
look.
Exactly. With the scan, they have no idea that Foods is there, and the spring transfer from
Ew.
Channy Boy is, as you said, ew.
That's kind of clean. I'm not gonna
It
lie.
is.
That's so clean. Good job,
Spike
Channy Boy,
planted.
tearing up into the defense after the Jet has dashed onto the site. Honestly, that's such a courageous play on the side of Carti World. Because normally you try to take short, right? But no, they walk in. They're not scared of the market presence. And I guess they could theoretically tank the classic shots anyway, as long as they keep flooding onto the site. But again, Carti World doing a great job. Channy Boy now on the board. I feel like Channy Boy has to be one of the better initiators of maybe his generation, right? Because I don't think there's anybody that comes to mind. Again, that came in from the last two splits. Newer players,
I'll
at least.
show you, scary Omen.
True. It's like a very specific. What do you call this? The idea of your Soba initiator. Maybe when it comes to the KO, I feel like he's incredibly consistent at that. Getting Chaku though. Already here with the blind! Paranoia! And the hard blind as well with Food taking advantage of that. Nicely done read, and he is out of there as Kirin Kyaku decides to dash in but gets flashed instead. Now it's a 3v1 situation. What will Channy Boy do? He still needs to do a guessing game. He needs to spot out where Foods is at, and now he knows. And he's gonna close the door at the moment. Gets flashed, but reads the teleport. Now it's a 1v2. Oh, that hard work. Where is it now?
Where is it? As all the flashes in the world can't stop the Carti World onslaught, did its damage, but now Channy Boy maybe puts himself in a hard situation.
No way! Now it's a 1v1 situation. Does he read that? No way! It's a 4K Channy Boy. Just as you said, Raf. My gosh.
The enemies of every eye doctor out there is this duo of flashers. Again, Food starts off the round with a really well-placed one. Not something you would anticipate.
standing.
And again, Channy Boy, they hailed him as one of the brightest players, both literally and figuratively.
Yeah.
One of the best flashers of his batch, showing why
Do it again.
that's the case.
It's crazy. That round was crazy. And the fact that Subversive had the numbers advantage at the beginning, and now they're back to their eco. Foods with the off angle, but they're not gonna stop here, actually. They head on over to the site.
Walk through it. Again, there's a lot of flashing here. Could potentially find some of these players on a list. Don't give them a big colored trench coat. Maybe get them away
Oh, it's Crossfire.
from these dangerous crossfires. Again, Boots has a few seconds left on this dimensional drift, but they're not converting out of it.
Who's going to Gen instead? Finds Ichi Solo. But Ichi Solo finds his head. And the shots were not gonna land as Carti World starts with another 4-0.
They try to use that dimensional drift as a bit of a band-aid solution, but Carti World, more than just a mere scratch, it is a laceration that's been lasting 2 maps now. Again, Subversive, they've had ideas on how to stop the bleeding, but Carti World, they've been doing a lot of damage in terms of the hits. They've been layering their utility well. Subversive try to throw that curveball with the Yoru pick, and we see some of its merits. It's the conversion, the follow-through. Still a little lacking.
That's true. And even though they get the numbers advantage, it's about how do you find that lead? I thought that was the real one, and it is a fake. And the teleport onto Jen, having a little bit of that verticality.
How is this going to play into the round? Again, Carti World exploring a lot of their options here. Subversive going for a pretty standard retake. They do have quite a bit of utility to work with. But they get Patrick Watson without the need to.
I know. They have the operator! Doesn't get the hit. This is an expensive buy. Finds the other kill as well. 4v2 situation. Wian's still alive. Finds the triple. Itchy solo! I can't believe it. I thought that was going to be the round for Subversive. But the A main Guardian here onto Itchy solo finds the target.
Falling into a web again. Looks like they were maneuvering it so well.
Yeah.
But alas, Itchy solo from the shadows. Getting that final kill. And now Carti World 5-0 on Subversive yet again with just a really weak buy. Yes, they have the Judge. Yes, they have the Ares. But Carti World, they've been so sharp with everything.
They have been. They are not worried once they have the numbers disadvantage. It feels like any of the players from Carti World can equalize and win a duel.
Equalization and stability is something that Subversive is maybe craving for at this point, but undeterred is Carti World.
Really nice flash as well. Oh, everything's happening inside the Cloudburst. There's a party, and it's only a few seconds. They're able to clear the sides here and Yaku. The dives are not gonna hit, and not gonna work out as Ichi Solo finds a kill onto Heaven. Young Pork is gonna fall as Astro deals the final blow, and that's a 6-0 start for Carti World.
This pace that Subversive want to enforce, it's not there. Carti World, this is where they thrive. They want those immediate hits. They want those immediate firefights. And again, capitalizing on these early kicks has been a great point for everybody in Carti World. Subversive though, what do they do to adjust is the big question here. Do they try to be a bit more aggressive on the opposite end of the map? Do they try to squeeze out Carti World? I mean, in the last 3 rounds, Rico, Carti World have just been going at it at A main. And Subversive just have not had that hard stop.
Yeah, they've not been playing for time. They're not rotating once they hit a site. That is it. They try to fight. And they might do the same thing all over again. There's the setup, the nano swarms as well to stop the rest, but there's no punish, no take at all. Candy Boy's gonna close the door here. And lockdown is gonna get initiated as they're pretty much trapped here, but the Hunter's Fury to destroy the lockdown is gonna be enough. And there's another lockdown. Both lockdowns actually is gone as Youngport deals a double. Ichi Solo quite low. Foods finds an angle but doesn't finish the target as Patrick Watson deals another kill. 3v2 right now. He is still pretty much alive. Win with a kill. 2v2. Minori with a kill. And that's his triple. And Subversive takes that round and they break momentum.
Feels like deja vu all over again.
Yeah.
Subversive taking it away on that 7th round. Can't get lucky. Number 7 is Carti World. But all this brawling, it would have eventually taxed the players. And this is the point, you know, where Subversive might get a window of opportunity. Carti World maybe just a little fatigued from all these high intensity exchanges. That it's maybe making them forget that there is a minute and 45 on the clock. No need to rush.
That's true. It feels like it has been the same game. Patrick Watson amongst the Cloudburst uses the duel against Hiren Kyaku. And now he is going to get his 2nd kill. Still pretty much alive. Still has the dash. And decides to just up the aggression instead. Young Pork over here onto Jen. Gets a kill. Let's see if the trade happens. Sees Uyen getting that kill. And now it's a 1v2. Remember what they can do. Carti World, it's the 1v2s that really mattered. They identified where the 1 is as a 4K happens for Hiren Kyaku. It is literally deja vu.
Confidence on the side of Subversive after that heavy hit towards tiles. You see Hiren Kyaku maximizing that flash. And you see Carti World being a little confused too. I don't think they expected that classic jet dash play to really pan out. Again, unbroken is Subversive, but Carti World very headstrong lead. If this is a repeat of Lotus. I think this is where they answer back? Question mark.
Perhaps.
Get out of my
They
way.
decide to not do the same thing that they did earlier, as the Hunter's Fury has been initiated.
Interesting choice. Oh,
It kills Astro!
well, now we see the fruits of the Hunter's Fury here, as they're gonna be missing that controller. So all these angles will have to go in raw.
Oh.
Party World. Yes.
Yes.
Flash.
Flashing. But Minori has his own flash as well at the ready, as Hirin Kyaku is the guardian of lane. He has eyes on this, so if the paranoia hits, it'll be, well, fruitful.
A lot of fruits. Being thrown in the way of Hirin Kyaku, but he has been a ninja. He might just slice through this. Blade Storm's not too far away, but the Phantom is ready in hand. A mag that's completely full, anticipating the dash. Doesn't get the recon in time.
I know. Still able to get a kill though. And that's value. Hirin Kyaku already up the stairs. The headshot mid-air. That's crazy. He's still pretty much alive, and now they have eyes on him. Switches position instead onto lane. 8 bullets. By the way, has used the Cloud Burst to be a bit more aggressive. Channyboy finds his head though. Nicely done scan. 20 seconds on the clock. They have the spike, but they don't have the space to plant as Minori adds pressure. And now that's, as you said, Raph, the comeback is here.
A bow and arrow is old-fashioned.
How long is it gonna stay is the question here for Subversive. Party World, again, hitting a slight roadblock. They've been stumbling just a little bit with their utility use. I think this is pretty much trademark for them to use their utility clear in really early spots. They don't want to deal with that early aggression, but just feels like sometimes they could have needed that onto the hit itself, or maybe save it for a retake on the defense. And Subversive maybe have found their windows here. Carti World with weaker weapons, but not to be underestimated. They have been a terror on these precision weapons.
Exactly. They've been really, really scary with the Sheriffs, with especially the Hero Vandal on the side of Patrick Watson. Youngport is gonna get flushed out because of the Molly, as Hirin Kyaku is going to CT. The CMS though tries to get multiple kills as Youngport as well. It's a 2-for-2 trade so far here, and Astro has to reload, but here comes his teammate. By the way, no way! What is happening? 1v1 now, again, this has been the story between Carti World and SPR and Ichi Solo. Just as you said, do not underestimate the weapons, as he finished the job and destroys again Subversive.
They put on the ski mask and steal a way around the security of SVR again. How many times does this happen when you play against Carti World, Rico? You look at the times, or if it's Patrick Watson on the Guardian, you know somebody's gonna get tapped on the face. Everybody else on Carti World, not a slouch either. We saw that on full display. Now Subversive, hopefully this isn't a hit to their confidence as they look to reel themselves back together. Meanwhile, Carti World going for this 4-1 split yet again.
Oh! Youngport's feeling it, even escapes. That felt like a Jet moment right there for him.
That's right, just dash away. Find what you can find. Carti World losing the tip of the spear yet again. Looking for vulnerabilities in this defense. If anything, Carti World is actually so generous when it comes to early map control. Like, there's so many times where we see them just huddle up on one of the extremities of the map. Just kind of bully their way in from there.
That's true. That has been their formula. And it has been working up against Subversive. Oh, Hirin Kyaku's gonna fly.
Wow.
But won't find anything. They actually get a lot of chip damage aside as Uyen gets a kill on Youngpork. And now it is a 1-for-1. No Patrick Watson and Astro on his offense.
Astro has a few smokes left in his tank to regenerate. He does have a paranoia here. Kyaku has avoided that suppressed, but now he gets one.
Oh, and now someone from B main actually is Minori. Gets a paranoia, is gonna spray down the shots. 2v1 right now. Uyen, will he be able to do this? On to Graffiti. Do they know? Do they check?
Uyen.
Do they don't check? And he gets the double kill, the triple at that for the finish.
Never give up.
No way that just happened, Raph.
Last round
Oh
in the
my
half.
goodness, Subversive, they might just be scratching their heads, Rico. That was a round that they should have won by right. They try to double up, but only present 2 targets to
Enemy
Uyen.
remaining.
Beautifully
Last
done
player
here.
standing.
They even actually spray him to the wall. But in a twist of fate, they face plant. Carti World again getting control.
Here.
And maybe, just maybe, closing out yet another dominant half.
I know it feels like a complete deja vu here. Imagine if they win this one out on a 9-3, which is a possibility. They've been very confident in dismantling Subversive here on their defense. Even Patrick Watson dashing into the site, finds the kill, finds the lockdown. Do they clear Boathouse? No. And now they know that CMS is there. Finds a target, doesn't find a third. And it's a 3v2 right now. Subversive, they have the lead. Here comes Dimensional Drift for the information, the confusion. And that's exactly what they need. And Subversive, they take it 4-8, just like Lotus.
Oh
Switching
dear.
sides.
Just like Lotus is a statement that maybe you don't want to hear on the side of Subversive. Carti World, again, slowly adjusting to this type of tempo. Maybe the answer has already presented itself for Subversive. If we've been paying attention, they've been winning rounds when they swing off of the Yoru utility. They can't let this duelist play like a true solo. Yoru is so destructive when everybody's on the same page. Again, it just creates these awkward fights for any would-be defender if they, again, play with a flash, play with a displacement, play with all of that kit. But Carti World, they've been doing their best job to stop the fight even before it happens.
Revealing area.
That's true. They've been preventing the Yoru to be of value on some of these rounds, and Subversive are much slower compared to the attacks of Carti World at the moment.
Try and confuse the defense here, but Carti World, their consolation prize is they might walk into the retake as a full 5. No, it's a clear 4v4 for both of our teams.
It feels like they're basically doing an early push, just like what they did on Lotus. And let's see if it's gonna work out again this time around as they do get the plant. Astro gets a clear shot. Body shots though, as Hira and Kyaku finds Astro in as well. And here comes a new challenger. There's another one here with another Sheriff. But the crossfire perhaps onto Hell might work out for them as Carti World. Minori though, no one is able to take him down, and now it's a 2v1. Both body shots are enough. Yellow health bars. Uyan now forced to actually dive into the site as Hira and Kyaku finishes off the round, and Subversive. That is exactly what they want.
Insta-give situation for both the sides there, as one body shot could have ended it too. For the remaining members on the side of Subversive, Carti World, this time around, they don't take the pistol, but they did some serious damage here. Subversive looking to upgrade as quickly as they can. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for a full-on Vandal here, but it looks like that's not the case. Carti World, what do they have in store? I mean, realistically, they could just hang back and not risk anything. They do have a cushion after all, but they can't get too complacent with it. Potentially sloppy flash there on the side of Subversive again, waiting for early aggression. No dice.
Yeah, nope, not at all. Someone said pizza. It's Ichi solo, by the way. A couple of shots may not work out, but they are able to finish! What a jump scare from the Yoru! As Kuyan is able to get a kill in the third. Well, Carti World. My gosh, now they're 9-5.
Gun here.
I'm closing my eyes. Like, I'm trying to process what happened here because Subversive again, despite the weapon advantage, taking unnecessary fights. I'm really confused why they would choose to flood an area of the map where they could get squeezed in instead of taking the long angles. But again, trying to throw a curveball at Carti World's side. They do get a few upgrades on their end, at least on Carti World. They get that Guardian that was supposed to do the heavy lifting of that round, but now it's in the hands of Uyan.
That's true. Oh, look at Patrick Watson with an aggressive dash, even finding the dash after words in. Now they're just pushing. They're continuing to push. Looking at it. Man, this is just happening.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
I mean, I get it. The trust and the team is completely present, but sitting duck, perhaps, turned into a roast. Subversive looking more and more confused as the rounds pass, and Carti World maximizing that small eco swing. Subversive, hopefully, where this is the round where they get things together. They have the rifles in hand. They have the utility. They're not too far off from their initiating ults as well. with Carti World. Again, a full head of steam, momentum on their end, and clarity in terms of just manipulating this offense to go where they need to go.
Exactly. It feels like they've been pushing a lot of their, aggression in the space to just basically choke out Subversive. And now I like this from them. They're playing more calmly so that not get pushed out.
Brick by brick, Subversive want to build a lead for themselves, but Carti World have already established maybe a few houses to their name. Subversive, something a little more fragile.
Whoa!
Wow, I can't believe he still contested that.
I know. I mean, the curveball again. Nano Swarm. Nope. I'm still gonna push this one. But Itchy Solo and Patrick Watson kills all over the board for CW. And now the space that they wanted to get, they're just dying one by one.
A little more scattered is Subversive, and CMS have found an opening here. Is this enough though to salvage the round? As it's created a weird spot.
Maybe that's exactly what they needed. Trying to slice the map into multiple parts, and that's exactly why now they have the 2v2 situation on their hands. It was worse.
Spike planted.
I would have expected the Yoru to be in the spot of CMS, but hey, it works out. Astro walking up, 2 smokes. Defense looking a little thin on the side of Subversive. They're all on one area of the map.
No gate crash at all for any repositioning. So this paranoia is going to be of value. Will they take advantage of it? And the 1 and the 2 with a little bit of a stray away there as Astro is going to take this map 11-5.
Clutch.
Taking it into his own hands as Astro.
Yeah.
I thought the swing was mistimed, but Astro had it all under control.
Swarm grenade.
Beautiful paranoia into Boathouse to disorient both of the defenders of the post plant. And again, Subversive narrowly taking it away. Astro just hero it back for the team. That has to sting.
It is honestly super painful, and the reason why it's painful is because they had the right idea. It was 2v2. They were able to bring it down to a better winnable round, but again, the 1v2s on their end feels like it's not as consistent as Patrick Watson gets a kill.
That's never a good sign. How close was he onto potentially finding the controller on the side of Subversive, and Patrick Watson getting an early kill is already a bad omen. The side of Subversive, not literally, of course. Minori 1 away. Speaking of, from the shadows, they could use it as a scouting ult. They could use it to maybe blot out the map and maybe give Food some space, but they go for the raw fights instead.
The spike is down. Oh no, the smoke expired. Wait, he's still alive? No way.
Again, dangerous games. They're playing with fire.
It is exactly that. Channy Boy has an angle here. Oh, he doesn't check, but he sees the cross. So now that information is delivered for sure. And now he actually fires shots of distraction. Playing off of that is crazy. The coordination of CW is flawless.
Match point.
Oh no. Looking a little bleak here on the side of Subversive.
Yeah.
Man, I was really hoping this Yoru pick would do the pick justice, I mean,
yeah.
Again, Yoru, I think, is sleeper good on a lot of maps. It just takes an incredible amount of responsibility. You have to be coordinated, but again, you can't really expect anything less from the teams here. After all, this is close to the tippy top of our region. I really am a fan of the Yoru pick. Patrick Watson going for the flash and dash, but we'll find no targets. Look at Subversive though. They're making a sprint towards the side.
They're just making sure with the dimensional drift to make sure that it is clear. And all the members are invested towards B, and now they make a swift rotate as they find Patrick Watson. Young Pork with a good read. He knows that if I see one, probably there's a second. But he gives that up as Uyen is actually really near. And here we go. Ichi Solo. The crossfire is going to be in fruition as the lockdown is now initiated. They are trapped. They are sandwiched. They are now unable to escape. Now it's a 1v2 situation as Minori wins this one out. And Subversive survives another round.
Oh my goodness. Minori taking again, a page out of Astro's book too. Playing the hero, keeping the lifeline alive for Subversive.
The Spectre.
And with the Spectre nonetheless too, impressive by all accounts. Now Carti World, they might be looking to land the finishing blow onto Subversive here. And if Subversive are still continuing their march, this is a long and arduous journey to overtime.
That's true. The pressure, take it round by round. Foods with a flash. But the setup coming from the Killjoy, coming from Ichisolo is all here. Dash prepared by here in Kyaku. I'm gonna go up to Jens. And the fire shots are here. And Ichisolo finds a kill. Now one onto Hell. No, I'm kidding. That is actually Foods with 10 HP. He's quite low now. And a lot of a pre-fire just to prevent them from going in. Here in Kyaku with a kill. And a nice Hunter's Fury kill as well into Minori. 2v3 situation now. And the lockdown initiated. And the plant isn't even there just yet to buy the time that they need as he picks up the spike. And now he's forced to look up as Shady Boy finishes the map. And the series ends with a 2-0.
A very convincing 2-0, by the way. And Subversive just can't catch a break.
Yeah.
Again, lifelines being tossed their way from, again, here in Kyaku's clutches on Lotus and Minori doing the same onto Ascent. But they were tossed into the fire, as you mentioned. They just couldn't get a handle on the situation. Carti World going for the same consistency that they've been showing all throughout the 3 weeks. And we are going to jump into the stats right here to see where this kind of fell apart. Ichisolo, not surprisingly, doing a lot. I mean, a lot of the damage to soften up the rest of the team for Carti World to capitalize on.
Yeah, Ichisolo always part of that, retake squad, and as well as the hold when we arrived at the first half. And still, props to Hiran Kyaku. Like, he really, really tried his best here. And as well as the attempt on the operator, I don't think it has been working out. It feels like Carti World has read that time and time again. And the way that Carti World would, especially when they're on the defense, they're not playing defense, they're playing offense. Especially once they've...
Offensive.
Yeah, they're playing offensive. Like, it feels like you gotta watch your backs constantly once you're on the attack, because they're not afraid to push that.
That being said, it does feel like Subversive just can't punish the aggression. I mean, normally... you would like the defenders to give the fights to you because now you don't have to use your utility to flush them out and whatnot. But Subversive just did not have that in them today. Channy Boy with probably the best clutch of the map, putting yet again a steal for Carti World. And what else can we say about this map? I mean, it's been a fundamental size up, but Subversive got their angles broken.
I know. And the shot, I mean, it's not Patrick Watson at the top of the KDA board, but once he's able to get the space that he needs, the op shots, the knives, everything pretty much else, it has been such a difficult time for Subversive once that appears. But again, Ichisolo constantly has been very present in a lot of these clutch moments, including Uyen. And Astro as well. Actually, everybody from CW had their own shining moments, especially Channy Boy at the very beginning.
I just feel like there's so much potential that could have had, or potential wasted, honestly, on the side of Subversive. I really think that Yoru is not a bad pick by all means, but the execution requirement is just way too high. But I think we are going to let the panel nerd out as we toss it to them.
Tulad ni Uyen, I love you too. Pero, kasama ko ngayon si Honey Glaze at si Fluffy para sa panel just to break things down from that series number 1 that was Subversive versus Carti Esports. Kanina, we were thinking na masasubvert pa ng Subversive ang expectations ng mga tao. Will they finally get their first win against Carti World or technically the whole series? Hindi! Pero, going into that, HG, simulan mo muna what happened into those 2 games that we just had.
Well, nasa attacking side kasi yung Carti World. Kaya naman nagsimula yun na always in their favor. Sila lagi nagdidictate ng pacing laban sa Subversive. And to the fact na ganun lagi yung nangyayari, ibig sabihin lang nun is parang halos napaglaruan nila na paulit-ulit kung ano bang kaya nilang gawin laban sa Subversive.
Exactly. Opening half pa lang, 8-4 na sa Lotus yung Carti world, and they steamroll the defense as well, getting a clean last 5 rounds. Surprisingly, ito pa naman yung pick ng Subversive. So you'd think that they'd have a slight edge considering that they have the choice for that one. A lot of their players as well stepping up. I think overall sa series ito, we can all say that both Astro as well as Patrick Watson has really put a lot of work as we move on to Ascent, where a similar story did also happen, ending with 13-6.
Oh yeah. Actually, kanina naman off stream, let's do focus a bit on the side of Carti World's Patrick Watson. Na parang Fluffy, off stream we were watching the games and you kept saying na parang Patrick Watson just really different when it comes to the shooting mentality and comes to Valorant. Does that affect your performance ng Carti World the way they are as a team?
It really does. I mean, you can even see sa highlight na to, there's a couple times that he'll just updraft and dash through a lot of those extremities on A or B side para lang makuha nila yung space even on the defense. So yung feeling na wala siyang takot-takot para pumasok or lumaban has really been one of those convincing factors that allow Carti World to move around the map. Especially since he has yung self-confidence din, natatama yung shots niya.
Well,
Oh, and look at this, HG. MVP, Astro, actually.
understandable kung bakit siya yung naging MVP for this series alone, ano? Dahil, again, paano nga ba magkakaroon ng comfortability si Patrick Watson to go in with just the dash, with just the flights in, coming in with the race, or kaya naman ng isang jet, diba? Dahil nga, we have the backline supports, we have Astro who is ready always for the refrags. Nandito naman kaagad din sila Chani Boys para sa pag-clear out mga corners. So, better yet, ang better understanding dito between the two is, yes, makakakuha ng mga early kills, initiating kills si Patrick Watson, pero to finish things off, nandito si Astro.
Exactly.
Yep.
I mean, kita din natin on the statistics on map number 1 and map number 2, siya yung pinakamaraming assists sa buong Carti World side. Siya talaga yung tumutulong, like HG said, enabling a lot of their team to do what they need to do.
Yeah, that's true. Kasi kung sa mga pelikula pa, di mo naman nakikita si Sherlock Holmes nakakasolve mag-isa.
Totoo.
Meron siyang, sino ba yung assistant? Sino? No, si Dr. Watson.
Si Patrick Watson.
Si Patrick Watson, ayun. So parang sila yung combo, ika nga, the detective and the doctor for Carti World. Ina-assess, tas kinocure. Sige, walang kwenta yung segue na yun. Anyway, so that we're talking about this series, why not talk to the MVP himself and let's see how they shoot for the stars. We bring into the panel the MVP for the series. Let's welcome Astro. Ayun. Hello,
Ayun.
Astro!
Hello po.
Hello. Alam mo,
Hello po.
parang bida sa K-drama. Nanonood ka ba ng K-drama?
Opo.
Ayun, ano last na pinanood mo?
Yung recent, yung Queen of Tears po.
Grabe, man! Ang
Grabe.
ganda nun!
Updated.
Honghin! Kasi, yan, grabe. Ang ganda nun. Ako, naiyak ako sa ending. Pero anyway, ako nga po si Juicy Bruce eh. Kasama ko si Honey Glaze, tsaka si Fluffy. Meron kami mga katanungan sa iyo about the series or yung run mo dito sa VCT Split 2. So, HG, simulan mo na ang mga katanungan.
Hi Astro, congratulations! Nanalo kayo muli ng isang panibagong series. Ito lang naman yung question ko. How is the mentality going for you guys na alam nyo nakikita nyo komportable na kasi si Patrick Watson eh. So, ano bang nagiging idea nyo as a support player for him na, ayun nga, may comfortability na may momentum pa throughout the series?
Yun po, tinatry po namin talaga mag-adjust sa playstyle niya kasi yun po, medyo explosive po kasi talaga siya maglaro as a duelist. Kaya ginagawa namin ng paraan yung mga gusto niyang gawin, yung mga overpicking na ginagawa niya. Talagang sinasabayan namin siya. Parang pag binigilan po kasi namin siya, parang mababago yung playstyle niya eh. Kaya tinatry po namin yung best na mag-improve talaga siya as a team.
I love that answer. Thank you so much, Astro. So, si Fluffy?
Buti naman na may tiwala ka din kay Patrick Watson kasi grabe talaga pag gumagana yung mga strategy niyo, as in parang nadudurog yung first part na round at sa inyo na yung mapa. Pero para sa tanong ko, as a controller, kitang-kita natin on these last two maps na napakalaki ang impact mo. So ano yung masasabi mo sa mga other controllers out there para matulungan sila to improve their game? Because it seems like even with playing just the Omen and having one flash, you have so much impact.
Yes, siguro po as a controller, masasabi ko lang po sa mga other controller din na mag-play for the team po kayo. Wag po kayo focus sa kill kasi darating naman po sa inyo yan sa mga rounds. And yun, talagang focus nyo lang po talaga is makatulong sa teammate nyo. Mag-flash kayo kung kailangan, mag-smoke kayo kung kailangan. At ayun, kahit hindi nila kinokol, talagang dapat medyo ano ka, medyo smart ka. Talagang gagawin mo na agad.
Wow.
I'm taking notes kasi controller main ako.
Ayun,
Oo.
kailangan mo ba ng awareness?
Oo.
Alam mo
Yes
ba,
po,
Astro,
yun,
si
exactly.
HG ay Astragad. Wala lang.
Astragan.
Kwento ko lang. Pero anyway, maraming salamat Astro. But before we let you go, man, eto lang yung simpleng katanungan ko para sa iyo na kung ikaw ay isang superhero, sino ka at bakit?
Sino ako? Ang hirap lang. Ang dami, pero ano na lang.
Pili ka.
Si Superman na lang.
Yeah.
Oh, bakit
Kasi-
si super yun, no?
Man of Steel.
Kaya, Man of Steel kasi, ayun, tagaligtas ng mga nangangailangan tsaka nakakalipad.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah, mahilig ka
yun.
pala lumipad.
So,
Supportive
foreshadowing
pa
yan, next game, magje-jet na tong si Astro kasi gusto lumipad. Pero anyway, maraming salamat Astro and sana naman nag-enjoy ka sa game na yon and
Thank you po,
grabe,
thank you so
ganda
much
ng Queen of Tears, no? Oh, so, before ka namin, let go, shout out ka muna or i-invite mo silang manood sa bago mong series na Queen of Tears. Ikaw yung bida, ikaw si Hong Yun Woo. Pero ikaw na, sige, go ahead, shout outs mo, Astro.
Okay po, thank you po sa Carti Esports Gaming Hub, sa mga owner ng Carti, sa mga teammates ko, si Chani, si Patrick Watson, si Uyen, at si Ichi Solo. Tsaka yung coach namin na talagang, pinipilit kaming mag-improve as a team. Kasi, ayun nga, yung mga recently na laban namin, medyo nagiging parang kampante na kami. Pero yun, talagang minimake sure namin na every talo din namin, talagang pinipilit namin ayusin yung mga mistakes namin. And yun, shoutout sa family ko na nanonood and shoutout sa mga friends ko and shoutout kay Jen Hernandez. Ayun. Thank you
Yun.
po. And,
Uy,
and sa mga fans,
Yun ba yung
sa mga fans,
home ng buhay mo?
yes po. And yun, sa mga shoutout din sa mga fans ng Carti World. Ayun, abangan niyo po kami. Sana maganda po yung mapakita namin sa mga next. Ayun, thank you.
Yun! Maraming salamat. And of course, we've always wanted to see the best more of Carti World. Maraming salamat sa iyo, Astro. And again, congratulations on that quick 2-0 sweep on the end of Subversive. Maraming salamat. We will see you again on weeks 5 and week 6. Good luck to you.
Thank you po.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ayun! Parang may honghiin siya sa buhay niya. Nanood siya ng Queen of Tears. Nanalo pa siya. Parang champion na champion si Tropa. Pero bago ang lahat, meron pa tayong series number 2. But before we go on a very short break, pasalamatan muna natin for those people who made all this possible, starting with Mineski Global, the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
Also, special thanks to our official super app na partner natin si Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver, delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals. We have our promo code na GrabFood60. Get up to 60 pesos off your order with a minimum spend of 550. Simula yan ng 11 a.m. onwards.
And last but not the least, this tournament is officially sponsored by the Games and Amusement Board.
Ayun, maraming salamat sa aking mga panelists, which is HG and Fluffy. And that was the end of series number 1. Again, congratulations to Carti World going 2-0 against Subversive. Huwag kayong aalis kasi meron pa tayong series number 2. And that is going to be, teka lang nawala yung notes ko, that is going to be OSC versus JustUs. So huwag kayong aalis. We will be taking a very, very short break. We'll be back. Don't go away.
friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver won't make it roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver won't make it roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver won't make it roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver won't make it roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make it roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus.
So yun na nga, wala ako maintindihan. Off-stream, iba yung narinig ko. May isa nagsasabi, scholar daw siya. So anyway, welcome back. Dito na pala tayo sa series number 2 ng VCT Split 2 PH. Nga pala ito ka, Mas Juicy Brucey. Kasama ko ang isang deep... Tama ba yung script? Yung healer!
Healer yan,
Tapos
tama,
isang
healer.
DPS.
Yay!
Kung ano man ibig sabihin yan, ang ibig sabihin yan, ang isa ay si Sage, ang isa
Si
Jet.
Dancer.
Si Dancer.
Feeling ko lang. Kung tama ako. Sama si Rico, tsaka si Ray Ray. And double R for today. And double R means roar, roar. Roar! Kasi we have the second series for today. And that is going to be OSC versus JustUs. Mas bago ang lahat man yan, pasalamatan muna natin ang mga tao who made this all possible. Starting with Mineski Global, the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
And of course, maraming salamat din sa ating official super app partner na si Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver. Delivery fees then as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos lang with Grab Food Saver meals. Gamitin lang yung promo code na mag-appear dito sa screens nyo, GrabFood60, and get up to 60 pesos off of your order with a minimum spend of 550 pesos. Ayun nga, promo runs from 11 a.m. onwards. Ayan.
At syempre, last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Nilagyan mo pa ng last but not the least para lang humaba yung script mo.
Sorry.
But
Kasi
anyway,
ako gusto ko marami ako
Ay.
sinasabi. Ako maging
So,
nonchalant.
And then
Si Rico yung nonchalant. Tama ba ako?
Alam nyo guys, hindi ko alam yung reference na yan. Kailangan ko ata mag-research sa internet. Sorry po.
Hindi nga.
Totoo?
Ano yung...
Ay, sorry. Eto na, magtatrabaho na kami direct. Di ko narinig yung sinabi niya. So, parang yung sinabi niya ay parang highlights ba? Ay, team intros pala. Eto na. Pero anyway, before we head in over at mawala pa tayo sa script na binabasa ko, we're looking at two teams right now, both not strangers to the fray of VCT PH, especially this year. Now we're in Split 2, so eto na nga, tingnan muna natin ang first team na pupunta sa ating second series for today, and that would be JustUs.
Syempre guys, i-introhan ko lang yung JustUs. JustUs, can we figure out what we keep doing wrong? Anyway, JustUs, Siko, Second Love, Lloyd, Dream, Par, Schofield, Repulsive. Ilang beses na natin sasabihin to, they had an outstanding performance last sa split. Pero ngayon, it seems like wala talaga. Di natin makita yung pop-off nila. Kasi nga, nag-try sila ng different compositions na di naman pala sila super talagang 100% okay with it, na na-practice nila ng maayos. And late na nila na apply na dapat nagdo-double duelist na lang sila. And sana nakuha na nila kagad yung ganong remarks nung first half pa lang ng kanilang games, but it is what it is. Sana manalo sila sa mga next games pa nila dito lamang sa regular season.
Yun nga, JustUs, kung meron tayong Golden 3 na si Naos, Zol Esports, tsaka Oasis, parang meron na tayong Silver 3, kumbaga, na they really can do great things. Pero pagdating sa Golden 3, parang nahihirapan sila sa mga matches nila. At including JustUs, at syempre Old Stinky Cat, kasama na rin yun ng Carti World. JustUs, nakakuha sila ng mga matches, or maps rather, up against some of the top teams. Kumbaga, sila yung may potential upset. Lalong-lalo na sa Ascent, parang ang galing-galing nila dito, parang praktisado na nila yung mapang ito.
Yep, that's true. Kung sinabi ni Rico kanina, we have the Golden Three. That's against, si Nao, si Oasis, and Zol. On Split 1, we had like the Wow 3, the Wow Liu 3, and that was, wow! What? Mga OA pala itong tatlo nagsama eh. Tayo din pala yung OA 3. Pero we did have the Wow 3 from Split 1, and that, for me personally, that was OSC, JustUs, and then first Mega Saver. Yun yung parang, wow,
tama.
okay, galing sila ng promo relegation, but now we have OSC and JustUs from that WoW 3 from Split 1 na natitira. And JustUs right now, sad to see them falter out in this split na parang medyo still trying to claw back into the playoff seeding. And from that WoW 3 you mentioned, it's part pa rin ng OSC. And speaking of OSC, they are going to be their adversaries for week number 4. So eto na, tingnan natin yung lineup ng Old Stinky Cats.
Kung kanina meron tayong JustUs, meron naman tayong Meow Ichinisa! Arigato! Ayan tayo. Oh, Stinky Cat. Sinabi na nga ni Bruce na isa sila sa mga wow 3 kasi nga grabe yung kanilang potential. I think again my biggest memory na sobrang explosive sa kanila is when they beat Oasis dun sa split, and it was a lot of them including Fall X. Grabe sa race. Meron din tayong best Gecko dito sa VCT PH Split 1 na si Dizzy FPS, and a lot of very seasoned players when it comes to the local scene, and combined together you have a very explosive roster at very confident, lalong-lalo na when they gain momentum, parang ang hirap nilang patigilin.
And these guys, they do their research eh. Diba?
Oo.
Alam natin na may counter sila parati. Imagine, they were able to put 11-6 against Naos, pero yun lang yung number one problem ng Old Stinky Cat in most of their series na natatalo sila. They are having a hard time to close it out, especially with the teams that has more experience than them, diba? At sana maayos nila yon along the way because they have so much to learn pa dito lamang sa stage 2.
Yep, that's true. Pero surprisingly for OSC, no, na parang that surprising loss against Carti World, one of the losses that for this team we did not expect. Na parang sige, kakalabanin nila yung Naos, kakalabanin nila yung Oasis Gaming. Parang sure, it's gonna be a 50-50, more mga 60-40 favoring on the side of the bigger teams. Pero with OSC, again, looking at split number 1, they were one of these teams na parang wow, galing nila. They had that factor always. So parang, watching these two teams straight from Split 1, going into week number 4 in Split 2, it's exciting para makita natin how are they working out na ba as to the further parts of Split 2. Pero anyway, napag-usapan natin the teams in general. This time, let's look at the microscopic level into different players from both teams. Let's look at our head-to-head. And our head-to-heads are going to be from Fallex and Lloyd Dream. Ito ay selection ng aking mga dealer, healer, tsaka DPS. Dealer! Ano? Hoy! Wala! Healer, tsaka DPS.
Healer.
Okay, sige. My healers and DPS. Lloyd Dream and Fallex, what is with these two players from the different teams?
I think yung super interesting dito is syempre Fall X, both of these players flex a lot, and I do feel like dito pagdating sa Old Stinky Cat, they're trying to mix things up a bit from their stage 1 roles. Parang paiba-iba na rin dito pagdating sa stage 2. At isa din yon, syempre Fall X, hindi ko pa rin matatanggal yung memory kung gaano siya ka-confident, ka-explosive nung range siya. Lalong-lalo na pag may access siya sa mga maps that can really propel him on a race. I think that's one of his best picks. Lloyd Dream naman, feeling ko ang titingnan natin aside from his flexibility on this role, on his team, hindi lang Killjoy, nagsusova din paminsan-minsan. Kagaya ng sinabi mo, Ray, nagkukulove din siya, 'di ba? So, para sa akin, ang titingnan natin from Lloyd Dream is on his eco rounds. I think Lloyd Dream is really good pag nag-sheriff siya. Sobrang precise na mga shots niya. So, I think ito yung pinaka-highlights na alala ko pagdating dito sa dalawang players na to.
At saka ang gagaling nila mag-Clove. We don't usually see a Clove player that this good, diba? Siyempre sa ibang high tier, like in Pacific, we've seen best players as well pagdating lamang doon, particularly Flashback. Pero pagdating dito sa Philippines, silang dalawa yung nakita nating outstanding talaga. Not just by using Clove, but also pagdating sa consistency as the player. Tignan mo naman yung ACS nila parate, yung round win rate nila. At ito pa yung average assist nila. Sobrang laki, lalong-lalo na kay Lloyd kasi kahit naka-killjoy siya, kahit naka-jet siya, it's still on a matter of how much frags does he get. So sana ngayon, against Old Stinky Cat, itong si Folex together with Lloyd, they will also help their team in succeeding the win.
And most stark parang similarity from both these players na parang you put them in any agent, you put them in any role, kaya nilang mag-fill up eh. So for example, on Lloyd Dream's end, you give him like a Clove or a Killjoy, so parang he needs to win. He had the duelist mindset. Same for Folex then. So parang, you know, looking at these two players, it goes to show na both Old Stinky Cats and JustUs, they have more to offer here on split number 2. Ang problema nga lang is that the weeks are closing in. Sobrang lapit na natin to week number 6. And you know, that's when we get to know kung sino ba yung papasok ng playoffs. So for both of these teams, every win is important. Matanong ko lang sa yung dalawa, importante bang manalo?
Oo naman! Syempre, galit eh. Oo naman! Galit, sorry po.
Important!
Ay, reference ulit yun sa internet. Sorry na po.
Hindi. Sa akin lang, kung siya yung tama, okay lang ako yung mali. Pero anyway,
Kasi babae
nandito na
ay
tayo
palaging
para...
tama.
Soft opera, bigla tayo.
So, sorry, kakapanood ko lang ng Queen of Tears. Kausap ko nga si Astro kanina. Akala ko magchichismisan pa kami. Pero here we are. We do have the map vetoes. Finally, we will figure out kung ano ba yung ipaglalaban ng dalawang teams na to just to get that victory. So let's head it over to map vetoes. Sige, Rico, balatan mo na kasi di ko alam kung ano talaga yung tama.
I mean, so far no, nagsastruggle itong sila Old Stinky Cat sa Lotus, Sunset, at saka sa Icebox. I think yun yung kailangan tanggalin ng OSC. Kasi Split, feeling ko, yung isa sa mga pinaka-comfortable na mapa, at saka Ascent, itong dalawang to. Oh, wow.
Okay, interesting for JustUs, di sila nag-sunset. Siguro dahil 50-50 sila. So they'd rather go, of course, to their favorite na magdo-double duelist sila 100% dito lamang sa Ascent map. And yes, guys, pagdating lamang syempre sa Meow, diba? Ayaw talaga nila parating laruin ang Breeze. But looking at it naman, good choice, Riku. Dito lamang sa Meow to actually pick split map.
Ito nga yung isa sa mga mapa ng Meow na they can stand toe-to-toe sa mga ating top teams dito sa... And honestly, I'm really surprised that JustUs decides to ban Lotus. I guess it's one of the things na sino ba yung mas mahina sa atin na dalawa pagdating sa mapa nito. Kasi I feel like both teams are struggling with this, pero I feel like maybe JustUs does not want to take the risk and open that up.
Yeah. I mean, they lost a 13-0 here in Split. So, sabi ng Meow, might as well. Kasi diba, ang dami din namang panalo ni Meow sa Split. If hindi, sobrang dikit. But then, our decider is going to be bind. Guys, can we all agree na ito ay pabor in both teams? Because basically, JustUs also is good here in bind.
Yeah.
Agree. Sobrang agree sa'yo, Ray. Kasi, kagaya ng sinabi mo yung bind, yung decider natin, hindi siya pabor either way. Kasi, JustUs and Old Stinky Cat have gone the long way, the long haul sa mga maps na to laban sa, you know, Naos, laban sa Oasis. So, napaka-familiar na sila dito sa mapang to for sure.
Yeah.
That's true. Kasi if you are to look at bind on the side of JustUs, kasi they've only lost to teams like the Golden Three na pinagsasabi natin kanina, which is Zol, Naos, and Oasis Gaming. Pero when you put like the team like JustUs into bind with like, you know, the middle teams, ika nga, na we're in, they could stand toe-to-toe. They could really go the extra mile for that one for this team. So parang, you know, if ever we're going to a game 3, parang bind is like a good deciding factor kung sino ba nakakalamang for both these teams. Now that we've seen the map vetoes, healer and DPS, matanong ko lang sa inyo. Masaya ba kayo? Di, joke lang. Ito na.
Oh,
Malungkot kayo?
Sabi ko happy.
Hindi, happy kami.
Bakit double yung happy?
Titi. Ngayon ko lang na-realize yung sa Twice, yung titi, umiiyak pa lang
Oo
yun.
nga. Anong opposite nun?
It's like, if capital T, dot T sa keyboard. Umiiyak yan.
Ayan.
Oy, Jong yan! Baka naman, pansinin mo na ako. Pero ito na nga, speaking of pansinin natin yung predictions ng aking mga panel dito. So, we've seen the map vetoes at nakikita natin yung mga performance ng both teams for like the past few weeks. Now that we are on day 2, week number 4, and with the map vetoes in mind, Rico, sino bang mananalo dito? Is it JustUs or OSC?
Wow, ako muna. Sige. Okay, ang aking prediction dito ay isa akong malaking fan ever since ng core ng Game Lab Alpha. So talagang pupunta ako dito. Rekta na dito sa Old Stinky Cat. I think I'm really a big fan of how they play. Very scrappy, very unpredictable. Once they get the momentum down, it feels like hindi na sila titigil. So dito ako sa Old Stinky. Meow.
Old Stinky me.
Ako naman, kahit di na i-throw, dito na ako kaagad, uunahan ko na si Juicy Brucey. Pero kasi
sige.
dito, sige, sit ka lang dyan. Pero kasi talaga, I agree na ang Old Stinky Cat is a refined version of JustUs. But then, pagdating sa JustUs, they are just all-knowing as well. They are so confident, 'di ba? Kahit may mga teams na may mga applied shots sila, ay isang team na hindi nag-overthink. So despite na 13-0 sila sa split, despite na maganda ang performance ng Old Stinky Cat, I put my trust to JustUs. So I'm gonna go with JustUs on this series.
Oh wow, very different opinions for both my panel, Rico and OSC, and Ray for JustUs. On my end naman, I've always been a fan of Lloyd Dream. So aside from being a fan of Lloyd Dream himself, JustUs on Split 1, they showed us something amazing pa rin eh. So parang, I'm really hoping that this team could carry over here in Split 2 and finally make some way to head on over into the playoffs. So parang yung sa akin, I really want JustUs to win. So that would be my prediction. We're heading it over to JustUs. So now that we have seen our predictions, eto lang, matanong ko lang sa'yo, Rico, since you chose OSC, what is like the bigger advantage factor ba ng OSC against JustUs in your very own thoughts as you've seen their VODs?
I do think they have the parang hindi sila natatrap in a certain mentality when kahit sino kalaban nila, it feels like they're gonna play the same. While they do have a certain adjustments here and there from VOD reviews, it feels like yung mental approach sila sa isang series, it feels like they're the type that can really extend, they can really come back. Parang kahit anong score, kahit anong kalaban mo, they still play the same is what I want to say is their advantage.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Ikaw naman, Ray, para sa JustUs.
Para sa ako na meron lang ako idadagdag sinabi ni Rico. Nag-aaral din yung Old Stinky Cat sa mga VODs nila. Yun yung meron na advantage nila against JustUs. Pero yun nga, sa JustUs kasi hindi sila yung team na masyadong by the book eh. 'Di ba? Yes, they have yung sets of what they found in their Valorant foundation ever since they started playing. But then they don't overthink yung mga situations na may pressure sa kanila. Siguro if they started out real good sa mga previous games nila, siguro nadala nila yung momentum na yon. Pero kasi this time medyo challenging nga eh. Ibang-iba yung nakita natin na JustUs sa first season compared ngayon sa second split. So sana ma-improve nila against Old Stinky Cat because I know that they can still make a statement out of this.
Yeah, that's true. And again, just to do like a quick reminder so far, parang in the placements from both these teams in the group stage rankings, it's Old Stinky Cats currently at 5th place, and then yung JustUs naman nasa 7th. So parang if ever they get to have this win so far, they just look for JustUs, they're gonna slowly be tying up with Avernus Esports, trying to secure that playoff seeding. So parang ayun na nga, we still have 2 weeks remaining. We're at week 4, we have week 5, and week 6 to be coming up. So parang in just a bit, we're finally going to be seeing these two teams, scramble off to our first map, which is going to be, ano nga yun?
Kaya mo yan.
Rebutan ko talaga.
Secret!
Ascent. We're going to Ascent first.
Thank you guys. Grabe talaga yung panel ko. Ang tatalino. Sana maging talino din ako. Matalino din ako. Wala na to.
Oh, yan. Kaya mo yan, dude.
Kaya mo yan.
Pero I wanna bounce off of what you said.
Sige, ano yun, Rico?
Kasi, di ba, 2 weeks na lang yung natitira. Both of these two teams. 6 and 7th place. Dikit sila. So, para sa akin, yung pressure actually, well, I mean, none of the other. I feel like, syempre, dito sa JustUs, kasi they're at the bottom 4. Bottom 4 means, well, you can't make it to the crossover matches. You can't move on to the next round. So, feeling ko yung pressure mas nasa kanila dito.
Yep.
Ako, basta at the end of the day, it's all up to JustUs to define their winning moment. They win this, they might go to playoffs.
Alright, so tingnan natin, makikita na natin kung sino nga ba ang tunay na malakas na TikTok song. Ito ba ay Just Us or Ichinisan Meow? Okay, ready na yung ating casters, ready na yung ating teams. Let's head over to series number 2. It's Just Us versus Old Stinky Cats in 3, 2, 1. Yan, ito na.
We have Frogs, we have Old Stinky Cats, and of course we have Just Us into the series. Once again, my name is Raph, and that man who just teleported on the opposite side to me is Fluffy. Welcome back. By the way, did everybody agree to wear beige today? I just saw everybody wear beige. I was like, I'll just wear the coat.
I mean, there's black and blue, but beige and beige is better apparently, especially today
Wow.
because I am joined with Raph, like you mentioned, and we're very excited for series number 2 today between OSC and Just Us. The panel covered it a bit earlier, but as we move on to what we now know is going to be Ascent, it's going to be a very fundamental and interesting map, which Raph hates a lot because it's very standard. So hopefully, we're going to see a lot of surprises as we move on to map number 1.
Speaking of surprises, I just realized Mr. Frog's shoes could probably fit Riku, Fluff. Look. You see?
Oh, that's true. That's true.
It could fit her, right? I think there's a little bit of allowance there too. But speaking of allowance, both these teams just don't have that luxury. I mean, both of them are kind of coming off a losing streak. It's a bit more, I guess, unsavory on the side of Just Us. They haven't really won a series in, 2 weeks now, at least on the official circuit. Meanwhile, OSC, yes, they've had their stumble recently. I believe it's a 2-match skid for them. Either way, these teams are trying to get that second win back before it gets a bit too late. Just Us, I'm not sure if they even have enough points to punch through the playoffs, question mark. That's something we have to review. Either way, they want to win today. They want to get as many chances as they can. And hopefully this series will bring the best out of both these teams.
Exactly. As we are in week number 4, it's do or die for everyone, and hopefully it's not a doom prophecy here for Just Us. OSC, on the other hand, like you mentioned, they faltered for the past 2 games, but in fairness, they were against both Naus and Oasis, which are the most veteran and I would say top 2 at least to deal with against the other teams in the middle of a pack where they're certainly fighting for their position with Averta, Subversive, as well as Tyrant Esports. They've had great success in a couple of their games as well.
Either way, it does seem like there is a clear distinction between our top 3 and then there's a top 4 and 5, as you mentioned, which I think is a bit more competitive. Definitely OSC is somewhere in the middle of the pack. Just Us could potentially be there had their games against some other teams gone a little bit smoother. But that also begs the question, when does it get better for Just Us? Because this is a team that coming in from the first split and considering how far they went, had a lot of potential, and we see Old Stinky Cat run that Clove again. Clove Breach, actually.
And Viper, very spicy composition coming in from OSC. Finally, a non-standard game because even for Just Us, Schofield on the signature Reina, we know how powerful he is on the duelist, able to make space, able to get those aces. He's a very good player 1v1. If he's being enabled by his team, the rest of Just Us can really fall behind the leadership. But here for OSC, great utility to really counter a lot of this aggression. It's going to be difficult to dodge a lot of the breach util combination with the Sova as well as Killjoy to gain the information to play off of with a lot of those fault lines. Viper great on delay, but also having that Clove as a sort of entry does open up a lot of possibilities. It is sort of like that Reina where you can get that man advantage kind of equalized because you just heal up and you go super speed and maybe there's a chance you take out more members. So either way, they can really just go for it here for Just Us with that much utility.
Yeah, they can definitely speed through this comp with Breach. The only real problem is they won't be able to confirm the positions, but obviously we're going to be playing off assumption here. They're going to make a lot of educated guesses. Another thing that I do kind of want to bring up when you have a Viper, scaling as a team when you have a Viper is that much easier. Now you have a Clove to cover up the holes and maybe layer the smokes a bit better. Is I think potentially an easy in and out, especially in the post-plant situation. Now, my biggest concern is that some of these teams have been bringing these non-standard comps on Ascent. Again, I'm playing both sides of the coin, right? Where like standard comp, everybody kind of knows how to play. Obviously, to different degrees. But people who play the non-standard comps, it feels like they lack depth. It feels like they lack understanding of, or maybe not understanding, but just reps with the comp itself to know, oh, in this situation, we could have done something else or used specific agent's utility, so on and so forth.
Yeah, and I have to agree there. OSC, they really need to step up their on-the-fly game and really adapt to a lot of situations and use that layering of utility that they do have. The problem is when you take a lot of these duels, which JustUs really want to take with this Reyna and their Jet just really piling in onto the site, for example, it can be very difficult once you start losing members and losing a lot of that utility. Therefore, the advantage that you built just slowly drifting away. JustUs, fairly standard here. They do swap off the second duelist for what normally is a KO. Both teams not running it, though, will mean that the effectiveness of the amount of utility that OSC can bring is a lot more impactful since they cannot get suppressed. But JustUs, they really just have to dodge that amazing timing, because there will be one moment when they are executing site, when they are going to be bombarded with utility. Between that Killjoy, between the Snakebite, a lot of the breach delay, it's going to be really hard to go out of that choke. But the moment that they bait it out, there is going to be a gap where they can really explode. And if they have the patience to wait that one more second, it could prove to be really fatal for OSC, because the retake, yeah, you have a breach, but it's not a lot of real utility to go through. You don't have any information with this team. You're kind of playing blind, which I'm very surprised by, because that lack of a Sova could be very detrimental. It's going to be really up to this Viper to create that perceived pressure.
I actually think this lineup could have done well without the Killjoy, because you already have so much stall with Viper anyway, and plus you have extra smokes on Clove. At the same time, is Ascent really a map where you have to worry about the lurk that much? Do you really value mid control that much to have that ubiquitous alarm bot?
I mean, honestly,
you know what I mean?
I would say so, because it just means that other members don't have to keep running around and keep on guessing. I do think that their biggest issue is that JustUs is so aggressive, and Reyna having a dismiss means that there is a lot of times where you might not expect that someone's just gonna push through the wall, not care, take a kill, you throw utility at them, but they dismiss out, so you won't be able to trade it properly, and they get one for free.
Well, again, there's so many ways that we could spin this story around and theory craft, but ultimately it's up to the players on how they want to use this. You did mention JustUs' aggression. They can be like that, yes. But my real problem with JustUs' comp, aside from the Reyna Leer and maybe the Paranoia, they don't have a true flash to maybe try and bully their way onto the site. And quite frankly, I don't think OSC is a team that they can just out-frag to begin with. You know, we would like to be proven wrong, obviously. But just record-wise, not sure how this is gonna fare for the Reyna comp.
Exactly. I mean, if we're talking about the players on OSC, the last time they played Ascent, they did run a similar composition. Owen Cutie had that Viper leading the pack of 20 kills, but they did have Dignified on that Sky, giving a lot more information into the game that they're playing and giving another set of flashes for both the retake, because they still had the breach, they still had the Clove, and they still had the Killjoy. But they had that piece of information. Not even just the guiding light, the Seekers, as well as the Trailblazer, everything that Sky can do, not even including the fact that you have that rejuvenation and you can really play the long game, it really does help you position yourself for that big hit. The problem is, if JustUs is just able to claim site, it could be very difficult to shift, because JustUs really fights for the position that they want once they do claim it. And that is their territory, which they're not going to allow you to take for free.
Exactly. Not for free. Definitely a lot of strife potentially in these fights. I mean, Clove, controller that's designed to brawl quite a bit, has the heal like you mentioned, plus the speed up, and generally with their ults, it's a bit more difficult to try and run a person advantage, especially on this comp JustUs. Again, this is like one big hit. We want to get that scan. We want to dash Reyna. You know, the usual double duelist things they do. But I feel like the breach might be the biggest problem here. If they can pocket Dizzy away and just let him play off stun, JustUs, it's gonna be difficult.
This time around, the game begins. Explosive start towards the mid line, but here is a 3-stack ready with a breach behind. Alarm bot gonna be triggered. There comes the instant frag from Exotic to get Kid on the board, get the overkill as well. Back out with a super speed, able to dodge a lot of the incoming fire if they don't double check another player there.
And it does look like JustUs is gonna start off on the weaker numbers here. They don't have Lloyd Dream, who's a really strong Jet player. Kind of getting caught out without trades or anything else to pressure the rest of the defenders to move. It's a bit of a problem, and Par Schofield dismisses out. Again, they go for the straight-up fight. This time, Meow getting their numbers dwindled.
Insane play there coming in from JustUs. Honestly, just baiting in a fight that Meow was not prepared to take there. They already were smoked off. They had no way to go for a trick or a trap there on the backside to get any vision. They had to push the dark cover, and those market players just trapped. But great positioning there by Par Schofield, making sure that he gets the off angle. They're prepared for the double swing to look a bit deeper into mid, but he's already playing so close that they don't expect it.
Seemed like it was well scouted on the side of Meow. JustUs hinging off that raw mechanics. And Par Schofield, interesting choice not to go for the upgrade here. Maybe just looking to buy some space for his team. But it seems that they're running the action, and we talked about how the breach could be a problem. This could be it.
Could be a problem. It's a good thing that they stopped and waited. Par Schofield, though, not stopping, able to get the double immediately. There comes the triple for the team with Lloyd Dream finding one. They're already marking the rotate, expecting one player from A. He finally does fall, but Owen Cutie does reduce the numbers down to 1. And Second Love says goodbye for the second round. And JustUs sweep that away pretty cleanly. But what I love about this as well is just how, yes, there's a breach, but they're able to bait out the stun early.
Yeah, like I said, minimum investment on the side of JustUs. They had the dash, they even baited out the flashes and maybe the smokes. But again, with this one and done position on the side of Meow, now you have to ask yourself, if you're a Meow player, they try to throw the stun. Maybe they did really need that hard confirm with the Sova, because the scan, other than just it being a physical thing, you have to shoot out. Info and how you can confirm on the stun targets is so valuable.
This time, though, they're adjusting that mid position. They're still trying to bait it out for the attackers to get that fault line off the ground. One problem with their setup is that alarm bot is so deep that by the time the alarm bot does trigger, you can get maybe a couple shots before you get actually fault line. And with that Jet as well as Reina, you can just dismiss out and not get punished. Here comes another fault line, but again, no one gonna get waited up. They burned the molly already. That's the only snake bite can be available for your team, and suddenly they have no defense here for B as no gas is ready.
No more to be in the way of JustUs as they walk onto a site again. OSC, they're getting run down. I did mention that this is a team you just can't play the style of Valorant with, but it looks like this is just not the day for OSC to try and front. Lloyd Dream has to get another frag, but Dizzy is the first to answer. The numbers on both ends here, just a little bit more advantageous on the side of JustUs. HP, everybody else, not so great. Dizzy tanking a lot, getting delayed again. And now that's their full HP player removed.
Oh, what a bonus here for JustUs. Just reducing the options here. And now it's all left to Aeon trying to go for the firefight. Wins it out position, given away though. 20 HP and a turret getting surrounded. And Second Love goes for another swing again to get the final kill to secure a round. What a round there. This is a problem with this composition. You got one controller, which has a limited range, who's playing on A. You have Viper and Breach on B. When both of the utility misses, it just opens the door for the attack to happen.
A gigantic miss, if anything. Ooh, but we have seen quite a bit of success on the side of Old Stinky Cat running this clove. What they're missing now is just maybe setup. Maybe they want to go for the full retake. Again, maybe depth is lacking. See the wall go up mid again, which has not been a deterrent whatsoever for JustUs. They keep the game plan simple. They might just want to run down A.
Oh, shot's gonna go through. They take A for free. That means the retake's already ready. What a shot there by Aeonic, shutting down the controller player from the opposing team.
No more controller, no more repulsive. They might miss the paranoia as well if that was ever available on the tool belt. Sheriffs could still do a lot of damage here. Now they're trying to clear out health. Dizzy has to go for the swing. They dash in. Where are the targets? Where are the players? Can't confirm the kills quick enough. The rifles are now answering back, and Par Schofield still gets the swinging player. 1v2. Aeonix just does not have a lot in the tank. He has to be incredibly precise, but the walls are made out of paper, and Par Schofield will hit him right through the wall.
I love the Empress use as well on the eco round, meaning they can tank a bit more, considering that only the headshot will really take him out with that Sheriff, and because of that increased fire rate and the low armor, it's a lot of the resets that you can get. You can see how aggressive he can play up onto Heaven, reposition back onto Hell, even be in a position where he can close out the game in case his teammates falls, but no need, because JustUs just has control over this game. They're forcing the overreactions, and Meow are overreacting.
Well, that's the problem when you have a high responsibility composition where you have to do this exactly at this time. But Lloyd Dream will not let that scan stop him. Par Schofield going against the grain of the analysis and just taking up a fight. I appreciate it.
Able to win it out now, but now it's an operator retake. Aldrone gonna scout out some early information. At least they can get a proper hold here, but a lot of their members brought low. Repulsive, 30 HP. Psycho as well, no armor here. Operator's still looking to find the pick somewhere. They have to be wary of 3 main, but all the players on JustUs are on site.
Oh man, difficulties with this scoped weapon will be very, very clear. Time is winding down and they still don't have a clear grasp. What's happening is Fall X. It's Repulsive, the low HP target. The trades are here, but where's the swing? Taking a little too long is Psycho, and now JustUs let the first round slip by them. Meow finally on the board.
They had a great position as well to hold that retake back, but JustUs slips away like you mentioned. That chance to really hold it down, a failure to swing, fear in the moment to secure the round, not working out. But this operator opening pick really slowing down the momentum here for JustUs, and could be the big difference as we move on to the next round.
I'm now trying to think. If Meow has a better time defaulting than JustUs, just because of the sheer pressure that they can create, then they don't have a scan. They just don't know how to pinpoint anybody here unless they have to raw clear it, right?
Very true.
JustUs though, on the opposite end, they have the Sova.
A lot more safe extracts coming out of this. They use the ultimate pretty early here. The Viper wall pre-plays gonna prove to be pivotal in this situation. It does give away a lot of the front sight though, so at least they can mark those to go through. But there comes some early shots, and Lloyd Dream actually gets brought pretty low here. Might get spotted up, but a turret eventually does break it. Crosses back to get a new position. Oh, but he walks into Aeonix's crosshair and gets taken out immediately.
Try to go for the lurk here as Fall X with the operator again. Looking for a pick, but the rest of his team is doing the heavy lifting. The Hunter's Fury is here. Repulsive trying to hold Hell, but that's going to be the Hunter's Fury expended. And this is just going to be a hold. JustUs again, showing a little bit of mortality. Fall X misses, but it doesn't really matter. He gets finished off anyway. Now, finally start showing signs of life.
JustUs, that little overextension, I think, on the Jet. They could have just secured the side of him. 7 HP. He just decided to go for it, take a different position. He falls into the hands of Aeonix, and that just gives the game away. 2-4 at the moment, and JustUs looking a lot less clean of how they started now that Meow has adapted with this operator pick.
What can JustUs do to alleviate the operator? It feels like they're just gonna hide away from that Lear swing when they have to. I mean,
Get out of my way!
That's probably like, okay, that's 1+1, right? At the same time, JustUs, they've been getting early contact really well. And right on cue is Par Schofield. But that doesn't eliminate the threat of the scoped weapon, as you mentioned. They're still not really in any meaningful map control, but Lloyd Dream is looking to change the course of this round.
Gets a rifle though with the dash, able to tuck himself into the refrigerator, not expecting there might be a player right behind him. Yeah, the fridge.
Isn't that E-Box?
Nope, that's a fridge.
Huh. Well, I guess it's a fridge. Lloyd Dream looking for a midnight snack. Second love, like the boogeyman at night, finds a lone and unsupported op, while the rest of the team is making the most of this chaos. Par Schofield again, proving why brute force can be the solution to everything.
Very true. At times, you really need a heavy hitter. Par Schofield's there. Great paranoia, but a bit too short in range. Not going to connect, but the shots to second love there. Exotic comes and runs it back, and there comes Par Schofield to get a third to finish things off with a 4K.
Just Us maybe have found a formula here. We need space for Par Schofield to frag out. Lloydream will give said space, and Par Schofield will frag. Wow.
It's unfortunate though. Exotic did use the ultimate there, didn't get a lot of value. This opening kill on the operator wall bang is so important to slow down. But look how spread thin the utilities are because they're attacking from every direction. You take a fight on tree, you take a fight on mid. Everyone's running out of B main. You can't stack the util if they just go in different directions.
That's true. There's just not a lot of stacking, like you mentioned, to really hinder anybody.
Gun here.
But hopefully Meow will get the message. Playing pizza is not very good. The returns of this position have just been downright awful. Our Schofield gets a duel, but Fall X trying to get a second kill, and now he's sandwiched by a million players, and they're looking to flush him out, Fluff.
Oh, it's gonna be a heated situation. Second low already finds Fall X. Trying to tap the spike again. The plan should go down. It is a 4v3 though. Only on the eco. Will they choose to use the fault line? But the ultimate there, never mind. That's gonna go away as Ionis does find second low.
Careful there.
Ooh, Rolling Thunder is still also in the pocket of Dizzy. They could use this for some extra assurance, but instead they throw it towards the side. Bit of a team flash here. Doesn't really matter. Gives them false confidence. Another retake is going to happen. Stray Lloydream is doing it all for this team to keep them in this round. Dizzy's found a Guardian, but he is not finding his targets. Time is running out, and Lloydream will keep it good for Just Us.
Keeping the pressure high as well. The bait and switch. Already knowing that he might swing off of it, just pulling his attention from left to right, and all these kills don't really matter if you're able to shut it down towards the end. I mean, good damage for their team considering the buy, but still, another round slips away from their grasp, and it's 2-6, forcing another timeout with an interesting Viper floating in the air.
Whoa. Well, I guess that answers the question. Can snakes fly? No, they don't. Once again, I love spreading misinformation on the internet. Write that down, write that down.
Some snakes can glide from tree to tree.
Yeah, but that's not really flying. That's like the flying squirrel, you know?
Yeah, but
you're gliding.
It looks like flying, though.
Falling looks like flying until you hit the ground. I'm just saying.
That's true. Right now, Fall X, though, trying not to fall down, as he does not have, or he does have actually enough to get a rifle, but not the operator. So it's going to be a bit difficult after this timeout to figure out like how they're going to stop these initial pushes. If I were them, I would just take a lot of early fights, because at this point, just hit them first since they're spread out. But it looks like they're going to go for the very, very default alarm bot, which I'm not sure if that has been working out for them, but an interesting turret upon tree, and the defense on B gonna be responsible for the 2 delays. But then again, like you mentioned, those 2 delays come in 2 bursts. So if you wait that out, the door's just open for you.
I don't necessarily agree with this alarm bot, because normally, once again, we go back, this is the default bot for the default comp, where you can scan out one of the lanes and maybe force out a lurk. Maybe you'll find value in that, but the Viper Spit here, a very, very big investment, just to maybe bleed a little bit more time on the side of Just Us. They've now reconsidered where to go, and perhaps mid is the call. They've been quite successful in just punching through market and everything that entails the middle portion of the map.
Middle portion, indeed. Here. Access to be denied. That answers our question. I'm surprised though the Owen Cuties just playing in this corner though. Not afraid of any spams or anyone to go through. Fault line gonna come in. Is he actually gonna push out of this? They're actually gonna just walk in. Psycho joining up the situation. Smartly, Owen does fall back.
Okay, now they might do the same play again.
Such a deep alarm
bomb. It is really deep, so they don't want the CT push, but they're not playing anybody on tree either to trigger the sandwich. Par Schofield might actually find a kill here. And there you go, Dizzy will get found out.
Oh, what a play.
Oh, Lloyd is so smart. I cannot go in it, therefore I will go over it.
Quick mats there. Good adaptations from the Jet. Fly high in the sky, and Viper is left alone, seeing nothing. Only guarding that B main. At least they think they have it secured, but he has to be careful in both areas. Here comes the lockdown to push them back, but that's not going to get everyone. Just funnel them on the back of sight.
Here. little bit of a pocket to work with on this side as Owen Cutie has slowly crawled up, but the lack of info gather is hurting them. Second Love will play the poison, gets the backstab, but everything else just crumbling in a full frontal assault by JustUs.
That's
And
a
now Meow.
dissection
Look
of that B
lost.
side. This alarm bot placement was just so awkward.
I doubt it.
I
Was,
doubt
it
it
really
from the
was.
start. You get shot from Pizza, yeah, you know that they can cross, so now Breach has the market as well. Maybe they're baiting them to come in, but you lose that 1v1 and suddenly, just like that happened, Viper surrounded. Lloyd Dream heads up play to just float over the Viper's pit. But here comes JustUs, again, a dominant first half so far. They've secured at least majority, but can they push that advantage even further?
That is an odd dang it moment as Lloyd Dream
No
finds
way.
a target.
He's alive?
Still managed to find him and he's not alive. JustUs dismantling, dissecting, destroying every single defensive layout Meow has been throwing at them. And JustUs, once again, going against the numbers, going against the predictions, starting Ascent off really, really strong.
2-8 right now. Aggressive, if anything, coming in from JustUs to take a very dominant first half. Meow tried to do a lot of things there. I'm surprised that Lloyd Dream came out of that alive because out of all the places he ended up with an updraft dash in, it was in the logs, which is very pre-fireable. It's such a narrow place to get out of, yet somehow he survives and sprays through.
Wow, it's leaving the Sova in such a committed angle with no real support. Not
ahead.
very telling of the success so
Oh, no.
far. But oh no, indeed. Maybe Exotic is just taking these fights a little impatiently. I mean, they had a lot of utility to play with. Aeonix has stuck himself into hell here, but maybe he gets spammed. The shock darts are going to come, but not for him specifically.
Oh, they know. Lloyd Dream just finds one, snips him out. Here comes the fight off to heaven. Far Schofield can't claw him away himself out of this. Good flash to push Lloyd Dream back, but he's still alive here. The shot's retaking towards Tree. They're trying to fight for it, but Owen QT is now left alone. The Spectre close range, but Second Love secures another. 2-9, and JustUs are running away with it.
Last round before the
They are indeed sprinting away from Old Stinky Cat. And again, perhaps there's just too many chefs in the kitchen. A little overcooked is the comp. We are seeing the problems of it all. Theory crafting wise, it's really good. You could do so much with this comp. You could barrel your way through the site. But you have to take into account some players just get really, really red hot. Par Schofield is the current raid boss. And JustUs, they are happy to have him on.
Happy indeed. Smiles on the board, but Owen is off
my
it.
gosh.
Repulsive starting out strong. One controller already down. That's the delay as well from B. So I'm surprised that they gave that much map control, giving up this Viper push off a breach.
I'm really confused. This would look like a comp that you could play really sound as a hyper passive team. Just let the attacking team come to you. Don't gamble on the defense. Don't gamble on the info. But again, JustUs preying on all these cracks in the armor. And it looks like B might be the point of interest yet again.
All male female as well. The fight pushing Fall X back onto the side, left alone. And Cage Animal has to fight his way out. And Repulsive with a shorty reduces their chances as Exotic is just pushed away on the A side into the double swing. And that's a clean 2-10 for JustUs. Amazing half from them. And Meow, they look so lost on this defense. Dismantled. And they're just walked around in circles as JustUs are winning the duels. They're winning the map control because of that information.
You are correct. Meow looks like they're playing without a minimap right now. Somebody give them a chance to fix that because they look lost, as you mentioned. And JustUs, they've elevated. They kept a similar team. They're playing to their strengths. An Old Stinky Cat on the other half of this. Just like you mentioned, there's no certainty to their game plan. It feels like the utility that should be present in some of these fights are just downright awkward. And JustUs, they are feasting.
Feasting indeed. Because they're on to a buffet right now. Any choice they want, they can go for. especially now that the sides have swapped rather. A lot of utility and patience gonna come out from this. They have a Viper wall to pull from pressure, but look at the response from JustUs. 3 players gonna push behind it, making sure that this Viper wall is in fact useless.
I don't think Meow has done anything with a Viper wall, in all honesty. Maybe this half is gonna be this better half for Meow. They have everything to dictate the pace. Again, double controller plus a really oppressive kit on the side of Breach. Should on paper mean that their attacking is far superior than their pitiful defensive side, in all honesty. Maybe it's a slow day for them. Sometimes it just happens.
Good shock dart.
But now it looks like they're gonna be stopped dead in their tracks.
Second Love just surrounded there. Psycho gets taken out. They take the B side for free. It's all left 2 to 3 as they go for the retake here. 1 from the CT and 2 from the mid side. Par Schofield sharp as ever, but Exotic still has an overheal, and there it goes. Back to full. Can take another fight.
Dizzy is in charge of flank watch as Lloyd Reed and Repulsive to play a 2-man game, but Dizzy, a little disoriented with his senses, can't figure out where the last player was, so he instead went for the full assumption. And now OSC, gigantic person advantage over Repulsive here. Not much you can do really, but wait out the potential exit route on the pistol. But this is pretty much done and dusted.
It's a checkmate position regardless of how you look at it. Fall X gets the final kill, seals the deal on 3-10. They win the pistol. That could be the foothold to climb out of this one, but still it's a mountain at the moment as 10-3 is a big score gap to really close.
You said it. Meow, they've recovered in the past.
Need a drop.
They would like to do that again. JustUs. Still looking unstoppable. This is looking like their form.
Here.
Do I agree with this Old Stinky Cat buy? I mean, they have to force it out. They have to make something happen. I'm actually surprised Folax has enough for a Vandal.
He got dropped, I think, from Owen QT. But still, that leaves them vulnerable. Lloyd Dream with a shorty might be very deadly at this range if they don't check it. They know they don't have a Sova. He can play a close angle like this with less risk. The double up.
Crossfire.
The triangle D. They have one behind the boxes, just waiting and baiting, letting them cross that finish line.
That's right. Looks like it was drawn up by Mr. Phil Jackson himself. Triangle, well, defense in this case. As Lloyd Dream looking to play the Dennis Rodman, getting all the boards, getting all the stops. Ball X. You can tell he wants to do this. He wants to surprise him with the advantage, but I think there's already an info that there's a Vandal on the opposing team. Exotic gets one on Repulsive. Maybe this will queue up the rest of the team to initiate.
Shorty gets 2 already. Meow with the response gets 3, reducing them to second love for maybe a second chance. The final chapter here, but the door is closed. Has to make his way up onto heaven. That's gonna make a sound and give his position away. And in the wings, he's gonna do the smart play. He's gonna walk around. Fall X knows he's probably gonna come out there, but with the timing, will he expect him to pop to the right?
Oh, it's double marked. So
double mark.
Checkmate. Triple checkmate as he's getting spammed already. I bet he puts the bot down though. Wow, that wouldn't make a difference anyway. Fall X gets value out of that Vandal. That, of course, did put JustUs in a situation they weren't ready for. But we are going to go into the first gun round, the real gun round of the second half. JustUs not going to have a lot of utility to deter the attackers here.
The weird buy actually paid off because now they're able to buy up 2 additional Vandals, ending up with 3. They have decent firepower as well as utility and armor into JustUs with their full buy. It's essentially an equal round here because those Bulldogs can do the damage. 4-10, it's up to the map control early, but look at this defense. Aggressive start as they peek onto one, but a double from Fall X, and they just fall down in pieces. Bar Schofield, position reveal, tries to get even more, dismissed to save himself, but he's attacking this map, has to peek again, but a random shot from Fall X removes him from the equation, reducing this into a 2v4. Defenders lost here, trying to scavenge for some more information, get a bit of trades, but Exotic is already marking that spot. Repulsive has to repulsor blast his way onto the mid site and just fly by and hopefully get a freebie.
Maybe the flip side of Meow is a bit more dangerous than their healthy side. playing from the disadvantage may bring the best out of these players, as these last 2 rounds have been really convincing, Fluffy. Repulsive in a very similar situation, although, again, as great of a player as he is, I doubt that this is a clutch that he might win unless they give him the 1v1s. That's the first to fall, but they now have a concrete idea of where the last man is.
Can mess with the timing here with the 2 TPs. Might go for the safe save instead. Instead, eyes on the prize, gonna back away here and make sure that he keeps his economy up for the next round. Keep that firepower because we can see what they can do with it. But what a shot to open things up there by Fallex. Even while flashed on Par Schofield, expecting that over-aggression. The small missteps coming in from the defense from just really showing to be the cracks that Meow's exposing right now. But great positioning by Repulsive. Might find another for free. Tries to go for more, but has to back away before he gets surrounded.
That's enough. That's already ruined the economy for one less buy. And Repulsive, despite not getting the round, will set back, or at least chunk away. Are gonna buy up for full for now. But like you mentioned, it just doesn't feel like JustUs is bracing for the impact. Fallex has so many throws readily available, and he's been shredding through that defense, at least for now.
I mean, that opening pick, he was just super powered up there. 5-10 at the moment. And the scores are going closer and closer as Meow, the patience game this time around, expecting an aggressive push by JustUs. Honestly, good move, ready for the punish. But again, look at this positioning. They're just waiting for the overextension. And Lloyd Dream, he's thinking about it.
Think, dream, maybe visualize what they have to do here as momentum going on the way of Meow for now. I don't really agree with a raw triple swing towards mid. There's been a lot of action going into that part of the map, but this time around, JustUs, they've reconsidered what they could do. I mean, Repulsive's only one of the rifle here, so maybe these pistols will get some sort of value.
Hopefully, if they can take a fair fight, though. But Psycho jump spotting the mid. They finally do find the gap there. Dizzy gets Par Schofield off the board without even firing a shot back. Has a stun ready to take a bit more of this B main. The defense, though, gonna double up on the backside and just give it up and try to do the damage once they're on it. Crossfire gonna be set up. The attackers, defenders rather, on A. Still expecting that they might change their mind. Here comes the explosion very quick. No one's gonna be found just yet.
No save rolls for this team as Fallex, despite getting blinded by everything, will confirm the kill onto Second Love. And this eco is looking to quickly wither away. As Psycho tried to line it up, but it's not enough. Oh, what are you doing, Lloyd Dream?
Oh no, it's not even a dream right now. It's a nightmare as the gap is closing. 4 rounds now separate both teams, and Meow is striking back on the attack. And it seems like their strategy of just waiting out, forcing that move from Just. They know that on the eco, they have to try something aggressive. But what a great jump shot there, as well as a judgment coming in from Fallex. He is just on point for this game, and Lloyd Dream lost towards the end.
Forced in an awkward spot again was JustUs, and Par Schofield looking at his scoreline.
Here.
I think that peak was fully justified, right? Like, if you're a player, that was a bit of a heat check. But now that should give him an idea that he simmered down a little bit. This defensive end is going to have an entirely different dynamic. I mean, after all, JustUs, we have brought it up that they have the info advantage over Meow, most definitely. But in a straight-up 5v5 in a retake, I think Meow's comp is actually that much stronger.
They are, but speaking of stronger, JustUs with the upgrades, they have the Operator, they have the Odin this time around to really fight through a lot of the spams. The problem on the attack coming in from Meow is, yes, they do not have a Sova, so they have to really burst in.
No trickle, no waterfall, nothing. It has to be one gigantic aggressive wave. Torrent, perhaps. Fox going for the jump pick here. Doesn't really change anything. Par Schofield playing in a one and done angle, but again, Reyna kind of have to play these awkward angles. You can dismiss out anyway. Look at this. Operator lying in wait. And OSC can't find any early pickings with their map crawl.
both the Odin
30
and
seconds left.
Operator on the A side. They might not expect Psycho to be holding down this angle. It could be a firing range for both these teams. Great poison orb to stop the early info. They missed the dash face to face, and in the air, he doesn't see anything. The great scam though. Far Schofield's running with one. Sova does fall down, but 13 seconds on the clock. They need to get the plant out. They're fighting for it at the moment to secure the site. But the commotion's not going to stop. They'll finally get it. But look, two players already down as the retake does commence. 1v1 at the moment. He knows exactly where he is, and he lands the shot. 3 kills for Second Love. And again, able to close another round this time for JustUs. Finally breaking the curse, taking that streak. They had a great execution there off that Viper's wall. Honestly, if anything, it gave them the space that they needed.
First-hand account of yet another Second Love clutch. Looked so good for Meow. Had all the picks and maybe all the correct eggs in the basket. Unfortunately for them, JustUs scrambling their plans. And now momentum definitely back in their favor. Weapons not so great though. They're gonna have a judge, so Repulsive might look to play a cheeky angle. Or Schofield does have Empress. Yeah, not the most game-changing or game-breaking ult there is. It's better to have it than not to have it.
I mean, that's for sure. But what's not sure is this expected. They have the turret to play off if they overextend with the fault line. Great play here combination, but will they expect the operator from this far back? He won't be able to scope in. After the fault line, they get one in the open for free. MDizzy punishes Psycho. That's one off the board. Will he expect him to reposition? The jump peek, not gonna land the shot there. Fighting throughout mid, and Second Love does take out Exotic though.
Backing away as this defense is looking to set. OSC still not in a lot of meaningful map control. They don't know that an Omen has lurked all the way up towards the mouth of their entrance. And now OSC still trying to go for B. That is where Psycho fell. The operator may or may not have rotated. This is a great educated guess on the side of Meow, and they might just reap the benefit of this. Big problem here is Par Schofield is waiting here too.
Ready for the attack as well. They expect to push into B. Here comes some very early lockdown. They know that they have to burn time, but there goes Par Schofield. He's given a gift. Backs away there. Like you mentioned, has the Empress. If he wants to pop it, chooses not to. Gets popped instead. And there comes Owen Cutie for the kill. Lockdown forcing everyone towards the backside. The quick rotates coming in. The paranoia gonna pass through as well. Lloyd Dream holding down the backside. Make sure no one can go by, but they have to start making some space. Good dark cover, but the spray down just not in time. Meow's able to find two in the commotions. All up to Second Love. Will he get a second chance? It's a 1v2. Gets the spray down. Not enough bullets. Chooses to swap back, but he has to take 2 individual fights. He knows where they are, but there's too much pressure and not enough time. 7-11. Convenient score here for Meow as they're able to steal that away.
Well played here. No greediness whatsoever on that post plant. They know that they had the last player pinched. They knew that they didn't have the... Can't do anything too fancy. Owen Cutie taking that early look towards lane really opened up the movement for his last defender with him.
Right
and now
there.
JustUs. Again, this economy is just zooming in back and forth between a good, stable 1-2. These really awkward buys. Eco round on JustUs. They do have Blade Storm on the side of Lloyd Dream and an Empress, but I highly doubt they'll invest that second ult to try and band-aid solution this round.
Very true. I feel like that last round as well, they had such good positioning on the defensive side. They had the Omen holding out the H-choke ready with it from the shadows to retake with the paranoia. They just didn't have the numbers falling in at the same time. And Meow, they're still taking away during the strategy. Aeonix even is able to find one, might be able to back away, does some damage, and they actually get 3.
Oh my gosh. There's no way. And eco around, they're just looking to do damage, so I think we've written this one off the books.
Ooh.
Well, maybe somebody else could say something about it, but even with that pick, I don't think it's likely, right?
What a recon dart there, just on the top of the box, or the roof rather. Perfect archery, but not enough hook arrows to really pull yourself out of the situation. 2v4. The main mark by the Musketeers, and there goes one. It's gonna be a checkmate for him. They're gonna chase him down, but no, the patient play. They know they need the round. Dizzy going for the insurance plan instead, bombarding with utility. They just have to go for the swing here. They won't even lose a member. A second love does fall down, and Dizzy ends up on top. It's 8-11, and it was started from a 2-10 half. Just has only been able to get one round so far since this attack.
Once again, they're trying to mix it up with their aggression. They don't want to be flooded by the waves upon waves of utility that Meow can bring to the round. So they're trying to take these early fights. Do you agree with these early fights? Because realistically, Meow have to keep guessing where they are, right? So I feel like this should have been JustUs' advantage.
Yeah, I feel like they do what they did on the Eco, where they can really play those close angles where they have to check, punish, use a judge, stand in a corner. I know it's not the most honorable thing to do, but it is effective.
Not cool.
Right there.
It's not cool, but it'll win you this game. You only need 2 rounds. Just do what you have to do to secure it. Par Schofield, he's been holding on to the Empress. 2 rounds ago when he was alone on site, he could have popped that reposition, but they're just holding on to a lot of these tools that could be the winning tools to get them over the line. And OSC just getting more time to play this game the longer this goes on. Not good if you're JustUs.
Because I feel like mid-round calling is still a bit more sound on the side of Meow. On JustUs, like you said, you know, I admire that they abide by the rule of cool, you know? Why win with judges when you can farm clips with all these one-times? That's a joke, by the way. Just win your games.
Yeah, honestly, just by the judge.
Just win your games,
by the judge.
you know? Honestly, Reyna shotgun is so annoying, especially with their new speed boost.
Oh,
you potentially get one and you just run away.
Receive pressure here. Good fake TP to fake out maybe someone going into wine. Bait out of the swing. No one's going to fall for it so far. It's a standoff off the back of this one-way smoke. Fall X thinking about it. Lloyd Dream ready as well.
Oh, this is exactly it. When there's no info being given, Meow have to invest. Maybe, just maybe this could be the round for JustUs, but what? How? How did Par Schofield not get stunned? But it doesn't matter. The rest of the crew clean up. And Meow, they sink their fangs onto the jugular of JustUs. Cutting it ever so slightly, but the bleeding is getting more intense. Psycho looking to bring a little bit of heat to this round, but where can he really go? It's into the loving arms of Aeonix.
Oh no, it's 11-9, and that's difficult. You've gotten 1 round so far, and they're just struggling on the defense. JustUs not finding the momentum to get some reprieve, a chance to strike back, but the instant refrag there on Par Schofield ruining that dream.
Oh man. Dreams ruined yet again. Looking to play the nightmare on JustUs Street. As you see, the streaks of red on Meow slowly appearing. 9-11. This was again a very, very brutal crawl, like you did mention. And Exotic has the ult, so he can kind of play hard contact.
Very winnable still so far. Info not going to be gained, but Recon Dart at least confirming that no one's currently inside. It might bait them though, because they are slowly pushing B main, but they have the Hunter's Fury to deter this once the attack does commence. The problem is they forced out the Bulldog on Par Schofield. Expensive buy in a time where you're lacking on the funds. So they're going to have to be very careful to keep him alive and reposition for this retake together. No fault line available, door is broken. They're positioning already for this strike, but the deployment of the ultimates just gonna shut down the door from this and buy them the time that they need.
Meow doing their best to equalize, and I like the decision by JustUs to keep that Hunter's Fury for a rainy day. I understand that they're at a big disadvantage, but they still managed to steal away another Vandal. It's Aeonix leaving the flank vulnerable now. JustUs waiting for the rest of the crew to position towards B main. All that utility from the Killjoy sorely missed by Meow. This is getting really tense. Exotic holding down lane. You effectively have to kill him twice.
Fighting for the exit frags here to really soon. They have to find a way to get out. They fight for it, but the damage is done. They lose the round, but at what cost? 2 rifles off the board. But honestly, with all the members of Meow having that much money in the bank, 8,000 a person, they can just buy back the full. They don't care. And what they really care about now is that gap is just one round. It's very winnable now for Meow.
I feel like if they were going to invest in ult, maybe it should have just been one or the other. The Viper's pit into the lockdown felt like overkill. But hey, you know, you gotta secure the round, and it is one more away from equalizing. Schofield, awfully cold on this defensive fluff. He's been just not present on the server ever since the side swap.
Yeah.
It's a lot of util he has to worry about. You might peek into a turret, you might peek into a fault line. There's a lot of players marking them already. The smoke's gonna fade towards the mid side. No info for either team. Crawling up onto tree. It's gonna be first contact for Jet, and Lloyd Dream has to hold down the door. Double swing here. Schofield does the damage. They bait out the right side. They spot him out, but there comes the revive.
Oh, they still managed to get Schofield, who's been trying to get some momentum for himself. But Repulsive, thankfully, is there to assess the situation. Holding down the fort. JustUs looking to clinch this. All they have to do is survive. And Exotic getting cut down where he stands. JustUs with one away to secure Ascent. Meow still have another rifle buy, but they would have loved to close that out, to even equalize.
One around there, explosive entry towards the tree, but a great dodge on the flash, and Repulsive really repelling them from the A site, making sure that no one can stand on sacred ground. And it seems like JustUs might just have it this round. They have the Hyundai Sphere, they have the Empress, they have the From the Shadows for the rotate, and because Meow did use both of those ultimates on the previous one to stop the match point, they are kind of out of fuel. It's just guns ablaze, and they can't afford to lose a member here.
Find it interesting that they did walk into trap here, perhaps running into a firewall, you know, rooting themselves in an awkward spot. Now look, they're still worried about tree. Ball X. Do it all again. Will not get the first frag, but Psycho follows up. Disjointed yet again. Look at the awkward spacing, but it doesn't stop them from going into the site. Repulsive was the winning player on that last round. Can he replicate?
Oh, they know.
Oh, now barreling down on him. Second Love gets one from behind. That's one less smoker to worry about. Dizzy FPS is 3 away from a rolling thunder. They don't want this to come into fruition in the second round, and no way indeed. Lloyd Dream getting caught in transition. Emperor still not popped. JustUs looking to play the long con. They try to push them into the corner here, but it is falling apart. Schofield, this is his moment.
Good
they don't
angle.
look.
One enemy remaining.
Time.
No way!
Oh! Schofield closes it out. Doesn't get the volume in the second half, but he shows up when he needs to. JustUs for map 1.
Statement made by JustUs that they can lose some rounds, but they can close the game. They even pop the Empress after the round. So an insane statement coming in from a resilient team here, as JustUs is able to manage to get those final 2 to close it out.
Oh my goodness. And that has to be one of the most tense moments in the entire game, or in the entire day really. The double mark on lane. Again, they went for the full-on trap. They didn't take into account that stairs was completely open, and you saw that. Schofield, we were just calling on his name. Just not doing so well, had a lot of utility to worry about, but he hits the dagger to close out Ascent.
I'm surprised. That could have gone either way in the 2v1, but both players marking out the same door, just giving him an open opportunity to really do something about it. Look at the statistics here, 13 to 10. Honestly, valiant attempt here from Meow to really claw their way back. Aeonix, a big part of it, an MVP. But we've talked about him so much, and you can see why. Schofield leading with 27 kills, and that's with him not stepping up for a couple of rounds there. He could have easily gotten the 30, but this Reyna pick on this player has really been proving to be one of the things that really carry out a lot of their games.
Again, like you mentioned, OSC couldn't get the last few rounds in, and I feel like this is a bit of a problem from their first half, right? It felt like they were so willing to lose a controller early, when the whole point of running double controller is to just keep on pressuring, just to keep on brickwalling the opponent. But again, the logic of the comp, we didn't really see it in the first half. Maybe this is a sign that they've warmed up. Maybe they've fired up their engines for the rest of the series. In any case, Beautiful closeout by the side of JustUs.
I think they could have really done it if they got a couple rounds on the side of OSC on that defensive side, but that lack of info really hurting them. Maybe they fall back into playing a Sky the next time around, because this time really getting exposed here with the flaws in their composition. They had the shots that landed, especially when it mattered most, but it just wasn't enough to really push themselves across the line here. And that's what JustUs was able to do at the very last.
It does kind of beg the question too, you know, since they don't have the early info to really safely take those early fights. Why take them to begin with? They don't want to take a guess. They have double controller that, like we mentioned, can really stagger it. They have 2 breaks. They have we have Snake Bite as a molly. We have Medal from Clove. So they could have probably just been really patient with the hard hits, but either way, that's just a lot of nerding out and theory crafting from, of course, yours truly. We'll be right back though, so stay tuned as we go on a short break.
Bradford Saver is the one to choose. Grab food, savor meals, 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, savor meals won't make you broke. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals, 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals, 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals, 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Car Saver. Grab Car Saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab Car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab Food Saver. Grab Food Saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab Food Saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab Food Saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab Food Saver meals 99 plus. Grab Food Saver 99 plus.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is still us on the desk, your two biggest nerds on the VCT broadcast, at least for PH, right? We are still in OSC versus JustUs in a surprise. Would I call it an upset win over OSC? I think that's fair, right? I think JustUs have been
fair.
Yeah, is this a slight upset? Just a slight upset.
I think OSC moving into this has a bit more consistency, which is why I'm surprised. But it's great that JustUs was able to really step up, especially now that we're on week 4. The question right now that they have to answer is, will they be able to just close it out, or was that just a one-time thing? As we move on to Split for map number 2 for series number 2 of today, week 4 is looking like it's going to be an exciting week because there's a lot of them for them to prove, and like the panel mentioned a bit earlier, the points are ever more important as the game size, or the amount of games you have left rather, does shrink.
Indeed. The window of opportunity is closing on our players, and I think we've already hit the point of no return for some of the teams. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I think Subversive is officially out of the playoff race now, with them not taking a W just yet. I think it would have made it a bit easier for them if they did take that win earlier today. But dominant performance by Carti World just to close that out. Now, once again, refocusing our lens onto currently Split. Does OSC run a different type of comp, or are they going to play standard?
That's going to be the question, and our answer is they are going to play standard. Not so standard because they do have a Sky. Some people like to change it up for a Gecko now, but I would say for the most part, both of these teams are just going by the book. So it is right now a skill issue, not a comp issue for whoever wins this game.
I mean, what? I think that's actually a good brain food. Was last comp also a skill issue? Or
I think it's a comp issue. I'm gonna be honest with you. Last map, lack of information really hurting one of the teams, and this time around, there's no excuses as they are a mirror match. So sometimes you really have to just stare the man in the mirror, and you have to end up being the better man.
Or just don't look into a mirror, you know? Self-reflection is for nerds.
That's true. That's part of this job, though.
In any case, that is true. But we had the discourse between breaks that if only they had a Sova over the Killjoy, I think that early aggressive play would have been better for them, because it seemed like they really are more attuned to taking those types of fights. Now, if there was a recon dart to alleviate some of that info-less pressure, I think they would have been fine. But again, the counter argument was there'd be a lot more map movement in terms of defense. Now, we did go into a phase on Split where we didn't run Sentinel, but as of the moment, Cypher is just too much of an enticing pick. I feel like this is still part of Cypher's strongest metas, especially with just looking at the other Sentinels. Of course, not looking Chamber, right? Not
Very
including
true.
the Chamber meta, sorry.
I mean, that is very true. I mean, this time around, speaking of Sentinels, they have both of the Cyphers, so it's going to be a bit more difficult to really enter either of the sites. It's really who can really deny the most information right now, rather than trying to be that proactive. As on a map like Split, when you're able to open up something like mid, that could prove to be a very tricky situation. Speaking of mid, though, that's going to be my point of contention, because without the Viper meta as well on this map, you just basically cycling out the mollies, but now he only has one, so the snake bite out of the picture already. No Sage as well. It's going to be a bit difficult to hold this mid pressure, especially with the speedy advances of both these raises.
Yeah, sure. There's so much theory crafting, right? But sometimes it's just... Ayada Omen has 2 smokes and a paranoia, but he walked in and just blew everybody's heads off, so that's fine. But obviously that's not gonna be the case. He did mention about the cycling of utilities. I'll be honest, man. I don't think we saw that too much too in the last game. It was just a straight up fight. We did see attempts of it, you know. But I feel like the medal was sorely underused in Ascent. I'm so sorry, OSC, if I'm being like really nitpicky. But there was just a lot of utility on the table that could have been used better.
Very true indeed. But we're going to hop on to a great start here with the attackers. Going to be Meow defense again with Just Us. Camera going to spot some very early aggression as this camera is very far back.
Here.
They looking to hunt. I think this is going to peer just into the front of them. They do dodge the flash. Just Us, I don't think is a team that likes to take sewer control. I think they just kind of back off after the orb, but it does look like that's the case. And I like this more patient approach. I like this patient approach by both teams.
I like the baiting of the camera there, making sure that maybe they get some early aggression in case they do get that punish if they overstep. But they're going to back away and go more of that mid grab. But look at the mid, very open. No traps, no players marking it. A lot of confidence from the defense to just leave it there. They're going to deter them with a dark cover. And that's going to work out as they will funnel themselves onto B main. They will have to tank that trap. 2 players though on site. No camera, nothing else. Paranoia in hand if he has to play back.
Oh, I think Dizzy might run into the trap here. He doesn't get slingshotted. Team quickly recovers for it. They do take the front of the site here. Fall X might just walk into CT, but second love will just tear into this attacking side. There's no real clear winner just yet. No control over Heaven either. Void Dream dashing out with the utmost confidence.
Great pinchos.
We'll just have to walk and watch out for this crossfire, but we'll get immediately destroyed by Dizzy. Psycho and Bar, Schofield trying to brawl it out. The Meow again. I like how Psycho tried to barrel snuff Second Love, I mean Aeonix, but you saw Aeonix just AD for his life.
I mean, Psycho is the name, that is the game plan, going for the main terrain with a right click to the face. Unfortunately, not landing there. It's going to be so difficult to recover from that one, but a great use of the map movements there. They draw the pressure towards B, basic lurk towards mid, able to really sandwich the Heaven as well as B side players, forcing down that rotate. They get the advantages this time around. They don't fully buy up. So this raise might just explode on this side with Fall X leading the charge.
The spear to sandwich the heavens. I think that's how they say it. Is Meow looking to once again show the superior firepower here. I do like this smoke just to borrow from your vocabulary to enforce perceived pressure, because typically when you're here you assume, oh, they're walking down ramp, but at what timing? They do actually do that though, Fluff, so there's no fake out here. They get the orb, potentially just trying to get whatever value they can with the space. Just as they back out.
I mean, orb for a dark cover, pretty good trade right there. The Riding Light gonna confirm some more people. They do have a Trailblazer. Not sure if it's gonna spot out the Flowers player. They eventually get him though. Good stun. Dizzy flying in for 2 as the airlines finally land towards the elbow side. Might be able to spot a third, but it's 72 HP. Backs off instead safely. Gonna hold the position instead, waiting for an out as Owen QT does have a crossfire to swing out of.
Control tower completely accurate with where they needed to land to squash the bugs. Now JustUs trying to get away from the runway, looking to find some sort of respite in this eco. But man, the age-old smoke will still provide a million times over. They're even aware of the flank here, Fluff. They're also probably not going to get anything out of this.
One way not going their way at all. They spot the players, but not enough time because they get spotted out first. And there comes a couple shots there to confirm some confidence as Meow, they start off very strong this time around on the attack.
So what is the comfort zone here for JustUs? So far, Second Love has been, or is looking to play the same setup here. They haven't naded backside just yet, but this attack has been more, I guess, outer side facing for B. Again, just the anatomy of this site. A lot of teams, they'd just rather not fight for pillar control. They'd much rather get the open plant than dash back out of garage. And maybe that's what Meow want to do. Either way, just us looking and fighting for scraps. This is such a strange push. Look at mid.
Very aggressive here. No real support as well. Just taking out the 1v1, the Par Schofield mentality. Not a Reina this time around, so he's going to bounce out of the situation if he has to. But 3 players stacked up already. They have a flash ready if they're going to go for a swing. Not expecting that close though. He's able to find one beam flashes and he's actually able to get out of that second love. Quick trade onto the double. Some mishaps on mid. And that's going to work out for Just Us. The punish coming in strong. Paranoia as well as neural theft. Gonna confirm the locations and the chase down does begin. A good swing on Repulsive, gets traded out, but he's left all alone. He's bitten down and has to back away the TP, but on the flank from the sewer, swats him down, and Second Love has an escape route, barreling down, expecting the jump down, and he falls down instead. Good damage from Meow, but the round, Just Us, it goes their way.
What happened? I was just about to say, and I was so ready to say, Just Us played this flawlessly. They avoid hitting a slippery slope by not allowing Meow to do damage and then getting the round win. But at the tail end of that round, you kind of saw them be eager to take that final gunfight. They will have their economy be cut down just a tiny bit. While Meow, they're gonna be a little bit more confident taking into the site. Dizzy's one away from the Blade Storm. And Second Love again, no real change on the setup. That cam is gonna hit for the crossfire, but it's not really gonna give them new information. So now they have a little bit of a redundant defense here. The cage has been committed, or no cage rather, the smoke. As Meow are so far behind in terms of map control.
Gotta be really careful with this one as they are just waiting for the dark cover to expire. Trailblazer gonna come out. Let's go limbo against this trap. Actually jumps into it. Great use of that to take it out. B's gonna be a bit open. Aeonic spotted up by the guiding light though. 3 players onto the mid side. Has to be wary of the rotate. Goes up after some delay. Repositions himself onto Ramen. But the advanced positioning here from Repulsive might shut down a lot of the low plays coming out. Oh.
What? Oh my goodness, the aggression. Straight on the money though is Par Schofield. But Dignified with a Ferrari peak gets one.
Spike down.
Meow again. Running it down towards that outer area of B.
30 seconds left.
All up to Lloydry, but it doesn't look like he checks Hell. That's where he gets dragged into. Aeonics to clean it up. I believe this is going to be an eco round. I think that's what, 1-9? Yeah, this is going to be an eco on Just Us.
It's going to be very difficult to recover from this one. Just Us, they have this trend where they always get a good buy round and they go completely all in and then they completely get all outed on the eco round. This time, not even going to go for some sheriffs on some of the players. Vandal going to get forced out by Lloyd Dream. Will hopefully get some kills off of that. The double duelist composition, though, gonna be a bit more difficult on this defensive side to go for a lot of retakes without the lack of a second initiator. But another very safe camera gonna be placed.
Safety of that camera is not questionable. I mean, Just Us is an aggressive team. You did talk about it earlier. And Meow have been trying to scout that out as much as possible. Although Just Us have been more or less really successful with this mid push. If not taking a player down, it's actually winning the round out. And now Owen will be the first point of contact, but you see the Cypher players kind of scurry away.
Scurry away and be careful. Great flash, but doesn't get any info onto mid. Stacking still towards the A side. They're waiting for a push, but the patience from Just waiting them out for this one. They have the Cypher cages ready as well for the swings. Not gonna pop it just yet. Going for the dry swing, get some info. But Lloyd Dream, he can close down the door if he lands a couple good shots.
Dizzy will slice through the defense and getting a little too clumsy there. Getting punished by Lloyd Dream, but Par Schofield requesting for an ID badge. No, sir. You are not allowed in the premises. Still looking for more security detail. Looking a little bit more elite. The smoke is gonna pop, and that's going to expose the rest of Meow. Lloyd Dream with a shooting range. Second Love looking to reinforce. Dignified. Can't really get much here. They play for time. Time
No way.
Ugh. The shotguns rule supreme over Split yet again. I feel like that's so underutilized too in some of the regions, no? Because I feel like
That's what I'm saying. I mean, map number 1, I was like, just use the shotgun. They have no info, and it's the same thing now. After the guiding light and the trailblazer, they're completely blind, and what a great way to recover off an eco here for Just. They're rewarded with the Vandals. They're rewarded with the armor, and Meow. They're the ones up 3-3 if they just get enough rounds.
that was a very, very passionate. That's what I'm saying. Just use the shotgun, you know. But again, the problem with some players is it's not cool enough, love. But that's why we play video games. It's not because I want to be min-max efficient everywhere. I actually do. I'm a nerd. But, you know, the other side is I want to hit something cool. But hey, they're not playing for clips. They're not playing for anything like that. They're trying to win, so use every single advantage you can get.
Wow, my eyes are down.
What is the play at the moment? The explosive start coming in very fast. Gonna try to recover the spike. A great shot by Dignified. Gets 2. Might be able to get 3, and he does. There's a new sheriff in town, and Dignified is sticking his name up for it.
This town ain't big enough for the 2 of us. I think there was 3 of them, so I guess that checks out. As Meow steal a way around. Now, again, that's confusing, right? Because suddenly the spacing is immaculate on the eco round. There's a lot more diligence. Maybe just us falling into the trap. Their weapons are weaker. We can just kind of man fight our way out of this. But no, that was not the case. Just us. Still decent economy. Bladestorm up in hand. Seekers to maybe double up on the re-clear. But it looks like there's no push towards mid, which has been a commonplace for our Just Us squad.
Commonplace and the common occurrence here as, like you mentioned, midweek defense here. Just gonna barrel through towards vents. They're gonna be ready for it with the trap on the opposing side. They have the showstopper to maybe burst out here for FallX, but Dizzy is thinking about it, but he's just gonna back away instead. Pressure gonna be put towards the B side. They will let the gods decide their fate as the Seekers charge onto the B side alongside the rest of the team. FallX opens up the side for 1. Gets shot out, spots out the player on B main. They have to wait for the rotate. Lord G struggling for his life. He has to play close. Not enough blades here for him to work with. He goes for shotgun. Maybe even find one, but it's not gonna be enough here as the rest of the team just shooting back bullets, and they're trading 3-2. Repulsive hiding behind the smoke, might get the timing here. Parslover with push on back to back. They don't land the spring, and there comes a double trade. The transfer not gonna land, and in the end of all that commotion, Aeonix still reigns above all, and they get another round on Meow. A messy start, a funky finish, yet still they manage to scrap it up.
No need for a metronome to be on beat, on time. It was a little funky, but he talked about it. The gods have answered. The first sacrifice went to the side of Meow, and they even had a dink survivor to show for it. Just Us, a little rattled from all that chaos. Now have to worry about this rocket in the pocket of FallX. Aeonix does have something to supplement that as well if they play for the 5-man death ball. But it does look like Just Us again, trying to be cheeky. But FallX clearly slaps the Omen out of the way.
Out of the way, out of the game. Controller gone now. Gonna be a bit more difficult for the retake here for Just Us, and Meow opens up the map with that one. Spike gonna be given to Dignified, holding that. And there she goes to the Trailblazer, clearing a path here. Barstool falls as well. A lot of members starting to fall down from a great neural theft to secure the site. They know Ace open. They're bolting towards it, but a defense firing shots back. Psycho going Psycho mode, getting the 3 kills there, but it's all up to Owen in the 1v1. Will they expect the close play? It's a shotgun back away, 33 HP. He's gotta make a run for it. Takes the Guardian. And has to find the path.
Where is it though? Where does the scent lead? Second love. The detective on the prowl has the evidence. He has everything. Finds a vandal, but maybe, just maybe, sticking with that trusty shotgun could have been the answer. Owen is well within the range of getting right click, getting left click even. Look at this, they have no idea where they're going. Owen actually might be boxed in. He knows the trap is there.
It's
Second
so
love has
open.
cage. It is so open. Where does he go?
No way.
Oh my goodness. And Owen Cutie still manages to take it away. And second love, despite all that effort, despite all that PIing, cannot find the culprit.
Private Eye. Not gonna work out. Just lurking in the shadows. Omen strikes. The great
Last
scuffle
player
here on
standing.
mid. You thought it would go either way. The shotgun, if it just connected a bit more. But there's just too many angles towards that end game. Really great plant as well, making sure that he has to get so many angles. This time around, operator in hand, JustUs might be able to strike back, but it's a comfy lead here from Meow.
It is comfy, but don't get lost in the comfort. JustUs, they're still ready and waiting on this supposedly strong side too. Much more surprised that they haven't been consistently ramping up these rounds. Because again, Split, despite the advancements in learning the game, very much still defender-sided on these messier sets. FallX still did not invest that showstopper, so he could be the person to pop onto the site still. Although a very patient approach. You're waiting for a player from JustUs to overextend.
Gotta be really careful with this one. 2-6 is a massive score lead for Meow. Just really needs to get one for themselves. They have the ultimates online, but the mid flash gonna cause an overreaction. They get the info on 3 here, the steps combined. Here comes the Trailblazer to try to get a path for them. Gonna be broken instantly. Schofield does have it out. Gonna go for the shot instead, but no, he doesn't take out him in the sky.
Out of the sky into Lad, but Dizzy FPS and
30 seconds
FallX
left.
once again buttering up the side for the rest of his team. Lloyd Dream with the operator looks to try and escape. And despite
Last player
the
standing.
potential resistance,
Spike
I'm
planted.
really surprised that Meow went for that burst. Now JustUs. Oh, they would want to get that operator back. This is the very least that they can do in this situation. Pick it up!
Oh, they really need to get it. The value's gone, and they're getting dissected here from Meow. Jump Peak gonna try to bait out some shots. He gets one for free. Lloyd Dream dreaming of another. Has to back away instead, causing a nightmare as he has to fall back. Might get surrounded here. They know exactly where he is. He's gonna do some shots. He's expecting a peek, but he manages to find a way out. The operator gonna get saved, but at one cost 6 HP. What a flying Cypher from Aeonix jumping off the stairs. Extra wide swing on his side, just handing him a gift as Lloyd Dream fights his way onto a 1v1, saving that operator.
The flying Cypher. It was the flying Viper. Now it's the pouring Cypher. Both not.
Normally, you throw the hat, not the whole.
Behold me! I mean, you know, modern problems require modern solutions, and it did kind of allow Lloyd Dream to build up the Blade Storm, which I think this could be a problem. Because one op kill, Blade Storm. Can't rush the op now. Meow, I get it, they're confident. They have a gigantic round lead, but they have to be a bit more careful with their economy. I mean, at this point, it's like, yeah, nobody really cares. It's fine. But Lloyd Dream now has knives very soon.
I wonder if the operator is actually even effective. Like, if you even take it over a Vandal right now. I mean, it's nice, but with this a flash coming in from Dignified, they're getting smoked off by Dizzy. Their cage is in the way. You're dodging the Paranoia and the Dark Cover one-ways. Raze is in the air. It's going to be a very difficult to land the proper shot if the coordination from OSC does kick in. But 2-7, there's a lot more for this half yet to go. It looks like a repeat of map number 1, but on the opposite end, where 210 is threatened.
Threatened, yes. Will it actually happen? Unknown. Going back to the operator, I've always stood by the school of thought that the op, if you don't get anything in the first 15-30 seconds, it's already lost a bit of value. If you're not scaring somebody off, if you're not dominating a sideline, then it gets infinitely harder to use it. I mean, there you go. Masterful shot by Lloyd Dream, seeing a hint of the fellow Jet player, but it doesn't stop now. They still march forward, and they even get the site for free. No traps whatsoever, no cam to really scout out information. But what they have to be worried about now is Schofield has that rocket again. They could get absolutely blown up here.
Blown up and torn apart, torn to shreds here. Second Love gets another. Look at the waterfall coming in. It's all up to Owen, but the speed of the retake just working out for JustUs. The fire finally getting some heat. And if they can retain that for a couple more rounds, they can get this 5-7, maybe equalize on the half.
You did mention the 2-10. That is not within the realm of possibility at the moment. Our Schofield does get that showstopper up and running still, which I'm very curious. What are they waiting for? They've seen the
Maybe
two
a buy
heavy
round?
hits. Yeah. I feel like when they saw them push towards the site, I think that could have been the perfect
Stay
moment
safe.
to, make them run into the sandwich. Wasn't there a rifle on Second Love from Heaven anyway? But
That's
again, it's one of those things where like theory craft.
Oh, no.
Does miss. Gets the exit out. Blades are gonna help him here. Beautiful cover fire by the rest of the team.
I like how after the updraft, he immediately stayed in the air, just making sure that the pre-fire won't land. Saves himself, has to pop the Blade Storm there. Not always a bad thing anyway. You can fight at closer range, but here comes the camera to clear out the corner yet again. Mid movements coming in as Fall X is leading the charge for this one. The mid defense again. We always question it. We have to be a bit more careful of what's going to happen since they have so much position towards ramps. They have the Cypher already ready. They can go for a pinch. It's only one Cypher trap to really deter this swing onto A, and they're just going to keep themselves on to vents. Here comes the dog. He will deny the information. They get stuck instead. Boom! There goes the party, and it's only for one though.
Oh my gosh, that is not a good name to office for Dignified. Really? Just for me, you solo OP? But they go for the site again. Those blades that he farmed from the last round really doing dividends. What is happening is that the fight is still going on, and we can't assume a clear winner up until Psycho lands that final bullet. Now Meow falling apart, getting torn to shreds again. JustUs get that extra round. Meow looking to close out still. Operator on Lloyd Ream has to be worried about. Neural Theft on Second Love. Definitely there. Aeonix has the same threat level, but Dizzy and Dignified are by far the closest, and Fall X closest to their ults. This is gonna help.
Be really careful with this one. It might help, you're right, but still the economy not in favor of OSC. They have some firepower in the bag though. If they can get a couple of trades and upgrades, it could equalize everything. Getting onto site right now hasn't been a problem, but the retakes coming in from Just has just been really strong.
Strong indeed. Maybe Strength is going to be the king of this matchup again. Despite the first pick though, they go for a secondary play. Now Power Schofield will flex his Phantom, finding Dizzy. Try to lure into a bit of a fadeaway, but they equalize the numbers. So no Sky, no Jet. No more flashes. They don't have the paranoia anymore either, so they'll have to rely on Lloyd Dream to get value on this anchoring immediately. But look at Meow. Are they gonna re-hit? They could have sold the fake already. Look how far Repulsive is from the rest of his team.
Oh no, the spread thin. What can they do here? They have the camera and everything on that site, but it's gonna be a firefight as they enter.
I know
First shot
exactly
coming from Second Love. Good neural theft as well.
You see that? Paranoia barely misses Par Schofield. I thought it went right through him. They do get the info here. It doesn't seem like the numbers are gonna stop them. They know that they can take this fight head on. The fake flash doesn't work out. Par Schofield again, showing his teeth and fangs.
Oh, he pushes through.
Pushes through, that's right. Owen Cutie and Dignified making a mad dash, but so far they're gonna run into a complete JustUs sandwich. Repulsive has a teleport, so they could try and fake this out, but time's just not gonna allow it. And now JustUs is one pistol round away from equalizing for Meow.
Switching sides.
I love how Repulsive there fired some shots there, really closing down the door and reducing their options, but the aggression coming in from Par Schofield, really pushing the boundaries of what the duelist can do here. Not flinching on the fake flash, expecting to get a kill on the swing. Great mentality to equalize a score that looked like to be the half that Meow was running away from. But that all being said though, 7-5, you're still very happy with that one for the defense.
That's still really good, honestly, on the side of Meow. Like, this is ultimately the ideal number you would want to get in a even matchup. I really did not think these teams would be as even as they are now, though I clearly gave Meow the nod. But now JustUs, they're making a big case on why they made it so deep in the previous splits. It does look like they're gonna go for a really sneaky play here. No sound being made, nothing whatsoever. And now I don't think they know.
Healing over here.
Oh, they know exactly what they need to do. Pistol round, gonna get healed up by the sky. They just force back onto ramp. They're fully committing towards this A side and creeping on away. Don't have a trailblazer. They do actually. Maybe snuff out this flower player. They're just trying to dance around this great flash to stop a lot of these shots. Pain shell's gonna land, but the bullets into 4X gonna hit even harder.
How hard is harder as
One
there's
enemy
still one
remaining.
defender onto the site, but it's just not enough to hold it down for Aeonix to rotate in, and it's gonna be a slow crawl towards the back of the site here. Fluff. Impulsive
Spike
could
planted.
be the first victim to fall. Again, we see the Cypher fly. Oh
The
my
Cypher
goodness.
Fly, the updraft into the abyss.
We have, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bird Watching with Fluffy and Raph. We've seen, again, flying vipers, gliding snakes, the soaring ciphers, and we've seen two of these very rare creatures. Unfortunately, they're getting hunted down to extinction. That is 2 rounds in a row where the flying creatures have been denied of any aerial space.
Very true. 6 to 7 right now. Just can really equalize. They have a better buy, and they can really strike hard with this one. Full commit, full aggression, double duelist in check. Just have to be aware with any of the traps on site. But that's 4 players on the pistols. With that being said, they are classics, not sheriffs, so you might be able to attack a bit more with the armor.
Where is it though? Where is the resistance? Inside here. Bulldogs and the Guardian, a lot more range on JustUs, but interesting choice. I mean, this is a very, yes, decently close range map, but they still get the confirm. Dizzy with a classic finds Void Dream from ways away, and up our Schofield without the upgrade is gonna double 07 his way onto the site, and the defenders have been reduced to dust, reduced to atoms. Aeonix again in a similar situation. This time decides to stay grounded. Will be hunted again.
The score not moving as well. Flights are cancelled with this one as JustUs just soaring on momentum at the moment. They get the equalizing of the scoreboard. That's the goal so far. 2 rounds on the attack is all they need in the momentum. This is going to be the round that decides it all. Who gets the break off the even vibe. But what a round here. Really dissecting the site and pulling from all the angles.
Alright, well that's out of the way here, like we mentioned earlier. 1 pistol round could be enough of a swing for JustUs to equalize things, and Meow, they get that early damage onto Void Dream, and again they try to flood onto the site. This pace has been not as kind with the weapons they have. What? Where did this guy come from too? So many players are just using that scroll wheel, that space bar to its maximum capacity, Fluff. It's insane.
Oh, I gotta jump for joy at the moment. If he JustUs, you get the side, you get control. And Meow stuck again in a 2v4. They cannot afford to lose this buy round after all the hard work they did. But the double up onto elbow is gonna be difficult to deal with. They have paranoid in their pocket. If they don't pop it, there it goes on the first, but not gonna land on the second. Meow sweeps up into a 2v1, reducing them to atoms. But Aeonix has a chance here. It's not gonna land. The dream is dead, and Lloyd dreams bigger.
Okay,
That
we know
right
the drill.
there is JustUs
Stick to your
taking
roles
the
and we'll
lead.
crush it.
Old Stinky Cat faltering again on that defense. It's been a recurring theme for them. I thought for sure that they had an almost insurmountable lead early on, but now it's been a reverse of fortune. Now again on that eco buy, it's like every time we look away, this full hit towards A has just been too much. And what I'm interested in is that we haven't seen Aeonix play closer. I mean, surely they don't do it 3 times in a row, right?
I mean, A stands for always, and that seems to be the plan at the moment. Rotating 4, and there goes 1. Second blow, fighting dignified through all the smoke and fucking mirrors.
It is a bag of tricks, and the magicians. Again, plans have been shattered here. No more illusions. As they go straight up for throwing a brick into said mirror, but Aeonix has a reflection, but only for a moment. Meow not getting the second win that they would want. It's kind of hard to watch.
Oh man, Cat's out of the bag with this one. Is Meow struggling to really find any more traps to really lay down. It's so difficult. That Neural Theft really saving them, taking out that race to try to get the Vandal. Great openings here from Justin. Now they finally go to B, threatening a fourth round on A, but it might be expected as Meow is guarding that situation.
Maybe they baited the Cypher into going to A, right? Because surely there's no way they go for another A hit. Perhaps they will. Elevator and Ropes are looking much more vulnerable on their end. They go for a more conservative setup here. Volix not too far from Showstopper. He could get a pair for himself here if aim allows him to do so, and maybe push back JustUs. JustUs, they're playing this really carefully, Fluff. They're looking for any would-be lurkers or any early round presence, and so far Meow have been stoic. They've been playing defense
There.
I
would say in a textbook manner, but they've been severely outbred by JustUs.
Starting on the take up the mid plate, they're actually going in deep. That trap might get punished. Actually doesn't. They just walk in, they don't even get deterred, and they take the site. The retake is going to be the most important. The Parscofield trying to disrupt it right now. Has a boom bot to maybe clear this. The Trailblazer already prepped from Dignified for the retake.
Where did they come from, those Meow? They tried to go for this Heaven retake a multitude of times, but this time again, they get shot down. They're getting some success from CT, and they're getting a lot of success from these longer, rangier duels. They finally answer back after what felt like forever.
I mean, Heaven control there, so important for them. Able to really secure that spot, creating an opening, an angle of pressure that can really be a problem for JustUs standing in the open. They don't get the fights that they want. They're not able to set the tone this time around, and these get punished on site even though they try to fight to the face.
Last player standing.
But they need some painkillers here and there just to, you know, fight through it. I know it is a little bit stubborn for them to play the way they are, but the round lead allows them to do so. It does look like they want to go for a mid take here, Fluff. I think they may have scouted out that Ropes is not a position that Meow is too worried about. They seem to play really passive on both Heavens and would rather just take up straight a 5v5 on a retake or a messy side fight. Nothing in between.
Very, very true here. Old QT gonna back away there. Pain shot to hurt that. Paranoia gonna go through. Ball X falls down, and another might hit the ground. And there he goes. JustUs barreling through to the B site. Oh no, and they also get the trigger on the trap. They know where at least the sky is. So that's gonna be a lot easier for them to read off of this. Positions already planted down. Roots on the ground as 5 players have the crossfire on the site.
They have been making the Sentinel utility trivial at most, but Aeonic still has a gun in hand to prove why he is the defensive anchor of this team. He has a Neural Theft too, but he can't seem to find his marks. He's all alone in Heaven. That doesn't make him any less of a threat. What a spray! It's all up to him, but there's just too many guns pointed towards Aeonix. And JustUs narrowly escaped the clutches of a red-hot Aeonix.
Man, if Aeonix got the 4th there on the transfer as well, it might have been it. So close, too close for comfort for JustUs. It does damage their economy quite a bit, but they still have the firepower. But what around here, the 2 players, just that Heaven position was the most important linchpin for the map. Once it was open, they were overexposed up and down, but they were surrounded all around.
Surrounded all around, ran into the ground, reduced. Whatever was found on the floors. Dizzy FPS picks up the knives. Schofield will be his first victim. This is a breath of fresh air for Meow, but it doesn't necessarily alleviate the round lead that they kind of lost. Meow all towards A, but JustUs have outmaneuvered them yet again. Second Love pulling as much attention as he can, becoming the martyr for this team. Aeonix will finally get revenge from that previous round.
They have the info now, but it's free and found. There comes the first tap onto the spikes and go down 5v3 on the retake. They have a Paranoia, they have a Guiding Light, and they have a Trailblazer. positioning to fight themselves for CT. Lloyd Dream gonna anchor down the site. 2 players gonna walk into the hands of Aeonix here. Does not spot out anyone, expecting out the Omen, but not Psycho from the side. They have to be wary of the B-main push though, as Dizzy does drop down. Lloyd Dream aware, finds a second, and now he's dancing on the box. He swats down, but 2v2. They can't let them cross here. It's not planted for them, but the Heaven players already ready. There goes one. 2v1, the double swing gonna come out, and they're gonna win the round. Just Us. Great positioning there. 3v5. Able to segment the site. They take the 1v1s they need, and they're just able to convert that one, which looked like an impossible round to defend from.
Divide and conquer at its fullest. And again, a lot of aggression being taken here too. And let's not beat around the bush here. Those are some stupid shots that were landing for Lloyd. There was just no way he should have survived that 2-man prong.
Yeah, there's no scenario where he should be able to get the second player. The first, understandable, he's ready, but the second player on an opposing flank, just the game sense coming out of this guy has really been radiating throughout this game. Have to be wary this time around though. The B hit, it sounds very heavy. Flash around the corner, gonna pop on one down. The dash, he gets swatted down, but they trade.
That trade, who does it really benefit? The defense has a lot to handle here. Stinger onto Fallex, so he might just want to jump onto the site. And Second Love playing for that spot. They know that they don't have Lloyd Dream to, once again, help on this post plan. But Fallex goes the distance again. Dizzy will be the first to jump in, but there's just too many eyes trained on him. Repulsive is being the turret that's shredding into every defender. Fallex gets a second. If he had a Vandal, it's could have been a different story, but Second Love again finishes it off. And Just Us at the verge of 2-0ing Meow.
Oh no, the door may be closed. It might be the final round of this bout. And Just Us is not beating around. The aggression that this team really has is so surprising at times because we know how powerful the players are individually. But you combine them together and they're just a puzzle that fits the right way. Just Us. Full buy against Meow. They have the From the Shadows. Fallex might get the showstopper, but will that be enough to stop them bleeding?
As Omen would say, the best sound in the game, the best voice line, despite his eloquent thoughts and amazing thought process. Those are very valid questions, Fluff. Is this enough to push Just Us over the hill? Or is Meow going to slowly crawl back, because they really did show signs of that in Ascent. Now Second Love finds the first defender. Meow, that's going to be the first signs of worry
here.
It's
a neural theft as well.
They're going to be sweating bullets with everything they're being thrown their way. It looks like it's going to be another B hit. All up to Onyx. He's been discovered. His health has been dwindled down. In a heroic situation, potentially denied.
No way!
Could have done something about that, but he just saw his teammate get cut down where he stood. Dignified. And now Fallex in a 2v3, 1v2. Fallex can't get anything with a showstopper and a sliver of health. He has an idea, but no shot to find Second Love onto B Heaven. Is Just Us with the upset. Beautiful execution all throughout Split.
I thought, honestly, especially after the first half lead, that OSC would be able to take this map and bring the series to a map number 3. But Just Us really putting out the final show and really making sure that they make their mark. Coming back on the first half, equalizing towards the middle and really closing things out with a bang. The past couple rounds, so much more firepower, so much more aggression. And yeah, they stumbled maybe 1 or 2 rounds towards the end, but they've built up that confidence, and a scary and confident Just Us is just not something that you want to deal with.
Exactly. And you know, I keep saying this, there are a lot of nerds on our broadcast team, you and me included. Potentially we're the biggest nerds, but at the same time, sometimes you just want to see 2 teams fight it out. And that's exactly what we saw. Kind of like Max Holloway, you know, pointing at the center of the octagon, just asking to stand and fight. This time around, Just Us, red hot, fully confident, and just searing right through OSC. Beautiful stuff.
Beautiful stuff. And of course, Par Schofield again leading the pack here between both these races. Fallex not far behind, but just the pressure, and I think the first kills especially, has just been so important. Meow actually getting a bit more, and in those 4v5s, JustUs is able to scrap it up. They don't even have a Thrifty, and they have the same-ish stats for the post plant. So I'm surprised that the momentum just shifted their way.
Surprise is a good way to put it, because I think we laid it out perfectly, right? If OSC would just continue with their sound plan of, oh hey guys, we get the early pick, we don't have to force anything. Knowing JustUs is a team that can get some stupid moments like that, you know, and I mean that in the best way possible. Sometimes you see the shots they land and potentially the flying creatures. It's basically a clay shoot sometimes, and it started from that pistol round win on the second half. It really did snowball from there. It felt like Meow was stumped on how to deal with this defense. That 3 in a row A rush too to cash in onto the heavy B hit. It's been a good exchange of, I would say, fundamental Valorant.
They got a lot of good combinations between the conditioning, between the firepower, but that snowball turning into an avalanche towards the end has really put their foot down on what looked like a mountain to climb.
That's right, it was a mountain to climb at first, but obviously we have a lot of resilience on this JustUs team. I mean, they didn't make it that far out of sheer luck, and you already see them compete as well as they can against any other team, including the top teams itself. And you know, they do prove that sometimes you don't need this. Kind of just need this sometimes, you know. Not that I'm saying they're playing really silly or anything. They're simplifying the game plan and rooting to where they play well, and that's really within the brawling.
I mean, honestly, just player strengths, and so far, if they can get those players really heated up, it seems like that's what's really been able to close out the games. They have a lot of heavy hitters on their team, and when they do play that part, they do play the song that they want to sing. They sing it loud, and the proudness of how they're able to do it is really shown through, because those confident rounds, really, you can see the difference when they're like not sure what they want to do, but when they just fully commit, it generally does work out. So if that's what your team can bring, you just bring more of that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, wise words. Why play, again, why pretend to be maybe a school of tuna when you're a shark? When you're out here to just kind of go through things simply, you know, you bite through it, you do all those type of things. And again, this has been a very competitive and an interesting series, Fluff. Do you have any parting words before we throw it to the panel?
I mean, there's a lot more words, but we're going to save that one for the panel. So that's going to be me and Raf. We will be throwing you guys to the panel. We'll see you again later.
There you have it. That was our second series, but of course, it was a valiant effort on the side of OSC's series. As a game 1 pa lang, we saw the effort to come back, but JustUs, they're so him. Ika nga ko, i-translate natin. Hindi ko tinranslate. Medyo tanga yung statement ko. Pero, they did win it. Congratulations to JustUs. This was a quick 2-0. And, ano naman, Rico, Ray, please, your thoughts on that overall series starting from game 1.
Napaisip tuloy ako ng translation, no? Di ba meron equivalent na, ako lang naman to eh, JustUs. JustUs, this is just, ako lang to eh. Pero yeah, I think yung pinaka malaking punto dito is yung Ascent. We know that JustUs is very masterful sa mapang ito, at pinakita nila yung consistency nila from stage 1 up until stage 2. Ito yung parang catapult nila, no? Na if this is map 1, they're gonna take that momentum, tas dadalhin nila sa pangalawang mapa.
Ako naman, it's just us showing dominance kagad sa first map. At ito din eh, despite na ang ganda na sana ng first half ng Meow, they fell short on the last few rounds, kaya nakahabol sa kanila ng 5-7 yung JustUs. And noong nag-switch tayo ng side, yung defense talaga na meron pagdating sa JustUs is quite different. Tapos nakita mo din kagad yung mga holds ni Lloyd. They were just explosive. And this is the JustUs mentality and JustUs playstyle na inaabangan natin, and they are finally back.
Oo. Agree ako sa'yo dyan. The fact that, you know, Lloyd Dream and Par Schofield really stepped it up dito, no? Parang hindi sila man lang humawak ng break. Hindi man lang nila tinapakan yung breaks at all dito. Lalong-lalo na from Ascent hanggang sa Split. Kahit na may konting kahirapan. They really had a hard time dun sa first half. Pero nakabawi naman sila.
Pero
Sorry
yeah,
na.
Ito yung sinabi ni Ray kanina eh. Just go back to the double duelist. It really works out for the end of JustUs. And speaking of working out, it works out as our MVP is no other than the paring Schofield na nag-graduate na finally sa picture niya. Tagal-tagal na ng joke na yan. Split one pa yan. Pero ito na, it is from kung yung picture niya as a player has improved from split one, so does the overall team of JustUs in this game here in week number 4. They did take some time, their sweet time over at game number 1, pero eto pa rin. All in all, Spark Schofield together with JustUs, congratulations to them, and that's our MVP. So eto, Rico, Spark Schofield, ano bang ginawa niya to be deserving to be called the MVP for this series?
Well,
Dami niyo gusto sabihin.
Hindi kasi, ito, siguro, one last, I guess, TLDR para kay Par Schofield is that, lalong-lalo na sa split, as long as yung post plant, as long as buhay siya, 2v4 man yan, 2v5, kayang-kaya niya i-clutch para sa team niya.
He's just good. He's just good. And I'm happy na agad na nang raise niya ngayon. Yay! Well, he's always been consistent naman talaga na player. And I'm happy to see him improve palalo sa mga next stages ng JustUs. But I'm happy that they finally got a good win na naman dito sa stage 2.
That's true. Teka lang, arte ng palapak ni Rico pag ganun eh. Ano
Ganon, cross,
Anyway, now let's give a round of applause because we do have him here. Let's invite him to the panel. Par Schofield himself from JustUs to, have fun with us over here at the panel. Par Schofield! Hello, kumusta? Ganyan ka ba talaga maglaro? Ang layo sa monitor. Legit ba yan?
Hindi pa, nagpapahinga lang po yung likod ko.
Pinapahiya. Masakit daw yung likod niya. Kakabuhat ng buong team niya. Shut up! Pero anyway, Par Schofield, pala si Juicy Brucey. Kasama ko si Riku, tsaka si Ray at ang healer at DPS ng bayan. Meron kami mga katanungan sa'yo. So eto na, Riku, ikaw na yung mauna.
Uy, Par Schofield, congrats ulit sa inyong panalo na 2-0. Actually, ang aking question dito is, lalong-lalo na from split, it was a very long comeback. Nakikita natin epektibo yung mga timeouts. Kamusta yung comms nyo? Ano yung secret sauce nyo kung paano kayo nakapag yung stable yung mental nyo despite the deficit ng score nyo?
Tini-cheer up ko lang po kasi mga ka-team ko eh. Na tara, score po tayo, ganun. Lagi pong ganun pag natatalo kami, nice try lang. Good mental and positive vibes.
Oh, ito parang ikaw yung parang foundation. Kunwari, pag diretso loose streak, kumbaga, ikaw yung nagsasalita ng nice try?
Apo. Nice try lang.
That's so good. That's so nice. Ikaw yung vibe checker. Ayun.
Siya yung taga-cheer up.
Oo, tama. Thank you so much sa kasagutan. Kitang-kita naman sa vibes mo, no? Happy.
Si Ray.
Ako, meron akong dalawang questions para sa'yo, Par. Yung una, sino yung pinaka-challenging na player ng Old Stinky Cat na talagang pag kinakatapat mo, nahihirapan ka din at the same time at masaya rin kalaro?
Parang lahat po ata sila masaya kalaro and challenging. And po kasi sila mind games. Kaya kinabaan na lang po namin yung pasensya namin.
Patient naman pala yung mga buong JustUs roster. At ito, may next akong question. Medyo nakakatawa to. Last season kasi nakita ko yung picture mo, grad pic. Bakit grad picture yung pinili mo?
Bakit grad pic? Parang wala lang po eh. Trip lang ba?
Trip lang ba? Kailan senior high or high school?
High school po.
Kaka-graduate mo na ba ng high school, Par Schofield?
Ha? Ano po yan? Sorry?
Kaka-graduate mo na ng high school?
Hindi po, matagal na po yung picture na yun.
Ay, matagal.
Kinuha ko lang po.
Kaka-graduate ka na. Trip nga. Tama nga naman. Ay, nako. Ikaw, Ray, may additional ka mang katanungan? Wala na.
Actually, wala na. GG's sa team nyo at congratulations ulit. Sana talagang maitawid nyo going sa crossover matches natin or sa playoffs.
Sa akin naman, Pars Schofield, simple lang. Parang so far into the following up for the previous weeks, parang palaging pabago-bago yung parang positioning ng mga players ng JustUs. Paano ba yun? Do you adjust according to the map or is that from reviewing yung mga nangyari nung lumang mga matches nyo? How does that work every time you switch up your parang positioning as a player?
Okay. Actually, depende po kasi sa mga map na na-scrim namin or hindi namin na-scrim, ganun po. So, tulad po ng split, hindi po namin siya na-scrim. So, bumalik lang kami sa VCT Split 1 na agent namin. So, gumana naman po.
Ayun. So there we go. Thank you. That really adds a lot. Sana hindi naman binuking yung strat nyo. So anyway, maraming salamat, Pars Schofield. May gusto ko bang sabihin sa iyong mga fans, nagmamahal sa buhay, bago kita pa-relaxin yung likod mo kasi masakit na daw eh. Pero please, go ahead.
Hindi ko po kasi alam kung meron nagsusupport sa amin eh.
Meron.
Pero kung meron man, thank you po sa
Marami.
mga nagsusupport sa amin, sa mga naniniwala na JustUs lang po. Thank you.
Ayun, you're welcome. Kasi naniniwala din kami. Maraming salamat, Pars Schofield. And again, congratulations on that 2-0 win from your series. Maraming salamat at please, Tol, pahinga ka muna. Parang masakit na yung likod mo eh. Ayun, so there you go. Ano lang pala yun? Parang simpleng, just going back to the basics on the side of JustUs. If ever hindi ka sure, always go for what works with you. Pero, eto na nga, natapos na ang ating second series. But before we go on a very short break for series number 3, I would like to thank a few people, or we would like to thank a few people who made this all possible, starting with Mineski Global, the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
At syempre, maraming salamat din sa ating official super app partner na si Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver. Delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals. Gamitin lang yung promo code na mag-appear sa inyong mga screens, Grab Food 60, and get up to 60 pesos off of your order with a minimum spend of 550 pesos. Promo runs from 11 a.m. onward. So, sakto, mga gamers na igising na mga medyo late na. So, Grab's got you.
At syempre, last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. Hello po, Gab.
Hello. Ayun, maraming salamat sa ating sponsors and ibiruin mo yun, 60 pesos yung masisave mo with Grab Food. 60? Bang.
Pesos?
Alakansya.
Alakansya.
Alkansya.
Alkansya, ay paano ba?
Ang alakart?
Bisaya kasi yung pagkakasabi ko. Pero anyway, maraming salamat sa bago nila ako asarin. Maraming salamat sa aking panel, Ray and Rico Healer at DPS ng Bayan. We'll be taking a very short break. Huwag kayong aalis kasi may Series 3 pa tayo. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends look grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends look grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends look grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends look grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends look grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends look grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends look grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends look grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus.
Yun na, napapakyut lang kasi rank L Cuties versus Zol Esports.
yung pala yun sa
Anyway,
inyo.
it's time for series number 3 and we are heading over to the last series for today. Wala pala si Juicy Brucey at kasama ko si Raph and si Rockheart. Pero bago ang lahat, sila yung Rough Heart combination. Pero before anything else, gusto ko munang pasalamatan ang lahat ng tao who made this all possible for us to gather as one. Well, Mineski Global, the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
Of course, big thank you to our official super app partner, Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver, delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals. Don't forget about our promo code, which is GrabFoods60, and get up to 60 pesos off your order with a minimum spend of 550. So promo runs from 11 a.m. onwards. So if you are hungry, if you are, feeling nice and you want to send food our way, go ahead and do that.
Please. Thank you.
And yeah. And of course, don't forget this tournament is also sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. Yeah, be nice, guys.
Yep, that is true. So ayun, maraming salamat sa, to all those people and to my panel for helping me out there with the script. And before we head on over to our next series for today, let's do a quick recap of the match that just happened a while ago between si JustUs and OSC. That was a 2-0 but not quick. How would you summarize it in a way for that series? Do we expect that to happen into our final series for today too? What do you think, Raph?
Kaya pala kailangan ng review kasi medyo matanda na si Kuya Bruce nyo. Nag-2 hours na.
Salamat
Hindi naman. Remember, Bruce, I'm still older than you. So, if you're a tito, I'm a super tito. But,
Titos.
I guess so. Okay.
Terrific.
Okay.
Are we like the oldest here in the panel? Like, are we like the literal oldest?
Technically, ako yung pinaka-youngest sa English side naman. I'm
Well,
throwing
I'm
everybody under
25,
the bus.
so I can't speak for everyone else.
Sige, sure.
Please go ahead. The next
Anyway,
series.
review for our 25-year-olds on the panel. Of course, it was Rockhart's birthday. I think it was last week, so he just turned 18. Obviously, the youngest out of all of us. Happy birthday again. Quick rundown, 2-0. I think it was an upset kasi tingin natin mas consistent pa yun dapat yung OSC. They're a team that likes to play around the data and a team that we didn't expect to get run down the way JustUs did. Of course, JustUs, I think masaya naman lahat to see them go back into the form that they were in the previous split where they really, challenged Oasis and challenged all the top teams. For them to kind of hit that stride now, it's a good sign for a team that has so much potential.
Agree din ako doon kasi I feel like sayang yung ginawa nila. And even Honey Glaze, when we were casting that, nagulat din siya like, what is happening here? I mean, everyone says that OSC is really, really consistent. Pero in that game, I mean, it was JustUs who was consistently one-upping them each and every turn. And there were turnaround moments where parang kinukulang ng something itong OSC. And I really hope it comes back.
Yep, that's true. Well, anyway, that was the previous series. But right now, since we're moving into the final series for week 4, day number 2, it's Zol Esports versus Rank L Cuties. Again, Zol Esports, previous champions from Split 1. So, tingnan natin yung team lineup nila and we'll discuss as well kung how is Zol Esports. And here we are, it's Zol Esports.
Zol Esports, the current kings of the castle. From left to right, we have Kakarot, Micro, Zind, Kevzi, and Patman. And as we've mentioned time and time again, the current defending champions. So Zol actually kicks off the gauntlet for Rank LQTs here. So far, sobrang hirap ng stretch of games, at least on the side of their opponents. But right now, Zol, they're going into this with, I believe, a 4-game win streak. So they're finally hitting that championship form.
That's true. Actually, that was right after they got beaten out by Naos and Oasis. So after fighting those two teams, it's like, oh guys, is it smooth sailing na dapat tayo after this, ah? And really, Zol Esports has been really capitalizing on their veteran experience, especially against the younger teams that we have for this split.
Yep, that's true. It's just weird for Zol Esports then, because back on split number 1, they were able to lose to like Oasis Gaming before, but then they did win out like Naos on like a 2-1. Like they're the type of team now who really likes to duke it out before considering it a loss. Na parang, you know what? We're losing. We're the back foot. Sige, we'll still try to do our best. And sometimes they really do make these comebacks. And as Raph have said, this championship form is probably what we're going to be expecting now that they're surely securely going into playoffs from the current standings and seedings. Pero this time, here to prove us wrong would be their adversary for this final series. We have Rank L Cuties, and let's go, Rank L Cuties.
And of course, here to challenge the Kings, it is Rank L Cuties. With Gabidis, Urza this time around, Groovy, Sovano, and Jacob. You know what? I was looking for this team to really pick it up. And to be fair, medyo naging mahirap yung mga naging previous games nila, especially against Naos and Oasis Gaming. So I guess facing off against Zol in a sense is kind of them getting benchmarked as well. Like, are you guys really ready for the VCT PH? And if you can do it against Zol, maybe you'll have a chance.
Again, 100%. This is their gauntlet. It's been Naos, Zol, Oasis, not in that particular order, of course, back to back. And, looking at Rank L Cuties, I think out of all of the teams from relegation, eto siguro yung, para sa akin, yung favorite to win the most games. Obviously, Carti World was the one to take that crown away from our newer teams. But at the same time, Rank L Cuties have been doing some serious damage against so many other teams. Nakita natin yung potential nila to play as a team and to tap into that intelligence from all their players. But like Rockart mentioned, baka ito yung benchmark nila kung saan ba sila, like where they place in the power rankings.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be fair, it is somewhat in a way their first part of being in like the group stages here in Split 2, or like technically whole VCT PH. So, if ever they are going to be gunning for the top 3 already, I mean, sa Golden 3 na Rico and I were discussing a while ago, it was Oasis, Naos, and Zol. So if ever they manage to somehow upset Zol in this series, parang it kind of goes to show na parang there is a bigger possibility of them performing more in the upcoming splits next year or next season. Pero we've discussed them in like the major level for both teams. Right now, let's look at 2 key players, kumbaga, of our own choosing from both Rank L Cuties and Zol Esports as we head over to our head-to-head, and that's Sovano and Kakarot. And these have been our choices here from the panel. So, Raph, please go ahead. What is with Kakarot and Sovano? Are there differences or like how they play out for their different teams?
I think I'm good. I'm joking. Anyway, going into Sovano and Kakarot.
Sila na bahala.
Sila na bahala. Kaya naman nila, magaling silang dalawa, di ba? So, sino ba yung magpa-pop off ngayon? But going back to how these individuals really kind of affect the team, on Sovano's part naman, siya yung siguro yung like you feel it directly because he's duelist, ACS obviously high, and round win rate. Individual impact to how he influences the round is so high. 51.4 on an entry roll. It's so difficult. He has a little bit flexibility, but if we go onto that route, obviously yung benchmark niya ngayon si Kakarot kasi ang dami ng roles kinuha na ni Kakarot. He can play duelist if he needs to. He's been on initiator and he's been on controller as well. And so far, he's been effective all around. His numbers don't necessarily tell the entire story kasi yun nga, may time siya nag-duelist, so he has to hard entry for the team. And sometimes he has to play back as a controller and, highlight more on surviving. So his ACS gonna go down a little bit. Either way, I think this is gonna be exciting for both these teams.
I actually completely agree dun sa point ni Raph kasi I feel like Kakarot is the stats will not show you the whole story in that one, just because he's more of the follow-up to what the team really has to do, right? I feel like that is something na talaga namang mahirap ding itapat kay Subano, kasi it's really a treat for me to watch this guy play, honestly. He does a lot of jobs of multiple people on his own sometimes, and I like the way that he just really has the flow of the game.
And you could correct me if I'm wrong on this. They're like, for the side of Silvano naman. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna.
Wala pa, joke lang.
Anyway, ba't tayo nagdadrama dito? Maybe it's because it's at night and Friday is coming up, so release lahat ng mga sadness natin for a Thursday, be happy on a Friday night. But for the side of me and Silvano, maybe Silvano, we could like maybe compare him to like Carti World's Patrick Watson when it comes to stats, na parang he could really deal out those firepower, but Raf seems to disagree, but it just hindi pala, okay naman pala sa'yo. Okay din. But on the end of Silvano naman, it's like these two players, they really do bring out the best of all the teams. So parang, with that stats-wise, we'll see if this would come to true. But before we head it over to the games, punta muna tayo sa map Vito. What map should they play against? Should they go comfortable pick? What do you think as we head it over to map Vito? Raf, simulan natin sa'yo for the bands. Ano ba dapat yung hindi laruin nila sa isa't isa? Go ahead.
Well, first and foremost, bros, ikaw na yung nagsabi, they bring out the best in their teams. Just like you, bros. You bring out the best in me. Alam ko na kung sabihin mo, bahala ka. I still thought of it first. So,
it's the thought that counts, not the actions,
Ay, grabe. So, ibig sabihin, I thought about it. So, yun yung mahalaga.
Crush kita. Di ko sasabihin, pero tayo na. Pero it's not.
Grabe, yun pala yung galaw mo, bros, ha? Going back to the game here, I think I firmly agree with these two bans. Sunset, not too sure why Rank L Cuties actually got it out of the way. Statistically, it may not be the most impressive on their end, but Zol been generally better across the board. Although I do like the bind opener because this might be really demanding on the defensive rotations for Rank L Cuties. Knowing Zol, siguro sila yung pinaka reliable defense in terms of late round adjustment.
Yeah.
If you notice, Zol never really chokes. They'll have a really big deficit, but they're calm. They're like, okay, we'll adjust from that. The Rank L Cuties, like every other relegation team we have, are good on Ascent. Who knew?
And of course, I really like their pick just because they will be denying the ice box. Most likely gonna be vetoed out and maybe just the decider map. Kasi I feel like Zol Esports has been playing around that map so well and with a big deficit against a lot of teams right now in the previous games that they've had. And yun na nga, Icebox nga magiging decider map natin.
And for the side of Bind naman, I think I remember it was what do you call this? Rank L Cuties versus Bestial. They ran a deadlock, I think, here on promo relegation, if I'm not mistaken, if my memory serves me right. So I don't know. It really, when it comes to just numbers alone, so far Rank L Cuties not finding success with agent composition and playing against Unbind. But on the side of Zol Esports, they seem to be pretty confident. Now that we've discussed Bind, how about the other maps? Is it looking well? Do you think there's a possibility for Game 3, especially with that second pick coming in from Rank L Cuties?
I think so. I mean, Ascent has always been our kind of toss-up map kasi lahat naman ng teams natin magaling sa Ascent. Siyempre, di ba, paulit-ulit pa nila pick tapos hindi pa sila magaling. Grabe. But going back on a more serious note, I think it's more Zol-oriented. 3-map possibility, yes, but I think Zol might win this out just because of sheer experience. Preview na yun, di ba, sa predictions ko, Bruce, kung magtanong ka pa, nako. Pero going back on the map dito, sige, yun yung gusto mo. Okay lang din.
Gusto kita. Okay, sige, go. Ano sasabihin mo?
I think it's leading towards Zol. Zol defense, they like to adjust. They're a bit more calm and collected. So, yung mga lurk ni Gabi Dis, baka hindi siya ganun ka-effective. We see it a lot on the maps and it really does provide so many problems for the other teams. But Zol is not a team that can be shaken like that.
That's true. Especially on the default maps, I feel like Zol Esports, or the OG maps, Zol Esports has huge advantage.
Yeah. Alright, so let's head on over to our predictions. Parang kanina naman, obvious na kung sino yung sinasabi ni Raf. He is going for Zol already. Tama ba ako, Raf? Zol sa'yo?
Oo.
Oh, tama naman pala. Alright, so, well, you have stated your case on the side of Rockheart. Zol, Rank L Cuties. Who are you gunning for in this series to win?
I feel like that's Zol. I feel like Zol will take map 1, pero Rank L can kind of take map 2 maybe. And baka
Probably.
mag 2-1 pa tayo. Pero even if mag map 3 tayo, I feel like Zol will take it.
All right, so there you have it. Even if it goes to a game number 3 for Rockhart, it will still go with Zol. On my end, I still believe that they are already in their championship form, as Raf has mentioned a while ago. And again, Zol is not to be lightly taken with. I mean, we have seen them on the grand finals from Split 1, and they've been into a very not super good start here on Split 2. But they've already gone into that win streak, and I think they can continue it for the series. So parang ito na nga, Zol on the side of panel, tatlong Zol voters. So parang we believe in Zol, but for Rankle Cuties, please prove us wrong. And tingnan natin kung mangyayari ba. So here you have it, you got a prediction. So before we head on over to our casters, Raf, what are your final thoughts for this series before we give it to them?
Well, I feel like Rank L Cuties, this is absolutely the time to bring out the best, especially on bit of a losing skid, but obviously good luck to both teams naman.
Mm-hmm.
Raf, ZZZ, oh. Yung prediction natin, are you gonna play? Ay, dito ko. Mamaya, I feel like, yeah, Rank LQTs, bawi. Konti bawi, guys. Gising. Kaya pa yan.
All right. So there you have it. Thank you so much, Raf and Rockhart. Now we have all completed our thoughts. It's time to hand it over to our casters to let series number 3 come into fruition. Casters, kayo nang bahala dito.
Welcome everybody over here to the English broadcast of VCT PH. My name is Riku, joined by Fluffy, and we're going to be taking you to the action of the last series of the day, which is going to be between Rank L Cuties versus Zol Esports.
It's going to be a very interesting one, and I think the panel put it in a great sense, especially Raf towards the end there. Anything out, they really got to do it right now because it's going to be the last few games. I don't know if they can make it anywhere right now, but then they can still put a lot of hurt in a lot of teams, and especially for Zol Esports, they're trying to get to the top, so no matter who they're facing, they really need to end the game. They really need to get the score, break any future tiebreakers, and eliminate all the other bad possibilities for them.
Exactly. With 2 weeks practically left, after this, it really does put into perspective on how it's so important now to win every single game as much as possible. Looking at the standings at the moment, they're currently at 2-4, and that's literally 1 point away into tying up with Old Stinky Cat, JustUs, and Avernus Esports. So it's really super crucial for them. Even though it's going to be a tall order, we're talking about Zol Esports, part of the Golden 3, it is definitely one of those crucial moments for them in the tournament at the moment.
It's going to be very difficult for them to really step up to that challenge, like you mentioned, since they are in that upper echelon of teams. But to do it, that's like the bottom line. They just have to try their best because regardless of what happens right now, they've qualified for VCT. There's a lot more future for a lot of these players. You look at their team and you see players like Gabidis, like Sovano, these players, or Groovy, for example, who've been playing Valorant for a very long time. The first two that I mentioned as well, kind of veterans of the scene in their own way. Not that they're stepping back, they still have what it takes to make it this far. It's just the next step that's the big question.
Yeah, exactly. I think they do have a lot of shining moments, if you will. Again, I guess it's very similar to some of the matches that we watched. It feels like they have what it takes. They've got the mechanics. They know what to do. I think the problem is when they go up against some of the more seasoned teams, it's like, how do you play the utility game once that utility comes into play, basically?
Exactly, especially the map pool. I mean, we saw the draft already. We were starting out with Bind, and Zol Esports actually picking that up. It's very interesting. Not a lot of teams start out with the Vine. They normally just leave that towards the end if you had a couple of maps to pick, but they feel very confident. But that being said, Bind is one of those maps that can really steamroll out of control and can really have a lot of upsets on it just because of the amount of rotates that you might be able to have. So if there's any map that Rank L Cuties might have a fighting chance on, even though it's not their map pick, they might have a really good time on Bind if they can start opening things up.
Yeah, I think when we look at the track record for at least stage 2, right? Most of the time we get to see either overtimes, and we're talking about matchups with either Naos or Oasis, and then after that it's one of the teams that felt like in the middle of the pack of VCT. So just as you said, anything can still happen. But even though there's a lot of expectations on the other side of the spectrum for Zolt Esports to truly turn this into a 2-0, if they really want to prove that their championship state is continuous and consistent, they really have to do a dominating performance on both of these maps, Bind and Ascent.
I mean, these players have been playing for so long at the top level. You have Kakarot, Kevs, Micro, Zin, Padman. This core so flexible in what they can do. They have the experience to back it up. It truly is going to be one of those underdog stories where, if honestly, even if this ends 2-1 with rank L Cuties losing, it's still a statement piece, and that could overall still hurt the small deficits and tiebreakers moving forward with Zol. So Zol really have to also put pressure on themselves not to lose, obviously, but also to win in a sense that's very efficient for their standing overall if they want to keep up with that championship status.
Exactly. They gotta make sure that everything that is planned in mind, especially for the preparations that they've done. I mean, they've already pretty much encountered the first two most difficult matchups already, is pretty much done. So a lot of learnings to be had, a lot of adjustments already. And I believe they started their winning track record starting, I believe, maybe 2 weeks ago. And I think it's a really, really good sign. But honestly, again, it has to be really clean, just as you said. I think one thing that I'm really excited to look at when it comes to buying for Zolt Esports is the way that they envelop when they're on attack, right? They constantly try to attack A, they try to envelop from baths onto shorts, and then honestly it just basically confuses a lot some of the teams I suppose, and I think Rank L Cuties really has to be prepared for that.
Exactly. I mean, not just us, but Zol Esports rather, they do really prefer that rotating style of play, and it really does help because the last times that they have played by, they did play the double initiator setup with the Gecko. That really helps them get that information game going. It also enables them to take a lot of good fights. Against JustUs, they did win 13-11, so even though they're playing in that similar bracket, it is pretty close of a game, just 2 rounds that separates the teams. And the last time before that, they played against Oasis Gaming, who's very strong on the map. And even on that map, they ended up on an OT, even though they lost the map. So my point is, they can make it to the double digits. It's just how clean is the big question, since Bind has so much variation.
Oh yeah, exactly right. That's why whenever we would see a team slowly building up to the double digits and for some reason cannot break the 10 towards the 11 score barrier, I think it's mostly a lot of the struggle that a lot of teams encounter here onto Bind. So a lot of comeback potential when a first half is leaning towards another. But one thing that's really strong specifically for Zol Esports here is the duo of like I suppose the controller and the initiator. I think Patman and Kevzi have a very good consistent performance on this map. It feels like they operate sometimes like a duelist. They're always either first on site, first contact, and it doesn't really scare them at all. They really take a lot of these forward spaces, which is scary because that means they have access to the Seekers first, they have access to the Orbital Strike first, which is really good for post-plan potential on a map such as mine.
Exactly, and looking at the players as well on Rank L Cuties, we saw for a brief moment, sadly, but when they did play JustUs on Bind, they were on a very big lead before unfortunate circumstances did occur. And Sovano, the operator, was really very impactful when they got that lead early and able to rotate a lot of things. Their only issue in that game, honestly, was JustUs just had so much overwhelming force that they weren't able to recover certain rounds. But when they're able to hold their ground and kind of root themselves in position, they are a very solid team here on Bind, which is why I do believe that map number 1 could swing both sides depending on how cleanly these fights go.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really excited to see how Rank L Cuties is going to fare up against Zolt Esports. The fact that we saw a lot of opening rounds, when I think the most memorable one is probably the split matchup against Oasis. I think they were taking a lot of very early fights. They were surprising Oasis with a lot of early peaks, something that they probably did not expect, and they're really forcing fights that a lot of the teams are probably not ready for or should not even take. So I think they can lean on that a little bit more, and perhaps I think my only gripe I suppose is the retention of ultimates. You know, they get early round leads, therefore getting access to expensive ults and trying to keep it for... But the problem is they like taking these early fights. If they lose the 50-50, they lose the chance to use the ult. So for me, I think just that balanced play of knowing when, maybe use it sooner, but something like that, and then play a bit more far back a little bit if they want to fight them with the utility battle.
They really gotta start learning to play with their strengths there. That's a good point, though. Managing what the resources can maximally do in a round is nice. Like, you want to use your ultimate for something really cool, secure the round, but there's just sometimes that at the end of the day, it's a shooting game, so just shoot the guy, and it's fine.
That's
and
very
that's
true.
something that I think Rank L Cuties can also really do, because they have these players like Sylvano, they have these players like Gabidis, these very, very good aimers that can really take the fight to even the most veteran of teams. They've put some hurt in them before, and Zol Esports, yes, they have a stable core, and I would agree with the panel in thinking that Zol Esports does have a higher chance of winning this game overall. But that being said, individually, I wouldn't say that they're miles apart from Rank L Cuties. It's just that they just gel together because they've been playing a lot longer.
Yeah, that's true. I super agree with you there. I think one thing that I'm looking forward to is that whenever we watch a Rank L Cuties game, it feels like there's a lot of multi-frag from not only from one player. It feels like it can be like a round can be saved by every single player from Rank L Cuties. You think that, they lost, First Blood, they lost maybe 2 members, but it feels like there's one that steps up. It could either be not only Savano, but Yort. I feel like Yort also has a lot of shining moments in VCT PH. It feels like he's a really good matchup if I look at the Patman Yort matchup as well on paper. I think I'm really excited to see the Sky players duke it out. So I think I'm really looking forward to them pew-pew-pewing, basically. It is Valorant. Pew-pew-pewing.
Yep. That is all valid. That is very true. And I guess we're all excited for that as well. And I'm also excited to see what the rest of this game will go on once it does unfold, because all that potential is really something that Rank L Cuties might have, where they're able to just explode out of nowhere. But that is also my fault with them, because I find that relying or hoping that one guy is gonna kill 3 people and equalize the round for you is not technically a very solid strategy. And when we're talking solid strategy, Zol Esports has that down to a number, because they have that veterancy, they have a status of playing together, they have very solid players. Kevzi is one of my favorite players to always highlight, since as the sometimes initiator, sometimes controller, depending on the map, he really does provide that stability in the team. Then you have these players like Micro, who's always been that kind of smoke criminal at times and been always able to really just defy the limits of what his agent can do. Then you have players that are very flexible, like Patman, and then you have players that can play off of it, like Zind or Kakarot. So all these players in combination really have the tools to bring a more solid approach to Valorant, where they fight as one, and that hits harder in general than one guy hoping to kill 3 people.
That's true. I feel like that is definitely one of the both strength and possible struggle later on. And I'm trying to check out, like, I feel like so far for Rank L Cuties, at least for this split, what's happening, at least for this split, so they've only played Bind twice. And unfortunately, it was a 0-2. They had a very interesting take on this, but I do feel like it has something to do with probably like way back early into the split. We haven't really seen Bind from them as of recent, so it's really interesting, because I'm looking at the VLR right now. I'm seeing an Astra, a Deadlock. I think that's from way back still. So I'm just really curious to see what else they bring to the table, because again, having to just play 2 so far, meanwhile Zol Esports have played this constantly, even back in Split 1. So that experience, maybe VOD reviews, that's a plus for Rank L Cuties. So, but for them, it's a little bit of the mystery that they have in the back.
And that is another mystery that we're gonna find out after a very short break to find out our own mystery.
Is a lot cheaper. Grab food, saver won't make it roll. Yeah, oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Grab food saver 99 plus. Dining meals, get pizza bill. Saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends look Grab Car Saver. The Grab Car Saver is a Saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make you roll, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver. Grab car saver won't make you roll. saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver won't make you broke, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver won't make you broke, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver won't make you broke, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver won't make you broke, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke, yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you broke, yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you broke. Yeah. All my friends will grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose. Yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus.
And we're back over here, everybody, at the English broadcast of VCT PH Stage 2. We're still your casters for the last series of the day. My name is Rigu, joined by Fluffy, and we do have a little bit of an update between the match of Zol Esports and Rank L Cuties. At the moment, so we have news that unfortunately the first map will be forfeited, and now Zol Esports will have a 1-0 up into the series, and we will proceed to Ascent.
And we are moving on, like you mentioned, to Ascent, a map that we are all familiar with. Hopefully, this is the map where Rank L Cuties can really make their mark, because if we were talking about do or die, early, the pressure has literally doubled.
Yeah, exactly. When we look at the record for Rank L Cuties on Ascent, they have played it 5 times with an 80% win rate. At least it's 4-1. They've been on the comp-wise, they have not been experimenting a little bit. They've been playing more standard, so I think it's a really good sign for them, especially when they go up against Zol Esports. I remember stage 1 of Zol Esports having a little bit of a hard time. Either it was against JustUs during Ascent. I think they couldn't they couldn't put a stop on their over-aggression, so perhaps this could be a little bit of a chance on the side of Rank L Cuties to take advantage of.
I mean, they did play pretty well into Subversive back on
True.
week 2. The split on Ascent, they went 13-4, so a very dominant game coming in from Rank L Cuties. And in a way, the positive is they dodged their opponent's map, so they are playing on their map pick, which
True.
is a very good thing to be on that comfort ground.
Yeah, exactly. So again, it is their selection. They've had a better win rate on this one. And again, they just need to keep Zol Esports in check if they're and take advantage of for example, if Zol Esports starts on defense, or when they are on defense, they usually would like to push mid and go to B main and see if they can get early picks by getting an early KO flash. So I feel like they can sort of wait there, find a pick that they need, and as we head on over to Agent Select, yep, no surprises here.
No surprises. That's something that Raph doesn't want to see. Thankfully, he's on the panel right now. And me and Riku, we are very consistent people, so we like the consistency of these two compositions. Like you said, no surprises, and honestly, not a lot to go over. You got two sentinels, or one per side rather, but two initiators to really get that info going, keep the ball rolling. You got a solid entry for some explosive firepower out of a lot of the chokes, regardless of which side. And of course, the suppress is very strong with the addition of the sentinel. You have a lot of one-ways from Omen and the lockdown available for both teams.
Yes, sorry. No, again, it is going to be the standard pick over here on Ascent. And again, Zol Esports here, they've had a phenomenal performance as of recent. Now, rank L Cuties need to pick up from here as we start the game now on map number 2 over here on Ascent.
Things are going to start a bit smooth for most of these teams with a default aggressive turret, though, coming in from Jacob from the side of QT as he's trying to posture a way to deter a B push coming from the defenders. So Vano thinking of doing a bit brave, or doing something a bit brave here, maybe pushing through the smoke. Good flash through mid to distract them, but the eyes on the prize here with the instant trades from 2 coming out early.
I really like this read here as Kevzy is going to get headshotted by Savano. Now it's a 3v4 situation. Still not clear. They still have Micro on site with a paranoia. Finally gets a kill afterwards. Savano with a trade.
A lot of ground already taken here by the attackers. It's 3v2, but they have to be wary of Sim. They hear the sound cue. They don't land the shots yet to the smoke.
Good thing the alarm bot spotted a flank from Kakarot, or else the spike would have been in danger. Now with the spike now planted, they are able to find Zind here with a triple kill from Savano. Now Kakarot, can he pull off a miracle here on this 1v3 situation? That's gonna be a no. And Savano starts with a 4K on pistol.
Blade's gonna be online a bit early, and rank LQTs have come with a vengeance on this map number 2. First one that they're gonna play today, but still they have the firepower and energy to really bring the pain on their map too. It's up to Zol Esports to start adapting to this aggression, because those early kills really didn't go their way, especially after that initial flash. Good aggression as well from rank LQTs. They are buying up to the full Vandals. Never mind, 1 Vandal, and they're gonna keep the rest for the economy.
Savannah's definitely feeling it here after the initial kills, just as you said, especially the read on mid. So I feel like they might try and do it again.
Jacob just trying to get some shots here, but Zin's too quick on the trigger with that Sheriff.
Nice first blood on the side of Zol Esports. Really important one, especially without the Killjoy.
Get the orb as well. Good Hunter Sphere. They're trying to spam him out, but it's not going to connect. So Van, on the other hand, creeping on the same position, trying to find a gap in this A site. It's good timing as well, because Omen's still going on the rotate, so he has a perfect opportunity to maybe find one, as Kevzy is very deep, spotting into the A main choke.
Nicely done, push by Savannah here. Still no idea where the rest is at, but the crossfire may potentially be up in here as they isolate the fights. 40 HP, dash activated onto triple, and look at this, and yet still, Savano gets that triple.
Oh, they lose a Vandal right there, rifle off the board, and there goes another one in fact and managed to get shots.
One enemy
the box,
remaining.
and Kakarot 1v2 situation, making it into a 1v1. They're both yellow health bars. Still gets the off angle, tries to aim higher for the head. Does he hear that? That's a question. Switches sheriffs. That's just 3 guns being swapped in. He tries to cross a different angle instead to keep it 50-50. But with no time left, Gabby will be forced to enter the sides. And they win their anti-eco. Look at this. Kakarot deals the finishing blow.
What an amazing round there to equalize the situation. Stop the bleeding very early. Just on a moment's notice, this opening pick really set the tone. They had the momentum as well for the attacking side to get in the site, but the failure to kill the last defender on site really allowing the rest to waterfall out of heaven just to seal the deal with that round. As we move on to round number 3, the damage done on rank L Cuties, and still they're forced on eco with Zol at a huge advantage.
Really nicely done. Just as you said, at least they got the knives from Savano, and no one will push just yet.
Have to be a bit careful here. Slowly creep up on the corner. The turret's going to give him a bit of confidence that no one's going to be peeking into his side. But 3 players still on site already, ready for the swing. Good read on our flash. Saves him off the flying.
Ruby deals first blood on Savannah onto stairs. Completely infiltrated as the switch will go down, or rather the door will go down. And that's a lot of space already, despite them being on eco.
They do get the rush onto site. They drop 2 weapons. No clear upgrade yet, though. That's available for rank L Cuties. It's going to be a great frag and onto logs. Good prediction as well, but no, it doesn't land.
It bounces off, and gets a little lucky there. Kakarot. And switch the guns a little bit, and it's like they're going to be stacking on the low stairs. Kakarot with another kill, and Micro doesn't get. It's just an exchange of thrifties here, Fluffy.
Oh no, it's a back and forth. You have the advantage, but the underdog story reigns true for both teams. 1-2, and rank LQTs regain control of the game. Buys on their side. Zol Esports gonna force a Vandal on their own, and it's all up to Kakarot to make some work out of it.
That's true. It feels like it's not going according to the Valorant lore book here, and now the buys are a little bit awkward, but it doesn't change the fact that it's going to be ranked Cuties having the better fire.
Instant knife here to clear the corner. Will they expect 2 players? Good perceived pressure, using that from not from the shadows, but the teleport to maybe give them a chance, or force them rather on the A side to push a bit just to clear that corner by the orb.
True. There's too many possibilities, right? Is he up there? Is he by the orb in the corner? But look at this though, Savannah trying to see if Zin tries to peek out, or anyone. But that's the question. I think Zol Esports will try to play a bit more safer. Zin again with his first blood, and even gets away with it.
Able to just bounce out of there, and Kakarot on the other side equalizes as well. 2 players already gone. This Eagle is doing so much damage.
Exactly. Imagine it's a 3v4, and Micro even gets a free upgrade alongside Kakarot. Now the plant is gonna go down. But still, they get control of the site.
Laser Beam gonna connect onto 2 and blast the rest of Zol Esports. They're taken out on CT, and Cuties are going the distance 1-3.
That's massive. That's a massive Hunter's Fury. A lot of value there. They were clumped up in CT, I believe, and they couldn't get inside the site at all.
Great shot by Zin to open things up. Kakarot also really equalized, but still, even with this much firepower, the close quarter capability is just really doing everything. And Groovy dancing on their graves as they're able to take out 3 players with the Hunter's Fury. That all being said though, economy-wise, they are on a pretty equal stance at the moment. So the full burst does come through, but he gets swatted down.
Instantly killed by Micro. Flash at the ready, including the paranoia. So once they go in, it is going to be a blanket of blind. And Micro is going to die to the Metaswarm and the volleys. No way for Captain. Using this as a fire range. And there you go, Zol Esports. Take a round.
These rounds going by real fast. It's already 5 rounds in. It only feels like 5 minutes. It seems like Zol Esports always ready to answer the questions that rank L Cuties are presenting. Not able to escape the choke. Yeah, his teammates get microwaved, but he's still able to fire back and take the 3.
There's just so much to look at. You're looking at, tree. You're looking at, well, a lot of things once you enter the site.
Nice.
Nice save. You're doing a nice save.
Great save indeed, and that's going to be the question that Zol Esports really have to challenge themselves with. They finally get the punish. That's not a safe extract, and there goes another. Kempsey managing to salvage a bit. There comes the firepower from Zol, and suddenly it's over. What happened?
What did I just watch?
What did I watch?
It's again the equivalent of like it felt like an era moment where they all met in the same area, and then
that was a lot.
Yeah, it was a lot. That's pretty much
honestly, I was about to be quiet and pass it, but suddenly they passed the round. So now we're 3-3, and it looks like rank L Cuties, they do have 2 Vandals to work with. So the firepower a bit mixed from both of these teams. Obviously, Zol Esports a bit advantage with this one with the full buy. They have a lot more utility as well, but they're looking for still an aggressive stance. There's just a good flash, but the eco is not going to matter as much.
There it is again. What Zol likes to do. They like to push tiles. They like to constrict the space, and there we go. Even Zin operating like the duelist, leading the charge. The nice inside of the crowd burst. Gabby with the double kill but that's the first here on stage 2.
This game is out of control. No bullets, no pain. I can't see them, so I will slash the air. And through the cloud burst, he manages to find the gap, and just the wind slash enough to take out 2. 4-3 at the moment. Explosive round, but look at the economy. Zol Esports was able to do that without losing that much, and they built up their ultimates for the next round. I like the aggression that they're putting in. Not afraid of this eco. They'll play the long range, they'll play the mid fight, but the double kill from the assassin is just too strong on tiles to deal with.
I know, it's a really good effort despite it being a broken buy or more of an eco on the side of QT. So now all ults are now lit up on the side of Zola, and let's see if they're even pressured to at least let go of 1 for this round.
Good defense here on B main, but that's 2 shock darts out. They reveal the Killjoy positioning here on the offensive side with that nano swarm. Trading out that both Killjoys are sticking towards the B side. Recon dart. The turret gonna block a bit, but it's not gonna save him.
So Jacob, though, with an immediate trade. I think they're always careful about Zin pushing B main here. And that's why they wanted to pop a nano swarm just in case.
This means a good play or a good reactive as well. Both Jets off the board. Won't be able to explode off the chokes that efficiently. Have to find a different way to go around this maze and figure out this puzzle. The dark cover will fade eventually, and that's going to be very dicey here for both Patman and Micro holding it.
Exactly. Oh no! The backs against them too! That's not what you want. Paranoia at the ready here, but still 1 more at tiles, and that's Jacob. And after all of that, it boils down into a 2v2.
I honestly didn't even notice that they blowed the lockdown just to dissuade them from going onto the B side. That means that Jacob's lockdown will be a bit more effective, but he's not going to spot out Kevzy in the corner, just patiently waiting on the A side, assuming that they already rotated. And suddenly it's 5-3 with Zol in the lead.
Earlier, it was Rankel Cuties here, but good attempt having to use the turret as a blockade. But you're right, the smoke timing was quite unfortunate there at the very end.
I thought they might have marked it. You can even see the smoke fading, yet they still just stood in the wrong position. And just the confidence to hold that angle, because they could have been close to you. You had no info if you were the defender there. But you're just marking down the correct line and you get the double with that. Now look at the ultimates. Zol Esports, they still have so much. And Rankel Cuties, they pull out a timeout, but that's all they can afford right now because they are stuck on that eco with the lockdown.
Understandable. At this point, it feels like Zol Esports might anticipate any orb contest with Savano 1 orb away on the knives here. So maybe that's why it might be just a classic on hand.
Very true. He has the armor, but which orb is he going to try to take? Right now, he's kind of posturing towards the A side. It is pretty free if they don't dissuade him with a one-way smoke or something. It looks like the fighting force of the defense is stacked a bit towards that mid and B side, with Jet leaning on that edge of the map. And KO probably just going to be throwing a knife, meaning it will be a safe extract to take this orb to get that blades online.
But with this positioning, though, they might contest with a flash and a paranoia at that. This is tricky.
Oh, they know.
They know. There it is. Oh, they're gonna cross! Mike immediately is so ready for that. To get the headshot. No access to the orb. You have access to your death, and Kakarot with a second kill.
On the upside, he has his ultimate for the next round,
True.
but that's not going to be important right now. 5-3, huge lead coming in from Zol, as QT are just struggling here to find some ground. They go for a mid fight. They spot out one, but that's an outlaw. And it gets through.
Absolutely insane. Quick round here from Zol Esports. Flawless, good read overall.
6-3, huge advantage for them already, and these rounds are just flying by, honestly.
Yeah.
They don't even have to blow their ultimates because the gun game is just too strong, and they're able to really just go for the favorable fight. The shot here by Kakarot, getting the first one, the second one, the low buy, really getting punished by this outlaw's existence, and just the swing from his teammate to clear things up. Can't stop shooting, I guess. Gotta practice on your teammates as well. Keep that aim sharp, because 4 seconds from now, they will start the attack.
See what the decision is in mind. Now, Zin switches it up, goes to A instead, so the early B main peak is not going to be available unless Kakarot has something to say about it.
Good info, but a very early drone might be a hard time for them later on in the round. They still have the recon dart in the pocket to kind of rotate with. Gappy Diz still has some info with the knife when he just chooses to throw it. They're trying to pre-fire the alarm bot, but it does not exist there. The defense stacking all their defenses onto the A site. Kevzi, very risky position. He could get pushed through the smoke, but he's holding out the arrow like a stalwart archer, just ready to fire. And finally, he switches back to his weapon.
Yeah, super risky. But once they head in, there is a crossfire ready coming from Kakurot and Micro. So, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, maybe we'll go to a different route instead.
It's a 50-50 so far of which side to go to. They're going into the trap haven, and that might be a problem for them when they do enter. It's all up to Zin to hold down the fort. The burst comes through. There comes the shot. He's gonna hide in a corner.
This is the correct play. Zin, though, at least activated everything before he's not able to. And he's now hiding beyond the smoke of the enemy. He's able to take one down before anything else, and Groovy with a double at least. But still, the null command is in play. Jacob with a nice lurk, falling a little bit back, and now it's a 1v2. All up to Groovy here. He has Hunter's Fury, but no access to use it at all. 10 seconds on the clock. He's forced to kill instead of planting.
10 seconds left.
The spike is here, but he might get pushed. Groovy gets the kill. 5 seconds on the clock, and it's a 1v1. Still won by Kakarot in the end. 7-3 now. Zol is still in the lead.
There's a glimmer of hope for them towards the end there. Great play to kind of equalize the situation, though 1v1. But the timing of Kakarot's just perfect. The door is literally open for him to swing out of, and it was just too much firepower. Speaking of which, Zol Esports now the operator as well as the Odin, really to dissuade a lot of these pushes. The standard play, we got the Sova there, but opening things up here with Kevzi, taking out Sovano. There, the Vanguard off the board to lead the charge. The tip of the spear just really broken and bent.
Very true. I really thought it might be a 1v2 situation with Jacob, but Jacob decided to wait. Hold up, that's not a replay. It's Erza getting a double kill with the Guardian, and Patman just trying to push from the shadows, low activated just to go to spawn, but is dissuaded. But because of the lockdown now being dropped as well.
Out of charges.
Gotta get pushed back from this. Pretty much secures them unless they're able to still find one out of this. Operators from the angle. Kakarot's looking for one, finds his mark and backs away safely. Tries to get the second, manages to get the hit. Paranoia misses, but 73 HP. What can you do? Reduce the 1v1, but the operator is just too strong in the hands of Kakarot.
Kakarot, what an insane
last round
before the switch. It started off really good for the side of Rangel Cuties, though. I mean, even with that first blood, we saw Erza getting 2 kills off of that. But the op shots are just too much for Rangel Cuties to handle.
I'm gonna be honest, I also thought that was a replay because these rounds are just going so quickly. It's already 8-3, and every time I stare at the clock, it seems like the Valorant one just ticks faster.
I know, it's just going by, and now this is the last round in the half. Let's see what Cuties can do here. Oh, no!
Trying to do some damage, but Kakarot already has the answer. Stinger's not gonna land, and the trades coming in from Zol get them at a huge advantage, 4-2.
I thought the wide swing wasn't gonna happen because he's blocked by the turret. So I thought that was the play to use that as a body block as well. But I guess it's a double-edged sword, I suppose.
It's a double-edged sword, but still sharp on both sides. And 2 players trying to make their mark with this one, but a great swing by Micro. Where did he even come from?
Where did he come from? But yeah, 9-3. Good job coming from Zola Esports here, and so far so good for this team. And pistol round. Here we go.
Just like that, the 9-3 curse may be activated, but let us not forget that this is technically map number 2.
That's why.
The smoke criminal lives up to his name and gets the double. That's actually insane.
He reduced his own hitbox, like, looking down. He doesn't have his hand on the door.
Heads up play for them, but 9-3 feels like a brand new game. But let us not forget that this is technically map number 2. So Rangel Cuties so far have a mountain to climb as Zol Esports is digging their way out of this.
The first solution is to push mid here, but they won't see anyone at all. Maybe just the turret, but that's just it. No one's gonna be on site, so they have to play retake.
Just dashing in, getting a bit more space here. No players on the side. It's going to be a pure 5-man. They break the door pretty early, and everyone's going to just jump into the hole. Only Killjoy outside B main to stall.
A bit of chip damage here and there on the side of Zol Esports, especially Kevzi. It's a util battle. Let go of the flash and the molly, and it's just basically everywhere right now. And they've a lot to check, but reloads just to check the corner as well. 2v1, Erza literally 1 HP, by the way. This is going to be a miracle play if it needs to be done. 1 HP, and Zol Esports not letting go of their positioning. Just a couple of mind games, not peeking at all. They're playing with the time, and Zind finishes the round, and now Zol Esports is 10-3.
Remember, your weapon
I just want to say that Micro's positioning was disgusting. He stood crouched on the opening of the door, just hiding in his own smoke, but in the front side, similar to what he did in the previous round. That way you would just walk by him in case something did happen. Subverting a lot of expectations with that one, but they're still rewarded with a good buy. And Kakarot goes for the straight upgrade into the Vandal, ready to shoot some heads, and Raquel Cuties only have 3 sheriffs to answer with.
Very understandable. They might do another rush again onto B, but this time around, the biggest difference is that there's a couple of util there, and Sova and Killjoy positioned in that manner.
Stinger not that great at that range. Drone's gonna lead the charge. Not gonna get cancelled out actually, as he does push on.
What? A little bit of a Loki jump scare there. They know somebody is at stairs. They won't jump on the nano swarm, but just as you said, what care do we have if we get the kill?
Get the kill, get the site positioning. Is very alright as they have Sylvana on the flank, but every angle right now marked for the trade.
That's true. Everything is pretty much covered, including that with Sylvana with a headshot, but he's practically low. Body shots are gonna be enough, and that's gonna be a team ace 1 player apiece. Zol Esports is now close to match point.
We started this half at 7:06, and it is now 7:10.
Yeah.
In the past 4 minutes, 4 rounds has passed. Incredible speed coming up in this game, but also by the response from both of these teams. Look how quickly they move for the trades, as well as their repositioning between fights. Zol Esports just really proving of why they have the fundamentals down, and Rank L Cuties, it's now their time to shine with this goodbye.
It is that gun round, an important one at that, and now they decide to take the aggressive seat. Paranoia won't tag anyone, but they will wide swing. They will push, but Kevzi destroys Savano. As soon as he emerges away from the smoke, they assume that this might be the play. So that's why they decided to assemble a crossfire. No, a firing squad and a double tag with the recon. And it's just a battle of utilities. Now they try to chase, and now they run away.
Micro so smart, just smoking off the entrance. Will they expect? Oh, he's behind you. Ezra's able to find 2. And still, it's a Jacob Kakarot 1v1 here with the utility on the A side.
That's true, Jacob. At hell. Let's see. As the turret triggers, Jacob faster on the trigger as Patman anticipates where it's at. Look at this interesting smoke so that Patman can circle around and close the gap much better. Did he see? Did they not see? That's the question. 40 seconds, still a lot of time, but good thing they were able to get in. And here comes the distraction! And really good swing off of that. And it's a 2v2, by the way. Patman with an upgrade, and Kevzi as well. They have a Phantom and a Vandal, but where will they be coming from? Is it all on Hell? Yes, it is. Oh, and rather, they're all in Heaven while they are on Hell. They're smoking with a double swing, and there's against a 3K, and the momentum solely being broken down by Rank L Cuties.
Gotta creep up their way up this ladder step by step, and so far the first one completed. Great job and good recovery by Rank L Cuties there. I honestly thought that a heads-up play by Micro, instantly smoking this out, making sure that that jet swing that went very deep would be a solo swing, but from the shadows he strikes and he closes out the game. Ever really doing a lot of work this round to get Rank L Cuties their number 4.
It's a very important win. Maybe a little expensive, and that's why it's a bit of a broken buy from them, but they'll definitely take it as they deny the match point off of that round.
Map differential will be something that Zol Esports is going to be looking at, as well as the fact that they're going to be caring about that round diff. So if they can close this game faster, it's going to be good for their standings once the tiebreakers break in. And look at Micro with the shot. KFC actually on the back lines, able to strike first on Sovano, taking him off the board immediately.
Really nicely done, playing off of the each other's angles here as Kakarot will slowly creep into mid.
Oh, Colin making his way known. Position being given away, but here comes the attack.
Here we go, on the switch, close the door. Now Kevzi can't see a thing, but Micro gets a kill as well. Groovy with the trade. Micro breaks down the door, let me in the side as well. And now 4 HP onto Groovy. 3v4 situation, no plant just yet. But Jacob's gonna come from market. Gets a kill onto Pac-Man. But last player standing, and Micro finishes the job, and Zol Esports is now at match point.
It's match point already, and it looks like it is time for the victory for Zol, unless Rank L Cuties have something to say for it. But this is a difficult situation to be in. You have an Ares, 2 Sheriffs, you have a Guardian on Gabides, but you only have a Stinger on Ezra. And it's going to be so difficult for you to get that firepower going. They have the null command, they have the round secure in the form of that Hunter's Fury, and Kevzi, they are stacked for the mass A hit.
We do have Patman, we do have Gabby Diaz positioned there in the Hunter's Fury to create chaos onto the site. The common funnel points where QT will be guarding. They tag Jacob and Gabby, so they're now half HP. A duel a little bit over here near Catwalk, and Kevzi wins that one. And now they have Spike planted and a lot of slow utility already set up.
Good timing on this. I'm not sure if he got spotted out by that action. They think he's far. They dodged the dart. They're gonna run into 3, but the spray down. Not gonna work out. This Groovy finds him.
Oh my gosh, the smoke expired, the timing. But looks like QT definitely want to keep fighting this one. But Zin gets killed onto Jacob, and just as quick as that, 13-4, Zol Esports wins this series 2-0.
Easy breezy here for Zol Esports. All the team just chilling at this one, looking like they had a very dominant second map, and that will be a 2-0 in their favor, closing up this game, this last series of the day, and as well as pushing their standings even further.
Yeah, exactly. And this is, again, such a good showing coming from the side of Esports. Very disciplined. They were able to be very confident in entering these sites, and just as you said, a lot of these rounds were so fast. They were so fast.
Yeah. At least they have that fighting spirit that they don't want to back away. Both teams really just taking punch after punch and blow after blow, trading every bullet that they can as we move on to our post-game to see the exact statistics of what happened. And this victory, of course, brought to you by Zol Esports. Dominance with 13-4. Patman on the MVP with a KO. So many kills, but so many assists as well. Really proving to be a team player for Zol Esports.
Exactly. All those, again, important flashes, especially once they, on the first half, where they wanted to defend a lot of these important points of contention, especially the orb. I cannot forget that, that really good read. They really want, QT just really want to get orb control and go to A, but a really massive start from QT at the very beginning, but Zol Esports were able to sort of stabilize and get everything in check.
Speaking of massive differences, first kills 15-2. Zol Esports really starting off strong in majority of these rounds. Take a look at these highlights. You can really see the aggression by both of these teams. But at the end of the day, Zin with the crispy shots, Kakarot with the great plays. And even though there are these great moments by Groovy, for example, it's just not enough because look at how precise Zol Esports is playing at the moment.
Exactly. We got a couple of interesting highlights as well, including the knife, and again, Zol Esports Patman. I feel like he has been mega effective, not only the utility, but once the clutch potential is important, he's able to showcase that. I feel like most of the rounds after post plant, he's just so ready to assist with any crossfire, with any trades, and well, that's the reason why he's MVP in this map.
MVP, and I still love that microplay. Just really hiding, and it's not something any team would expect. Maybe you expect an A main, but beautiful stuff done by Zol Esports, really showing how flawless they can be at times. And rank L Cuties, unfortunately for them, that will be another red in their ledger, and unfortunately that does hurt their standings by quite a bit. And it does mean that Zol Esports, at least on the other hand, have a great session moving on as we move on from the rest of week 4.
That's true. I believe they are tied now with Carti World in the standings, but I'm sure the rest of the panel has a lot to say about this series.
Zol Esports proving to us kung bakit sila yung champion split 1. I mean, given the game 1, we were taken aback from, the results of game 1 kasi wala naman nangyari talaga. But, that default win, even without that, I think, I could be wrong, but I still see it going into a 2-0. Like, Zol Esports is just an amazing team all in all throughout. But anyway, Raph, Rockhart, your thoughts overall for, like, the last series for today?
I mean, first and foremost, sayang naman na di natin nakita kung anong nangyari sa map 1 kasi syempre we wanna see rank L Cuties and how they improve, how do they wanna approach the game, especially against a team like Zol. Tsaka yung momentum siguro na may pressure na okay guys, tayo for map 1 tas ganito, diba? But going again on the stats, I think Savano has really proved why he's on the probably top 3 of the rising duelists of the split. Obviously we have Zeus as well. Savano's on that list, and Patrick Watson. And you saw how well he started off on Ascent, but at the same time, Zol is not the team that you can play slow against, and you have to have a lot of set plays. When you're a new team, yun talaga yung kulang nyo at the beginning. You're still trying to polish your foundation, so you're not gonna have too many complicated plays. And despite all the highlights, the double knife kill, that Hunter's Fury, it's still so difficult to play against Zol.
I was honestly super impressed by both of these squads. Una, sabayan talaga sila eh. I could see the kill cam, yung kill feed. Parang 7 yata, 8 yung sabay-sabay na naka-display dyan sa upper right. Kaya parang naisip ko, ay, nako, pwede to. Pwedeng tumagal to. Pero at the end of the day, you know what? You can't play default over and over again against a team like Zol. And dito lumalabas yung talagang, let's say veterancy, right? Of this team. And they can really dominate a team if they just keep repeating stuff, which we saw a few times here. I mean, obviously, may mga small moments of brilliance, pero again, that's not enough for a team like this.
Yeah, it also boils down na parang we're playing over the Ascent map, a map that we know, like, you gotta bring out your guns, and Zol Esports just, proves it to themselves that they could really fire out. And speaking about that one, speaking of fire, the operator god himself, our MVP is going to be Kakarot, and Raph, Kakarot, MVP. What's up?
I mean, we talked about how these individual players can really impact how their team's gonna perform, and Kakarot doing as well as he could while being super disciplined. Again, we barely saw him overextend on that one Ascent map, and he's been providing a lot of space for his team, and there is no doubt that he deserves this MVP. At the same time, going back to that matchup, parang siguro sobrang compatible ng Zol sa Ascent kasi again, as we mentioned, it's super default heavy. You just can't default against a team that's so experienced in mid-round calling and adjusting like Zol.
Completely agree. And Kakarot, parang literal na bumawi siya dun sa ginawa nating comparison na kanina, di ba? I feel like the stats, we were talking about stats really do not speak for Kakarot's experience. Bigla siya sabi niya, guys, kaya ko din namang umistats. Bigyan nyo lang ako, let me cook lang. And yun, nagluto nga siya.
Yeah, speaking of letting him cook, just let him play the duelist role. And, it really goes to stark difference if you put him back as like a controller, for example, as his previous roles. But ngayon, duelist siya, he still really does perform. But speaking of that all, we do have Kakarot. We will be inviting him towards our panel para kausapin siya going into this very short-lived last series for today. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Kakarot right here on the VCT PH panel. Ayan! Kakarot, welcome! Welcome to the show.
Hello po. Hello.
Ayan, hello. Ako nga pala si Juicy Brucey, kasama ko si Raph at si Rockhart. Meron na kami mga katanungan as, as your experience all throughout VCT PH Split 2, maybe including Split 1. So Raph, okay, game.
Uy, ako naman ulit, bros. Ako yung opener talaga. Ako yung entry frag ng interview natin.
Duelist na tunay.
Of course. Again, we talked about Kakarot. Congrats again for the win over rank L Cuties. We know how flexible you are, pero may favorite role ka ba talaga, Kakarot? Uy!
cameo.
Wala po eh, kahit anong role, favorite ko. Kaya madali na
basta
lang
panalo
para
lang,
sa team.
yun lang yun.
Apo.
Para sa
Nako.
team.
Basta panalo.
Ayun. Rockhart.
May ano ba kayo?
Ay, meron ba? Sige,
sorry.
Ref, sige go. May
May
follow-up pa pala
favorite
yun.
matchup ka ba? Like in the last few weeks, sino ba yung favorite nyo na kalaban? Like yung favorite series mo so far?
Favorite ko yung Naos tsaka Oasis. Kasi kahit talo kami, madami kaming natutunan and na-realize po. Yun.
Oh,
Di ba?
Yo.
Sige.
Actually, very related to that yung susunod kong tanong. Ano yung pinakamalaking factor na, pinakamalaking hurdle na in-overcome nyo para mag-win streak kayo? Kasi nung nakaraan, obviously, yung start nyo, medyo rough siya, di ba? Nahirap yung Naos, nahirap yung Oasis. Ano yung pinaka-biggest hurdle para mag-improve yung team nyo in the past few weeks?
Ano lang po siguro. Kailangan lang namin mag-reflect sa mga nakalimutan namin na ginagawa namin. Tapos, ayun po. Bumabalik lang kami sa form na kaya mag-champion. Yun po.
Ayun.
So, nothing new too much. Basically, back to the roots, back to the OG. Kumbaga, Nazol, yun.
Hello.
Bro.
Ayun, alright, sige. Ito na lang sa akin, Kakarot. Mabilisan lang yung tanong ko. Matanong ko lang, di ba kakatapos na ng game? Ba't may naglalaro pa sa likod mo? Sino ba yan? In-game ba yan? In-game ba yan ngayon?
Ano po, nag-map discussion sila. Tungkol sa
Map discussion. Akala ko nag-rank match agad eh. Anyway, Kakarot, may gusto ka bang sabihin na shoutouts, pasalamat on behalf of you or like anyone else from Zol just to, before we let you go and relax and celebrate your win?
Hello sa aking love of my life, si Kaina. Tapos sa family ko and sa management po ng Sol. And sa teammates ko,
Yun,
lalakas
love
nila.
of his life. Ayan, maraming salamat, Kakarot. And again, congratulations on that win. And eto, final na katanungan. For Split 2, makikita ba natin yung Zol Esports iaangat ulit yung trophy for the second time around this year? Is that a yes or a no?
Ano po, hopefully.
Ayan,
No one knows.
humble. Alright, maraming salamat, Kakarot. And again, congratulations to Zol Esports. Hoping to see more of your wins here in VCT PH Split 2. Maraming salamat.
Thank you po.
Ayun, to the love of his life. Dapat pala ganun. Feeling ko, kung may love of your life ka, gaganahan ka talagang manalo. Ikaw, Raf, kumusta naman yung love at life mo?
Good on both ends naman, Bruce. Grabe, alam mo kasama tayo dito. So, syempre, you know how it is, di ba?
We
You
love
are
each other.
You are the love of my life,
Oo.
di ba?
Tayong tatlo, sama na si Rockhart.
Ako yung
Yes.
heart dito eh. Di ba?
Yeah.
Ikaw, Rockhart,
Perfect.
kumusta naman yung love at saka life natin dyan?
I am very happy. As usual, syempre, walang labis, pera na lang kulang.
Ako, meron akong lapis. Anyway, so
Anong
there you have it.
lapis?
That was the end of week number 4. Week 4, day number 2. We had really great performances and matches all throughout from like the 2 days that I was here. And, it's amazing to see that, the Filipino teams here in VCT PH are really doing well. And speaking of that one, tingnan natin yung updated standings so far at the end of this day para makita natin who is fighting for tournament life and who is sitting at the top. And Raf, please, anything that surprises you from this, updated standing that we have?
Honestly, at this point in time, I would have expected, again, JustUs kasi mataas yung potential nila. And as well as Old Stinky Cat to be closer to the top 5. But again, it's been a split full of surprises. Naturally, our top 4 teams are to be expected naman.
Yeah.
Everywhere else, it's still a little shaky. I think our top 6 to 8 is still super competitive.
Actually, pinaka nagulat ako dito, the up and coming Avernus. Grabe, ang laki nung binump up nila after their previous win. And you know what? It's a good sign for our newer teams. Obviously, Carti World, a lot of people expected them. Pero Avernus, good job, man.
Yeah, and actually, just to bank off on like the Carti World idea, I mean, Again, this team is a combination of some players from First Mega Saver and then Astro World as well. So parang, just having in these people, like these players gelled together, and we could really see from the stark performance that they had from their previous teams from Split 1 and then going to Split 2 na parang okay na yung rankings nila eh. So, congratulations to those teams na nasa taas, and especially to Oasis Gaming, who's really ranking up points all throughout Split 2. Pero ayun na nga, that goes to the end of our show for today, and I can't wait for more Valorant times. But before anything else, we'd like to say thanks to a few people who made this all happen for us, starting with Mineski Global, the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
Also, big thank you to our official super app partner, Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver, delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals. Don't forget to use our promo code, which is GrabFood60, and get up to 60 pesos off, of course, of your order with a minimum spend of 550. Promo runs from 11 a.m. onwards, so guys, this is the perfect time to order dinner, so go ahead and do that.
I really want to order dinner, pero big thank you muna syempre sa Games and Amusement Boards. They officially sanctioned this tournament, yo.
Ayun, maraming salamat, Raf, Rockhart, and to all our casters na nakasama natin kanina. And of course, in behalf of Mineski Global and to all the prod team, kanila direct, to the talent managers, to everyone, thank you so much for being with us. This has been VCT PH Split 2, Week 4, Day number 2. Maraming salamat sa nanunood. We'll see you the next time around.